Good afternoon and welcome to the September 27th, 2022 regular meeting of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Supervisor Chan. Chan not present. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey present. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman not present. Supervisor Marr. Present. Marr present. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar present. Supervisor Peskin. Present. Peskin present. Supervisor Preston. Preston present. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan present. Supervisor Safai. Safai not present. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie present. Supervisor Walton.
Present.
Walton present. Supervisor Mandelman.
Present.
Mandelman present. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Colleagues, please stand with me to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'd like to acknowledge the staff at SF Gov TV. Today we have Kalina Mendoza, who record each of our meetings and make the transcripts available to the public online. Madam Clerk, do you have any communications?
Yes, Mr. President. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors welcomes the public to the Legislative Chamber here in room 250 to advise the board in person or just to listen to the proceedings. The meeting is airing live on SFGOV TV's award-winning Channel 26, or you may view the computer live stream at www.sfgovtv.org. Until further notice, remote participation is still possible via the telephone call-in system. Best practices are to call in early from a quiet location. Once it is your turn to speak, to avoid feedback, please make sure to turn the computer or your television sound down. The board will prioritize hearing testimony or comments from those who attend in person. Thereafter, the board will hear from those who called in to the remote system. Throughout the meeting, the telephone number is streaming on your screen. It's 415-655-0001. And when you hear the system prompt, that's when you should enter the meeting ID 24991620695. And you'll enter the pound symbol twice. You'll know you have joined the meeting once you hear the discussion. However, your line will be muted. And once you are ready to provide your comment, that's when you should press *3 to add yourself to the speaker's queue. The system will prompt that you have been unmuted and just begin speaking your comments. Today, we have 3 special orders, each with their own public comment opportunity. Item 38, that's the Law Enforcement Practices Committee of the Whole. Item 39, the Kaiser Worker Strike and its Effects Committee of the Whole. And item 40, the SF Worker Wages and Benefits and Impact of Strike to be taken. This item will occur after the for adoption without committee reference. Item 47 is called, and then the board will hear item 40. General public comment, that is item 46. Once that item is called, you will be able to speak to the items on the adoption without committee reference calendar. Other general matters that are not on today's agenda but are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. Limited to those items. All other agenda content will have been reported out to the board by an appropriate committee where the public comment requirement had already been fulfilled. Communication with the board is possible by sending written correspondence by U.S. mail to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the number 1, Dr. Carlton B. Goodlett Place, City Hall, room 244, San Francisco, California, 94102, or you can send an email by sending it to the email address bos@sfgov.org. In a great partnership with the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, we do have interpreters who will be present during the general public comment and during the testimony of the 3 p.m. special orders. We will have a substitute today from Lando and Associate as an interpreter, and we'll call the interpreters to introduce themselves at that time. And lastly, if you have any questions accessing this meeting, please call the clerk's office. We have a live person standing by to assist you if you call 415-554-5184. Members and Mr. President, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, just a friendly reminder, please remember to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. Madam Clerk, let's go to our consent agenda, items 1 through 11.
Items 1 through 11 are on consent. These items are considered to be routine. Unless a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone on the roster. Please call the roll on the consent agenda items.
On items 1 through 11, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, these ordinances are passed on the first reading or finally passed, and the resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call regular agenda, unfinished business, item number 12.
Item 12 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to designate the city cemetery, which is the majority of Assessor's Parcel Block number 1313, lot number 029, as a landmark, and to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We don't have anyone on the roster, so we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 13.
Item 13 is an ordinance to order the conditional vacation of portions of Higuera Avenue, Vidal Drive, Arballo Drive, and Garces Drive, and certain San Francisco Public Utilities Commission's public service easements, known as the easement vacation area, all within the Park Merced Development Project area, to reserve various easement rights in favor of the city and third-party utilities, subject to specified conditions, and to adopt the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 14.
Item 14, this item is requires 2/3 vote of the full membership of the board for passage pursuant to the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, Section 3.204. Item 14 is an ordinance to amend the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code to modify the rules concerning behested payment solicitations.
Thank you. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this ordinance is passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 15.
Item 15, this is an ordinance to approve surveillance technology policy for the police department use of non-city entity surveillance cameras and to establish a sunset date 15 months after the effective date of the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please call the roll on item number 15?
On item 15, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston.
No.
Preston, no. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, no. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan. Chan, no. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes, with Supervisors Preston, Ronan, Walton, and Chan in the dissent.
Thank you. This ordinance is finally passed by a 7-4 vote, with Supervisors Preston, Chan, Ronan, and myself in dissent. Madam Clerk, please call item number 16.
Item 16, this is an ordinance to amend the Administrative Code to reestablish the Committee on City Workforce Alignment, to give the committee responsibility for planning and coordinating the city's workforce development programs, and to make other changes to the procedures governing the planning and implementation of workforce development programs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you please call the roll on item number 16?
On item 16, Supervisor Mar.
Aye.
Mar, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston.
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, this ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please call new business item number 17?
Item 17, this is a resolution to authorize the general manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to execute the Second Amendment to the wastewater enterprise contract for planning and engineering services for the Southeast Plant Biosolids Digester facilities with Brown and Caldwell to increase the contract amount by $55 million for a total not to exceed amount of $208.5 million, to increase the contract duration by 3 years and 6 months for a new total duration of 16 years from July 29, 2013 through July 28, 2029.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, President Walton. I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the Budget Committee and Chair Ronan for this is not just a normal contract, but for asking the questions about the cost overruns that are really quite excessive, and also just to put a place marker in an item like this where a project has almost doubled in costs from its original projections, to note that this Board of Supervisors really does not, by virtue of the CGMC method, have oversight, except for in rare circumstances like a contract like this that we can't say no to because we have to add another $55 million to it or the project won't be done. But I think this entire dynamic bears more examination by this Board of Supervisors, but I want to thank the Budget Committee for taking it seriously and discharging their duty.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. I completely agree. Madam Clerk, we will take this item, same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Would you please call item number 18, Madam Clerk?
Item 18 is a resolution to approve the Port Commission lease with Aardvark Storage Unlimited, Inc., doing business as American Storage, located at 600 Amador Street within Seawall Lot 344, for approximately 279,740 square feet of paved land, for approximately $100,000 of initial monthly rent and a 5-year term, with one-year option to extend the term and to authorize additions, amendments, or other modifications to the lease that do not materially increase the obligations or liabilities to the city, but that are necessary to effectuate the purpose of this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item, same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 19.
Item 19, resolution to approve the Fourth Amendment to the Terminal 2 newsstands, coffee, and specialty store lease between World Duty Free Group North America and the city for a reduction in the total leasehold square footage of the demised premises by approximately 20% and the corresponding reduction in the minimum annual guarantee of approximately $303,000 with the same term May 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, at 3 p.m., one of our special orders has to do with the strike that started yesterday at San Francisco International Airport by members of the Hotel and Restaurant Employees Union Local 2, HERE, Unite Here Local 2, and I acknowledge and actually celebrate the fact that a number of you colleagues have been very active in that, and that 2 of you were actually arrested in a civil disobedience action, and that item has been brought to us for the hearing by Supervisor Mandelman and President Walton. I have not had a chance to delve into this particular lease, but I do have some words to say relative to other leases for lessees that I don't think are compensating their employees adequately, both as to wages as well as health care benefits, retirement, and holidays. And to that end, I would like to look into this particular lease and understand better whether the leaseholders are indeed a part of that group and what the implications are for the ongoing labor unrest at San Francisco International Airport, and to that end, hereby make a motion to continue item 19 to our next meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Mandelman. Madam Clerk, on the motion to continue.
On the motion to continue item 19 to October 18th, okay, 2022, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston.
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Motion to continue to the October 18th, 2022 board meeting passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 20.
Item 20, this is a resolution to support Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation, 730 Stanton Associates LP, and Mercy Housing as applicants. Their submission of applications under the Infill Infrastructure Grant Program to the California Department of Housing and Community Development to receive IIG program funds in order to construct 100% affordable multifamily rental housing developments affordable to low-income households located at 2550 Irving Street, 730 Stanton Street, and 2530 18th Street, respectively.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Marr?
Thank you, President Walton. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this item, and I would just also like to add that earlier today, I was standing with Mayor Breed and MoCD and Mid-Penn as we broke ground on my district's first ever 100% affordable housing development, Shirley Chisholm Village, which will soon offer homes for 135 public school educators and their families on an underutilized SFUSD site. And I'm thrilled that 2550 Irving, which is included in this funding application, this resolution supports, will be my district's second 100% affordable housing development. We need to keep pushing, doing more and faster to meet the housing needs of working families and address our affordability crisis. And we need many more projects like this across the West Side. And as we build them, we also need to take seriously the issue of toxic contamination in our neighborhoods. And environmental oversight agencies like DPH and DTSC need to do better in providing full remediation and cleanup at these sites in order to ensure the health and well-being of their future residents and current neighbors. But again, I'm proud to support not just 2550 Irving, but the other projects that are supported by this resolution, and I'm also proud to co-sponsor it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Preston?
Thank you, President Walton, and please add me as a co-sponsor as well. Very excited for the 730 Stanton 100% affordable housing site, and looking forward to moving that forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Seeing no one else on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 21?
Item 21 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to award an emergency contract to Trifacta, Inc. to provide temporary staffing services in an amount not to exceed $1 million for a 6-month term, June 17th, 2022 through December 17th, 2022, and to authorize the department to enter into any amendments or modifications to the contract that are necessary or advisable to effectuate the purposes of the contract or the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 22.
Item 22, this is a resolution to retroactively approve the First Amendment to the agreement between Health Services Advisory Group, Inc. and the Department of Public Health for the purpose of providing specialized consulting services to increase the agreement by $5.2 million for an amount not to exceed $7 million for an approximate amount of $7 million for a total agreement term 7.5 months with no changes to the term May 9th, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, and to authorize the department to make any amendments or modifications to the contract that do not materially increase the obligations or liability to the city, but are necessary to effectuate the purpose of the contract or resolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call, and without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 23.
Item 23 is a resolution to authorize the Office of Contract Administration to amend PeopleSoft Contract ID as listed and noticed 10000015461 between the city and Denali Water Solutions, LLC, for the hauling of biosolids and grit from Public Utilities Commission's Oceanside and Southeast wastewater treatment plants, to increase the contract by $10.2 million for a total not to exceed amount of $18.8 million, and to extend the contract date, the end date specifically, by 4 years, with a contract duration of 7 years, for a total term October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 24.
Item 24 is a resolution to authorize the Office of Contract Administration to execute Amendment Number 2 to a contract with Bar None Auction for auction services on an as-needed basis, to extend the duration by 1 year for a total contract duration of 4 years from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2023, with an increase in anticipated revenues of $800,000 for a total anticipated revenue amount of $2.1 million.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 25.
Item 25 is a resolution to approve the 2022 grant application for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Continuum of Care Program in an amount not to exceed approximately $54.6 million, and to fulfill the Board of Supervisors review and approval process for all annual or otherwise recurring grants of $5 million or more.
Thank you. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 26.
Item 26, this resolution levies property taxes at a combined rate of $1.18 on each $1 valuation of taxable property for the City and County of San Francisco, the Unified School District, the County Office of Education, and the Community College District, the Bay Area Rapid Transit District, and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and to establish a pass-through rate of 7 cents per 100 of assessed value for residential tenants pursuant to Administrative Code, Chapter 37, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 27.
Item 27, this is a resolution to approve the settlement of an unlitigated claim filed by Gap Inc. against the city for $9.2 million. The claim was filed March 9th, 2021, and involves a refund of gross receipts, homelessness gross receipts, payroll expense, and commercial rent taxes for the 2019 tax year.
Thank you. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 28.
Item 28 is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code and zoning map to eliminate the Industrial Protection Zone Special Use District and to allow social service or philanthropic facilities uses greater than 5,000 gross square feet, subject to a conditional use authorization in PDR2 districts, allowing self-storage in PDR2 districts, subject to certain conditions, and to affirm the CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't see anyone on the roster, so we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this ordinance is passed on first reading unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 29.
Item 29, this is an ordinance to designate the cork oak tree located at the public right-of-way on 20th Street at Noe Street as a landmark tree and to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this ordinance is passed on first reading unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 30.
Item 30 is a resolution to authorize the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency to begin setting rates for parking at the Golden Gate Park Concourse Garage, Kezar parking lot, pursuant to the Park Code Section 6.14, and to authorize the Recreation and Park Department to amend its lease agreement with the Music Concourse Community Partnership to allow the Recreation and Park Department to pay for 3 hours of free parking on behalf of participants using the museums for All and Discover and Go programs at the California Academy of Sciences and the DeYoung Museum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 31.
Item 31, this is a motion to approve the President of the Board of Supervisors, Shaman Walton's nomination of Jefferson Robert Epler for an appointment to the Board of Appeals for a term ending July 1st, 2026.
Thank you. Seeing no one on the roster, we will take this item same house, same call. And without objection, this motion is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to roll call for introductions.
First up to introduce new business is Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I have one item today and one in memoriam. First, with Supervisor Melgar, I'm calling for a hearing on the current draft housing element 2022 update. We all know we need to plan for building 82,000 new homes in 8 years, and that we're facing state receivership if our plan is found inadequate by the state. I think it's critical for this Board of Supervisors to engage with the Planning Department in a public hearing before they reach their final draft, and we are asked to vote to approve it. We have one shot to get this right, and that demands full attention and earlier engagement on this existentially important issue. And I look forward to a robust conversation on this issue at a future Committee of the Whole hearing. And second, I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Roger Cook, a beloved small business owner in the Outer Sunset who passed away this past week. It's said that still waters run deep, and Roger Cook had a depth few folks could fathom. Roger was born 74 years ago in Pennsylvania to a Quaker family. He was very proud of his Quaker roots, but like everything else about Roger, he did not advertise it. When he came to San Francisco 45 years ago, he was an avid cyclist. 100-mile rides were routine for him. Those were extraordinary feats of athleticism, but Roger was not the kind of person to brag or boast. It just wasn't his way. For 45 years, he ran Nomad Cyclery in the Outer Sunset. For the first 20 of those years, he managed it, and most assumed from his air of authority that he was the owner. He would eventually buy it from the owner and continue to run it for another 25 years. Cancer took him from us, but his legacy is in the countless mechanics he trained, the countless first-time riders he launched, the countless kids who got their first bike from Roger. And long before cycling became such a hip urban fashion, Roger sold bikes. With his taciturn style, he sent shaky first-timers out onto the wide pavement in front of the store on Irving and 27th Avenue to get comfortable. And when they got that comfort, they knew where to return for advice, maintenance, and that next purchase, and the one after that. I bought my first bike in San Francisco from Nomad, and my predecessor, Katie Tang, bought 3 bikes there over the years as she grew up, riding under Roger's supervision. And many of my constituents kept going back, and they all knew Nomad was the place to go, and Roger was the one to see. It wasn't his charm and salesmanship. In fact, Roger was almost comically gruff. He never pushed a purchase and sometimes appeared as if he couldn't care less about the sale. He cared about the sale, but he cared infinitely more about something else. The brusque and crusty manner covered the truth. He cared deeply about people. Roger was incredibly smart and well-read. If you dared to crack the surface, you would find someone who loved to discuss philosophy and politics, all with a wrench in his hand and grease on his clothes. His wisdom was grounded in his love of productive work, and that is why, as the owner of a successful business, he was nevertheless on site 7 days a week, and that's why customers returned. The Sunset lost someone very special. His partner, George Chevalier, and George's son, Andre, have lost an irreplaceable family member. His customers know that there are other bike shops, but it doesn't matter. They can patronize every bike shop in the city, but it will never be the same. I had the pleasure of knowing Roger for 15 years, and most recently supported him and Nomad Cyclery's legacy business application, which was just approved by the Historic Preservation Commission on August 23rd. Roger, may you rest in peace. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Mr. President, it is now after 2:30.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today we have 2 special commendations. We have 3, one from myself, Supervisor Peskin, and Supervisor Ronan. I will start with today's commendations, and I am honoring the partners that made the Bayview Community Hub possible during our emergency COVID response. This was actually modeled after the work of the Latino Task Force in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Bayview Hub was established on February 12, 2021 at the Southeast Community Facility to provide comprehensive services for testing, vaccines, food security, employment assistance, housing relief, and many more services. Our partners include Rafiki Coalition, the San Francisco African American Faith-Based Coalition, Visit Healthcare, Young Community Developers, the Bayview YMCA, Both Sides of the Conversation, Bayview Hunters Point Community Advocates, 3rd Street Youth Clinic, Umoja Health, and the Southeast Community Facility. As key partners of the COVID-19 Task Force, their work ensured the delivery of safe, reliable, and culturally responsive COVID-19 vaccine services at 1800 Oakdale and Bayview. Over 11,000 vaccines to local residents were administered through the end of August 2022. Thank you for your service to the people in City and County of San Francisco, and we wish you continued success and the best in your future endeavors from our community. I want to personally thank all the partners of the Bayview Hub. As you know, our community suffered a great deal during the pandemic, and without your work, your support, your compassion, your care for community, we would not have been able to address the needs of community, particularly during that rough time for our community. So thank you so much. We have certificates for our organizations, and we'll stand and take a picture in front of the well. Thank you so much. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, I think many of you know firsthand from your patronage the Zuni Cafe, which is a legendary meeting place not far from here at City Hall on Mid-Market, where in the old days I used to go for lunch with then President of the Board, Tom Amiano, over 20 years ago. And it's a place where everyone from creative folks and City Hall denizens and everyday San Franciscans get together and enjoy the incredible offerings and impeccable service that Zuni Cafe is known for. And so today it's my privilege to honor Nathan Norris, commonly known as Chef Nate, affectionately known as Chef Nate, who is leaving Zuni after almost 20 years for a new chapter in the great state of Maine. For the last almost 5 years, Nate has served as Zuni's executive chef and chief ambassador. Chef Nate accomplished something truly remarkable in his tenure at Zuni Cafe. Not only did he steer this beloved, iconic San Francisco restaurant through a pandemic that crippled many others in the industry, but at the same time, he managed to unite communities throughout the shutdown when we all starkly saw the inequities that the pandemic only exacerbated. So while for some, Zuni Cafe is best known for Judy Rogers' legendary roast chicken and Caesar salads, or for the critical role it played in queer visibility after its gay founder Billy West opened just 3 months after the assassination of former Supervisor Harvey Milk, I think it's safe to say that Chef Nate has marked this era at Zuni with a rallying cry for racial and social justice. Under his leadership, Zuni Cafe has branded the restaurant as a safe and welcoming space for all San Franciscans, where lively public discourse and service with dignity can coincide with the standard of culinary excellence that Zuni Cafe has become known for all over the world. Chef Nate was at the forefront of efforts to use the pandemic as an opportunity to rethink and reimagine the restaurant industry and its often controversial work culture. The Zuni Cafe Instagram page featured mouthwatering masterpieces side by side with calls to action on any number of the social issues of our time. He was also at the forefront of an industry-wide shift in labor practices, eliminating tipping as the primary source of income for restaurant workers in an effort to ensure that all employees are paid equitably. Instead of tips, Zuni instituted a mandatory 20% service fee on all meals, which is then allocated for payroll costs, primarily wages, and is spread about the restaurant equally. He has been an ally to the Black Lives Matter movement, has challenged our common understanding of policing, which we're going to discuss later on today's agenda, and the best ways to address public safety, as well as sexual harassment in the workplace. After such a long time making his mark at Zuni and in the food justice and culinary worlds, it is time that we bid Chef Nate adieu as he and his partner Annie make their way to Maine for their next adventure. His last night will be, I don't know when it is, Sunday? October 2nd. So Chef Nate, we thank you for your service and wish you all the best.
And before you speak, Chief, Supervisor Preston would like to say something.
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you for all of your words, Supervisor Paskin. I just really wanted to echo those and just add to it my thanks to Nate and his team. You know, we've all experienced the sadness of some of the things we've lost in different parts of our district through the redistricting process, and Zuni Cafe is one of those sad losses for District 5. So your gain, Supervisor Dorsey, our loss. But I really want to, I think Supervisor Peskin said it well. I think many of us are familiar with the phenomenal food of Zuni. I think a lot of folks aren't as familiar with just what Supervisor Peskin addressed, the deep connection to social, economic, and racial justice movements that Nate has really prioritized, and the connection and understanding that the things we do in this political space, the things that we do in City Hall are not something separate from the quality of life for workers, for how Zuni treats folks who are unhoused and on the streets near the restaurant. And I just can't thank Nate enough for connecting those dots so often for our office, for the public, and for the staff and patrons of Zuni. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Dorsey.
And I just want to associate myself with those remarks also and acknowledge how happy I am to be representing Zuni Cafe on the Board of Supervisors, one of my favorite, actually probably my favorite restaurant, and I'm glad that the Caesar salad was brought up because I believe it is the world's best, along with the burger. I also just want to say how meaningful it is. I know one of the things that Zuni has done over the years during the AIDS crisis was instrumental in raising funds for that. So I just wanted to also express my gratitude and good luck in Maine. As a former New Englander, it's a great place to be. I'm sad you're leaving San Francisco, but best of luck to you.
All right.
Thanks for the acknowledgement. I want to thank Sunny for who brought me out here today. So appreciate the words from all of you and the brief time here. I know you have a lot of important work that's going on here, especially as we move forward in this meeting. And I just hope that the issues about that are going to be brought up here about workers and about kind of abuses of power within the governmental structure of the city, and how those issues are really, we're going to go over some issues about the lack of democracy, I think, through our city government here. We're going to go over the issues with workers at the airport, and I think those things are really critical, as Supervisor Preston highlighted, about things that are quality of life for the people that live and work in San Francisco. And I just hope that as you do your work and representing us here in San Francisco, that there is there's an oppressed underclass of people that work in these ventures. And so any effort that I've made at Zuni Cafe to make things better for workers, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket. And I mean, the industry that I work in is based on an underclass of people, and there's only so much that we can do in this city. A lot of that has to do with our country as a whole and how things are structured. But I encourage you to recognize that as a reality here in the city, and I think the workers at the airport are going to be a really good representation of the type of oppression that I'm talking about that continues to go on. So anyway, thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, and congratulations again, Chief. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, despite the fact that he tried to escape us with no fanfare, I am very excited to be honoring John Scarpula today for his 11 years of service with the Public Utilities Commission. You can go ahead and give him a hand. Born in the Haight-Ashbury and raised in the Jordan Park neighborhood, John Scarpula is a fifth-generation San Franciscan. He attended Santa Clara University, where he received a BS in marketing and ultimately went to the San Jose University, where he got his master's in urban planning. Growing up in the city, Scarpula was always drawn to public service and finding ways to make his community better. So in 2011, John joined the PUC, first as a program and project manager, then as a manager of policy and government affairs, and finally as the director of strategic initiatives and partnerships. John has always been known for his kindness and will always go out of his way to help. I can't tell you how many calls I've gotten for John while he's on vacation in Mexico just to respond to an email or a request that I had. It's truly always going above and beyond. When the pandemic hit and the city was in search of a chief of staff for its COVID command center, John was an obvious choice. He was handpicked to run the command center during its first 6 months of operation and during a time of so much fear and uncertainty. When asked about taking on this role, John said if there was a fire, I could choose to either run towards it or run away. During this crisis, I didn't even think twice. I ran towards the fire because I knew my skill set would serve the city and my community during a time of need. This is just an example of the amazing person that John is. John loves Bay Area rap music, Seinfeld, and traveling. John is known to get along with everyone, and we know that's not always easy when dealing with city politics and politicians. You would be hard-pressed to find someone in San Francisco who does not love and respect him. He's got an amazing sense of humor and is constantly making everyone around him laugh. John has been an amazing colleague and a friend, although he's leaving us to go travel the world. Lucky, lucky you. We are hopeful that this is not the last time we will see him. Congratulations on your 11 years of service, and we wish you all the best, and we're going to miss you so much.
John, before you speak, we have a few colleagues who want to say a few words. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. I think that Supervisor Ronan summed it up really well, but no job too big or too small for John Scarpula. When we each get a couple of hundred emails a day, and somewhere in there is a question that you have never gotten before about something that implicates the PUC, whether it has to do with electricity or a street light that's out or a water bill, and you tender that to John Scarpula, and it is dealt with in record time, and there's follow-up to make sure that it actually happened. And then when you delve into the big policy issues that we wrestle with, water deliveries down the Tuolumne and their impacts on fish and recreation and our water supply, or electrical policy as we continue our long struggle to take title to the Pacific Gas and Electric local electrical distribution system. He is helpful and knowledgeable about all of those issues. So to every department in city government, if you are looking for what a good liaison to the Board of Supervisors looks like, emulate Mr. Scarpula. Have a good time in Mexico.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. I just have to chime in and just add my voice to the chorus. I feel this loss deeply. My colleagues have already spoken to your intelligence and skills in this job. I want to talk about your emotional intelligence, because you are one of the just kindest people I've ever encountered in city government, generous to a fault with your time and expertise, and always so respectful of others. And just, I think that you are that rare combination of skills, intelligence, strategic, just acumen, and emotional intelligence. Your kindness and generosity, just, I'm going to miss you deeply. As somebody who has a very large footprint of the PUC in my district with, Lake Merced and Fort Funs, I mean, everything, I'm going to always be thinking about you, John Scarpula, but I know that you are going to do great in your career whatever you do after you come back from traveling the world. And like Supervisor Ronan, I'm also very jealous. Thank you.
And John, as you come to the microphone, I just really want to say that you are a 100% class act. There are very few people that are dedicated and as committed as you. And one of the things I really love about you is a lot of times in the bureaucracy within city government, people always talk about the things they can't do, what they can't accomplish, and you always work towards a resolution and really make things happen, and you get us to a point where we always can. And so I really want to appreciate you for that, because you've had to work with some very difficult situations at times, but you've always been able to work through and get to a point where we're successful in what we're trying to achieve as a city. So definitely just want to thank you for your service and really look forward to you coming back to San Francisco at some point. Thank you, John. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan and the whole entire board for your kind words. I'm truly humbled. I don't like being in the center of attention like this. As a kid growing up in San Francisco, I always wanted to work for the city. My parents said that when I was really young, I used to get super excited whenever a green and white San Francisco Water Department truck would drive by. I'd point and yell and wave, and if the plumbers in the truck waved back, I would light up with joy. So I was a pretty simple kid, but that's what sort of gave me joy at that time. And then fast forwarding to my 20s, I started to progress towards this goal of working for the city. I studied city planning, as Supervisor Ronan mentioned, and really focused all of my attention and studies to how cities and towns and regions interact with water, actually. And how can cities best capture and reuse it? And how can we recycle water? And how can we do it in the most sustainable way? And then most importantly, I really wanted to focus on how we can ensure that drinking water is a human right for everyone in this state, regardless of their background or housing status. And so that's really what I enjoyed focusing on. So I joined the SFPUC over 11 years ago as an intern, and just have felt so blessed to have been able to work with my colleagues at the PUC and the leaders on this board and in the mayor's office over the past 11 years on these issues. I'm really, really proud of the work that we've collectively completed towards making San Francisco one of the most sustainable cities in the world, all the while promoting values and programs centered on equity and moving resources towards our most vulnerable communities. However, what really drove me over the last 11 years were the thousands of human interactions I was lucky enough to have. What inspired and motivated me every day was to be able to help San Franciscans, especially those who may have had challenging experiences with government in the past. I would do whatever I could to support them in getting what they needed to better their lives, whether it be a street light in front of a school because the parents were worried about their kids crossing a dark intersection, or helping someone get enrolled in our customer assistance programs, or partnering with our leaders at the Department of Emergency Planning during the COVID pandemic to install drinking water stations throughout areas where there were large unhoused folks. That's really what I take pride in doing over the past 11 years. I really just wanted, honestly, for people to think our city was a helpful place and that we had incredible public servants. So with that, I really want to thank all of you for trusting me and connecting me with the folks in your district that needed support or help, or the young folks that wanted to learn about water or working in government. I want to thank you all for your collaboration and the great things we moved forward together. But mostly I want to thank all of you and your incredible staff and Madam Clerk and her incredible staff on the clerk's office for your friendship. That's really what meant the most to me. I think of you all as my friends, and I'm really going to truly miss working with all of you like we got to do every day. We did some really beautiful things together that I'm really proud of. So I am fairly sad that this chapter of my life is closing, but I'm excited for the next chapter. And I'm really excited to share our San Francisco values of inclusion and empathy and equality and love with all the folks that I meet on my journey. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Right on.
And congratulations again, John. And we have one more colleague who would like to say a few words.
Sorry. It's not often. I just want to say to John, I'm really sad to see you go. There's not many people that when you pick up the phone in government that you know the minute you get them on the other end of the phone and explain the situation to them, that a solution will come not within minutes. He's not a miracle worker, but oftentimes within hours, within a few hours, the situation is solved. Always pleasant, always in a good humor, always about problem solving. And if I can say anything, having worked on the other side, I know some of us on the Board of Supervisors have worked within city government, it's one of the things that I want others to emulate, is that there's such a good collegial respect, posture, and implementation view from John Scarpula. Honest to God, John, I am so sad to see you go, but so happy to your next journey, to the next endeavor in your life. I know you'll make an impact, and I think you've had a tremendous, tremendous impact in the city and county of San Francisco. And I'm so, so happy that Supervisor Ronan honored you here today, because it's truly people like you that need to be recognized for their work. Thank you.
Can we all take a picture with John in the well? And as you can see, we are at capacity in the chamber, so we do have overflow room in room 263, just FYI for everybody. Madam Clerk, can you continue with roll call?
Yes, we heard first from Supervisor Marr. Next is Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have one item, colleagues. Today I'm calling for a hearing on the labor situation at the Felton Institute. As many of you know, this very important institution provides social services, innovative social services to our city. 95% of their funding comes from government. They're one of the most important providers of early care services and child care. Having worked being our appointee on the First Five Commission, I have seen the high quality of the work. However, there is a situation with SEIU 1021 that represents some of the workers and is attempting to represent all. Management has not approached this in the way that we would expect in San Francisco. In fact, there's allegations that there's been intimidation and even calling the police on some of the workers that are trying to unionize. I am requesting a hearing at the Budget and Finance Committee. They do receive much of their funding from our city. We worked really hard in getting Baby Prop C passed so that we could increase the wages of workers who work with small kids in early care. It is the main impediment to having universal childcare. The lack of workers and the lack of space, frankly. But this issue is an issue of economic dignity for this mostly female people of color workforce. And so I am introducing this along with Supervisor Preston, who also has the main headquarters of Felton Institute in his district, even though Felton Institute provides services all over our city. I look forward to getting to the bottom of this and, also that we are all on the same page in our city about how to treat unionization efforts for organizations that receive city funding. Thank you. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Peskin.
Submit.
Submit. Thank you. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. President, I see it's 1 minute to 3. My introduction will be a number of minutes. I'm wondering if you want to
Keep talking for a minute.
You want me to get started, or?
You know what? No, why don't we do this, Madam Clerk?
I can go. I just have a short thing.
That works for me.
We refer then, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on my work at MTC. There's been 3 projects relevant to San Francisco that we've been working on. One is the Mega Project Advancement Policy, which maps and coordinates funding strategies for major projects in the area. Sadly, MTC staff proposed a deprioritization of DTX, which has been a longstanding regional transit expansion priority. But after much organizing on the part of community and labor and environmental groups, the staff is taking another look, and our TA staff is working with them to try to increase the priority of this important project. Second, the Regional Active Transportation Network is a combined state, county, and city-nominated active transportation street and rail networks to create regional corridors that focus on equity, safety, mode shift, and growth areas. The network includes significant coverage of San Francisco and will be used to inform grant selection and endorsement projects. And then finally, the transit-oriented community policy would apply within a half-mile of high-quality transit stations region-wide. It sets density and parking restriction standards for residential, office, and commercial area. And, for the most part, we already comply with most of the options available, but this transit-oriented policy will bring the rest of the region or many other counties in line with San Francisco. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Mr. President.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan, and thank you for being an example for announcing your external updates. I do want to let you know, colleagues, we actually will go ahead and move forward with external updates for October 18th, but thank you for setting the example, Supervisor Ronan. Madam Clerk, would you please go to our first special order at 3 p.m.
Item 38 is a public hearing of the Board of Supervisors who have agreed to convene a committee of the whole today for the members of the public and the Board of Supervisors to hear and receive updates on the progress and implementation status of the United States Department of Justice recommendations regarding reforms within the police department.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, as you know, we have been working to achieve the reforms that were put upon the San Francisco Police Department by the Department of Justice. There were 220 reforms that we are supposed to move forward and see progress on. We know that some of them obviously have been achieved, but we still have some outstanding findings and obviously recommendations that we need to move forward and actually accomplish and achieve. And so we are going to hear from Chief Scott, who I do not see in the chamber, and I don't see him on. I had a feeling we would let the chief in, even with a full house. I did see him peek his head in, so. Thank you, Chief. And I know I believe, is joined by Director Catherine McGuire, as well as Lily Gamero and Diana Oliva Aroche.
Good afternoon, President Walton, members of the.
Can you please adjust the microphone so we can hear you best? Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Perfect. Thank
you. Great. Good afternoon, President Walton, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Catherine McGuire. I'm the Executive Director of the Strategic Management Bureau of the San Francisco Police Department. I will be updating on the Collaborative Reform Initiative today. And, sorry, I'm just pulling up my notes. And hope to give you a good sense of where we are and how our in-progress recommendations are progressing. that, I believe we have a presentation that is going to be shared, and we have documents that we're going to share with the members of the board as well.
Yes.
Great.
We'll come and pick that right up from you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As a reminder, our status remains where it was the last time we presented, which is with 245 recommendations in substantial compliance and 27 in progress recommendations. Next slide. Our collaborative reform initiative status by category shows how those 27 recommendations break down and how the substantially compliant recommendations also break down. As you can see, we have one category that is completely in substantial compliance, and that is our hiring, recruitment, and diversity objective. And the other recommendations are, as you see them there, with 7 in each of accountability, bias, and use of force, and 6 remaining in community policing. Next slide. In order to sustain our work, as you can imagine, the US DOJ and the California DOJ smartly required that we continuously look at the things that we've been doing and improve upon them. And so what we are doing is we set up a calendar, an annual calendar of general reviews and targeted reviews. And what those reviews do and how they're separated really is that the general reviews are for recommendations that don't have any sort of report or review that is specified in the response to those recommendations. And so we examine the conditions in order to ensure that they are still or improving conditions in order to reach the conditions that existed to reach sustainable compliance or substantial compliance. And so the targeted reviews are those that are on recommendations that require a regular report or audit or review of some kind. And so, next slide. At the end of the year, we compile a report, and our staff inspections unit, which is the internal audit function in the professional standards and principal policing unit, it's our internal audit function. So they take a look at all of the documents that have been submitted to show compliance, and they generate a report that goes to our commanding officer of the professional standards and principal policing unit, and that commanding officer summarizes and reports the findings and proposes ways to address them as needed, and routes that memo to the chief of police. And so as you can see throughout the year, there's a lot of detail there's a lot of detail in a lot of these slides, and I won't cover it all in my presentation and my talking points, but ultimately, as you can see, it's really laid out there what the specific tasks are for each point in the year. Next slide, please. And now I will transition to our remaining recommendations, and we can go to the next slide. And you'll see on this slide, we're showing 4 projects that really speak to 23 of the 24 recommendations. So we've grouped together recommendations that the same work will address. So, for instance, our records management system will assist us. Either we'll create a system that allows us to track arrests accurately, and will also provide a better ability to track use of force. And so therefore, with that system, the progress on that system will allow us to get to the ultimate objective of meeting these recommendations. The other 3 projects are data-informed personnel development, community policing annual plans, and management tools and data analysis. Next slide, please. One of the things that I think it's really important for this body to understand and for the community at large to understand is that when we provide these updates, within each project that we're working on, there is a component that addresses disparities. So what you see in this slide is really designed to show that. So the items on the left are representative of the National Justice Database Analytical Framework that was created by the Center for Policing Equity. And they not only did a review of the city and county of San Francisco since the US DOJ report, and they continue to be an academic partner with SFPD, but they also have this framework that they go about using whenever they conduct an analysis in any city. So their framework really represents, it talks about the contributing factors to disparities in policing, and really they talk about individual officers' actions, they talk about policies and culture, including command direction, they talk about the relationship of the department with the community, and external factors external to the department, including community characteristics and individual characteristics. All of those combined show up in our data and elsewhere as a disproportionate representation or disparities. The approaches that we're taking to address those things are these projects that are remaining in CRI. They are also representative of the work that we have been doing to date, either in CRI or elsewhere in the department to address those disparities. So as you can see, there are projects that are represented. All 4 of the projects have, as I mentioned, some element that addresses disparities. And then the sustainability piece is, in particular, I think it's really important to underscore the need for policy revision, and that's a really long process, but as you know, it is so critical in order to tell our officers how to do their work such that we can mitigate the tendencies for implicit bias to influence their actions or for our culture to influence those actions. And then finally, you'll see training, all of the training that we put in place and training yet to discover is really critical to reducing that impact on communities of color, and then our adjustments to a traditional law enforcement responses. So engaging with the community a little bit more deeper around what they want as a response, and also really the alternative responses that this body and others have come up with in order to not always have law enforcement be the primary response. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll go to our first big project, which is tracking and analyzing arrests and uses of force. This represents 6 recommendations of those 27 outstanding recommendations. As you can see on the slide, we've got the objectives from CRI and how it's achieved. So this is all of the tasks that we need to do. And the milestones that we've accomplished, well, the timeline and status, the milestones accomplished, and the upcoming milestones. The idea with this template presentation is that we'll present the same information each time we come to you, but we'll give you more context surrounding what's happening. But then those milestones and milestones accomplished and forthcoming will change. So as you can see, as you can see, for tracking and analyzing arrests and use of force, the biggest lift for this project is implementing an RMS. And an RMS is a records management system. That system will allow for us to be both NIBRS compliant and will also allow us to properly track arrests, track a more robust data set surrounding uses of force, because everything is captured with the incident data. And then we'll be able to conduct deeper analyses on use of force and arrests. And so that is essentially what this set of recommendations is asking of us. Track it, report on it. Next slide, please. The Data-Informed Personnel Development Project represents 9 recommendations of the 27. And this is really, 3 of those are really centered on performance evaluations, and we felt that it was really important to marry performance evaluations with an officer dashboard so that we have data for our supervisors to reference and look at in order to understand how officers are spending their time, how they're interacting with the community, and give them information on the demographics of those interactions such that we can improve on performance that needs to be improved or affirm performance that is going well. So, and then we would, through that process, address inequitable and disparate treatment of any specific community. That work is already underway, and we have a draft dashboard that our supervisors are reviewing. Our captains are looking at it, and we need to dig deeper on this. And so we're working with a vendor that we already were in contract with that is it is included in their scope that we contracted for to develop out this ability to really understand and kind of develop a method of understanding who might be part of those, might be an officer that could be over-policing in certain communities. Next slide, please. The Community Policing Annual Plans and Advisory Forums, really this is 5 recommendations, and at the heart of it is our ability to fully realize, expand, and scale the work that was proposed by the Community Policing Working Group under the CRI, and really we want to get that work solidified, formalized, and routine. And so that is underway, and I believe that our publication of a community policing manual will be a big milestone that will help take us down the road of meeting substantial compliance. Next slide. And then the 4th and final project is our management tools and discipline metrics and reporting. The work that needs to be accomplished here is really the use of data that we already have to make data-driven decisions. So, and we're already doing a lot of this, and we've got a business intelligence system that now pulls in records and pulls in data from a bunch of disparate systems that then we've populated into a management dashboard. The work that has to be done there is really developing the policy and procedures surrounding the use of that management dashboard and how our supervisors, our command staff, our personnel really use that data and what's the best use for that data, and then iterate on it and improve it. Finally, last slide. We do have 4 recommendations that are standalone, as we call them. These are really recommendations that have one item left, so to speak. And so for recommendation 55-2, that recommendation really has to do with reporting aggregate data of complaints about, and providing demographics on those and how we are really the complaints, their outcomes, and the trends, both from a demographic perspective and the type of complaints, so that then we can make improvements on them. And the data preparation is complete, the draft reporting is developed, and we have to go through an approval and iteration process before that's final. Recommendations 39 and 41, those represent comprehensive organizational annual strategic plans for community policing. And those plans, we've gone through one cycle of developing those annual plans, and they are on our website. And now we're really doing the hard work of improving those and working more with the community on making sure that that work is thorough and responsive to our community needs. And then finally, recommendation 1.1. This recommendation was a big recommendation, as you can imagine, being the first one. The final outstanding piece on that is an evaluation of what gives rise, of the circumstances that give rise to the use of deadly force. And that work has a draft plan ready to go on how we're going to conduct that analysis. We intended to work with academics from around the country, or we intended to select an academic to work with. We didn't get any interest in this work. So we actually have in our unit a PhD who does qualitative research work. And so we have asked him to develop this plan and work on that and evaluation. Next slide, please. With that, I'm concluding my remarks and happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you, Director McGuire. I wanted to ask Chief Scott a question on, and thank you for the presentation, the update on the latest data. I think, the pattern, and we've talked about this at prior updates, is we continue to make progress on achieving these reforms, but it continues not to, in any meaningful way, at least from the data, change the racial disparities that really are persisting and really are flat here, even over all these different periods. So my question is, when we look at use of force, we've have 51 of these reforms with substantial compliance, only 7 that are still in progress. With bias, 47 reforms substantially completed, only 7 in progress. So looking at those categories, my question, Chief Scott, is do you believe that the remaining 14 reforms that are in progress in the bias and the use of force categories will change existing racial disparities in stops and searches and use of force data?
Excuse me. Thank you, Supervisor President. Yes, I do. I don't think any one of them is going to be, by itself, a solution. But I think in totality, when everything comes together, I do think we will turn the corner on reducing the bias that we see in our stops and our arrests and our use of force. The dashboard is one of the recommendations that remains to be yet to be finished, and we've come a long way on that. We have, as Director McGuire stated, a vendor on board that's going to help us complete that project. And just the ability to have the analysis to look at trends and address them and dissect them, I think will help us understand what we need to focus on to reduce bias. So I do think that we will turn the corner on that. There are other things in the work, like the traffic enforcement policy that the Commission has already put a draft out, and we're in the process of a community feedback, and as well as SFPD members. And we hope to have that policy completed, hopefully before the end of this year for sure. I know the Commission is working and pushing very hard to get that policy into fruition. So those are significant steps, I believe, that will help us turn the corner. These recommendations in and of themselves, there's not any one recommendation I think is going to do it, is the answer to that question. But just like we saw a reduction of use of force over the last 5 years when we changed the policy, although there are still disparities, we saw a significant reduction in use of force and a significant reduction, more significant in terms of the reduction for the African American Black demographic. So steps in the right direction, but we still have issues that we have to fix.
And do you have an explanation for why we're not seeing a decrease in the disparities despite the progress on reforms to date?
I believe there are some decreases, but we're not seeing what we want to see. And I do believe that when you dissect, for instance, our use of forces and our traffic stops, let me speak to traffic stops. One of the beliefs, and this is based on research and based on some of our work with our academic partners, in particular the Center for Policing Equity, that issued a set of recommendations. One is to ban pretext stops. The department is in favor of that and supportive of that, and the policy still has more work to do. But the belief is that pretext stops is one of the drivers of disparities. There's a lot of discretion for officers, and although it is legal, we think that that's going to make a difference, a tremendous difference. So that's something that's on the table right now, and we hope to see that come to fruition and then get that put in practice. And I think that's going to be significant, in my opinion, based on the research and the advice that we're getting from a lot of our academic partners. And we think that's going to be significant. How we address crime, particularly violent crime. I mean, the statistics are sadly that the percentage of our violent crime victims and offenders is largely African American and Hispanic. So how do we get to a better place when we address those issues? We have to be very strategic and surgical. That's our work with California partnerships, and we are really focusing on not just solving cases and enforcement, but other parts of the puzzle that we hope will help drive down violent crime and also prevent us from just using enforcement. And what I mean by that, service, not necessarily the police department providing those services, but we help facilitate services for those most at risk. And we went into this strategy hoping that it would be a driver of reducing disparities. We still have to investigate the shootings and the homicides, but we have to get at the other piece as well to drive down the touches of the criminal justice system as much as we can do that and where appropriate, and find other ways to address violent crime. Because when you look at the disparities just in that component of crime, it's largely people of color. And our focus is always high on violent crime, and if that's what our focus is, that's going to add to the problem unless we find alternative ways to address it. So we do think those things will make a difference, but we need something that makes a difference a lot faster than the pace that we're going, and we definitely understand that, and we're working toward that.
Thank you, Chief, and appreciate you naming the pretext stops. We've talked about that at prior hearings, and I do think there are reforms, and then there are reforms that may have a high impact on the disparities that we're trying to address. And I fully agree that one and getting that right, and the police commission's momentum on that is probably the one most likely, as you said, to have that kind of impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. Thank you, Chief, for being here, and thank you for the presentation. So I had two questions. One is about the specific recommendations that are still to be implemented. I agree with you and my colleague, Supervisor Preston, that there are some recommendations that have high impact or high potential for impact. And I was interested in 28.4 and 28.5, which have to do with culture. With an organizational culture and recognition of bias and, sort of early recognition of behaviors and redirecting. And I think that, all of us who have been in organizations and part of human endeavors recognize that culture change is one of the most difficult energy consuming things that a leader can do, and I appreciate your leadership, Chief Scott, but I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what you're doing specifically to move these recommendations, and how, if you're going to get there on these two, and also how you are assessing success on them, because I'm really interested in knowing what you're thinking about that.
Yes, so that's a question that hopefully I get a few minutes to talk about, because that is a really big part of addressing the mindset of how we think. And when I say we collectively, SFPD and academics and people that research this topic of bias, particularly in policing, say over and over again that mindset and what we think, and whether it be implicit biases that we're not aware that we have, or explicit. Mindset drives how you act and react to situations when you're in the field in policing. So our training that is guided around really understanding bias and implicit biases, we all have them one way or another, is a part of driving our mindset to understand what our biases are. We have implemented Bias Sync. That's a cloud-based bias training. The implicit bias training that we've been doing for several years now is still ongoing. We also, have some very candid discussions around race and historical racism that has impacted policing in our society. And being able to have those conversations, honestly, and really confront the issues is the first step in understanding where the problems are and trying to address them. So those conversations have been ongoing in a formal way for us for over a year now, which includes, looking back at our history, policing and civil rights and the breaches of civil rights in our society and how policing has played a part in that. Those aren't necessarily easy discussions to have, but they're discussions that are absolutely necessary because we have to understand what's driving this, and some of it is historical and thought processes that have been passed down through generations and reactions to policing because of mistrust and things that we really have to wrap our minds and our arms around. So those conversations are happening. You take the Sojourn tour with Sojourn to the Past, where we really understand kind of some of our history. That has been very well received by our members, and we've taken recruits, command staff, and every rank in between. And we plan to continue that, but those are things that really get at mindset and culture. Some of the institutional things that have been put in place, members of this board, I think it was Supervisor Walton and Sophie and Haney, Supervisor Haney when he was here, who changed some of the civil service rules around bias and our promotion process, goes a long way. As it stands now, because of those rule changes, if there are sustained complaints with bias, a member does not get to promote in the department. Significant change. And it's a change that we welcomed in the department, and I think those types of things over time will change the culture. I mean, that one is huge. Of course, we have our Department of Police Accountability that investigates bias complaints, and a lot of our work with DPA is about when we have these complaints that come forward, we have a discipline review board where we can talk about ways to get better at it. And although there are very few complaints that are sustained, still what we learn from those investigations are lessons learned that we use to try to get better and address this cultural issue. The academy and what we're teaching in the academy and how we're teaching in the academy. I mean, it really begins there with the recruits. Infusing the bias training in the academy, or anti-bias training. We took our recruits on these historical journeys that I just described, and we plan to continue that. All go to addressing culture. And as the department turns over, we have older members that retire, younger members that come on. Over time, you see the mindset shift. And I do think we're moving along. We're a more diverse department than we were in years past, and our recruitment is more diverse. We've shown the charts to this board as far as our diversity and recruitment, and it's pretty significant changes in diversity just in the last 7 years. So those things help too, because when you have diversity, you have perspectives of people who come from communities, whatever the communities they are, Latinx communities, African American, Black, Chinese or AAPI communities. And when all those perspectives come into play and we understand each other's perspectives, you have a much better chance of moving the needle on addressing culture and mindset. So those are just a few of what we're doing.
Thank you, Chief. I would just encourage you to think about how to quantify that. So we hope that eventually, as Supervisor Preston was talking about, this leads to a reduction in use of force, numbers. That's what we all want. And, as a culture shifts, I'm encouraging you to think about a way to quantify that. How do we know that the tools that you're using are actually yielding the results that you wish for in terms of culture change? And I know it's difficult to measure, change in culture, but there are folks, who have done that. This is, we're not unique in this issue. So that was all that I was trying to get to. And thank you so much for your thoughtful answer. Just one last question, and that was about the standalone recommendations, and that during the presentation, you said that there was a PhD, person in your department who was doing this because there was no interest from an academic institution. And I'm wondering if that is sufficient in terms of meeting the recommendation? Because it seems like, you know, as part of an institution, you would have, you know, supervision and a structure, you know, sort of academic rigor, you know, but versus there being just one person. And I'm wondering if, you know, we can say we're meeting the recommendation if it's only, you know, a person who's employed by the department. That doesn't seem like it would. So maybe you can answer the question. I'm sorry.
And before Director McGuire, one thing that I did mention, I'll just say this briefly, with one of our academic engagements with the Center for Policing Equities, we are in the midst of agreeing on a program called CompStat for Justice. And what that is really what you just described. What they're going to help us do is how to quantify and analyze a lot of what I just said, and what does that mean in terms of of how we police. Okay. So we've already MOU assigned, I believe, for the CompStat for Justice. We haven't started. We just started. We signed the MOU, so now we're going to work with the Center for Policing Equities on developing that CompStat for Justice program. I will keep you all, as well as our police commission, posted on that, because I think that is one of the things that will help us do exactly what you just said. Find a way to quantify what we're talking about and report out as to whether it's effective or whether it's working.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. McGuire.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. So to capitalize or add to what the Chief is saying about our partnership with CPE, they are in the data collection phase again with the department. So they had looked at data that went, I believe, to 2018, 2020. And so we're ready for them to take another look at our data. And they're doing a deeper dive on data. So more data, more review of all of the potential quantitative areas that they can look at. The question with respect to the PhD, we are hoping to set up a review committee. So this is kind of similar to how a PhD might go, which is the dissertation, the thesis has to be defended and all of those things. So we're in the process of kind of thinking about that and how it would look. So we certainly want to have some other PhDs from outside of the department potentially who understand policing maybe come and join that committee, but we're really exploring that. It's very early, so.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Chief, did you have something else?
Oh, no, okay. I was just stepping back up to the mic, President.
Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, President Walton. Thank you, Chief and Director McGuire. You know, I wanted to ask about use of force reforms. Full disclosure to everybody, I worked in the police department for 2 years, but actually most of my familiarity with this goes back many years before that in the city attorney's office, where use of force issues and problems would play out in civil litigation at sometimes substantial costs to taxpayers, before that, in ways that preceded your tenure here. My sense was that early in the collaborative reform initiative process, some of the early work that SFPD did really led the nation. I know that for those who are familiar with the 8 can't wait use of force reforms that Campaign Zero has been pushing for, San Francisco led the nation, was I believe the first in the nation to implement all 8 can't wait. As we stand here today, I was just checking on the website, there's now 10 cities that have implemented all weight and another 12 are on the way. But it's concerning that we've got, after a great start on use of force reforms, there's 7 that aren't there. And it looks to me like some of this is, at least 6 of the 7 that we're still in progress on are involving IT and technology issues. Can you elaborate on what the issue is and what you need from the city, or is there issues that are in the way of the needed progress to finish the 7 remaining items on use of force?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. So some of our work and the completion of that work revolves around the replacement of some of our technology systems, our records management system, which we did get support in the budget this year to really get that down the road, and that's great because that's a long needed change. The work around our early intervention system. We now have a contract with a company named Benchmark, and that was a long time coming. That actually, we're excited about that. I mean, we still have some work to do to build out the system that they're working on right now as we speak. We just met with them today, as a matter of fact. But we're excited about what that can do in terms of identifying officers who are at risk of becoming involved in significant events like significant use of forces or significant personnel issues and things like that. That work is we got funded for in this budget. And a lot of what we need to actually make the dashboard that we keep talking about work is rooted in our ability to complete those types of projects. So now that we've gotten the funding to get that down the road, we anticipate, several years before we actually have the risk management system completed. But that's going to be significant. And as Director McGuire described, some of those recommendations that revolve around completion and implementation of technology can't be completed, in our estimation, until that technology is on board. So very significant. We talk a lot about data and the collection of data, and we need to be a lot more efficient in how we do that. These systems will help us do that, like arrest records, and really diving into accurate and timely arrest records so we can really dive into that data. Can't be completed without these systems being significantly, not just upgraded, but overhauled and replaced.
And is it possible to elaborate on, beyond the 272 recommendations from DOJ on use of force, above and beyond the call of duty, is the city or has the SFPD taken action on use of force reforms beyond that?
Oh, yeah, yes, we are. The linchpin of our use of force was changing the policy in 2016. When that was done, as you said, it was I would say an industry leader in terms of use of force policies. Many cities have modeled it. Some of the state legislation has modeled it, and we saw a significant reduction. We're talking about 60% reduction from the implementation of that policy to now. Further revisions of the policy happened last year and this year to even make it better and tighter. So we did see an increase in use of force because we lowered the threshold of what's reportable force. And that was a recommendation from one of our academic partners, the Center for Policing Equity. That was one of their recommendations. But it goes beyond. We had already completed the use of force, that particular use of force, or the cluster of recommendations around policy. But we didn't stop there. We went beyond that, and we will continue to go beyond that because reform is not a one-shot thing. It's ongoing. Policies have to stay relevant. They have to be revised. Policing changes, the public expectation changes, and we have to be nimble enough and progressive enough to think sustainability when we implement reform, and that's what this department is committed to doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. And Chief, I do have a couple of questions, but first I want to make a correction for the record. I believe I said 220 recommendations at the beginning of the hearing, and it's actually 272. But Chief, I hear the talk or the insinuation of us moving in the right direction, in the forward direction. But I think in the beginning of Ms. McGuire's statements, the first thing she said was, we're at the same place we were last time we had a hearing, which was 6 months ago. So the data is not matching, and most certainly the report back is not matching this progress that is being stated. If I was to ask you, what's the timeline for us to achieve all 272 recommendations, which still will put us in a place where we have a lot more work to do, what would be that response?
In all, 4 years probably. I think all but four or five of the recommendations will be completed within the 2-year prediction that we predicted, I think on our last or the one before that, update to this board. There are, I think it's 5 recommendations, though, that are tied to the technology that I just described, and we will not be able to complete that until those technology objectives are met. So we believe that we'll be somewhere around the 267, 268 mark within 2 years. And then those that remain are tied to technology, and we do believe that they will be completed, however. I also want to just add, President Walton, the 27 that remain aren't at completion, but I want to be clear that work is being done to get us toward completion. So it does not mean that progress is not being made. We just aren't at completion yet, but we are working to get to completion.
But all 27 in the last 6 months?
None of them have been brought to completion in the last 6 months, no, but we're moving, we're working toward that.
And then I think I heard you say, but I want to make sure just for the record, did you say the police department is a supporter of stopping pretext stops? And when did that become the policy of the police department? Or when did the police department start saying on record that they support that?
Well, if you follow, these are public records, because our where we are right now, the police commission is on this, is we're having public input sessions, and which is public. SFPD members, anybody that wants to give input and language recommendations can do so. And those documents are being tracked by the police commission, and they're public. If you look at those documents, we've stated on the record what we're in favor of and where we think there needs to be some modifications. One of the things that we've stated on the record is pretext stops. Not only did we state we're in favor of pretext stops, the current draft of the policy.
In favor of stopping pretext stops?
Is stopping pretext stops. Thank you for that correction. The current draft of the policy, since it was drafted, we've received a report from one of our academic partners, Center for Policing Equities, and they had some recommendations that we actually believe will, and they're more restrictive on pretext stops. Their recommendation is a total ban. Right now, the policy has some exceptions in it. I support that recommendation, so we've made that known. There are still some language issues that we're not quite there yet as far as we, the department, but pretext stops is not one of them.
So I don't have any more questions right now. I don't see any colleagues on here. So, Madam Clerk, can we go to public comment on this item?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Public testimony is now welcome pertaining to the update on the findings and recommendations regarding law enforcement practices only. We'll first hear testimony from those present in the chamber. So if you want to speak on this item, please line up on your right-hand side, and then we'll hear from those joining us remotely. I'm not seeing anyone standing up who'd like to address the board on this matter who are currently in the chamber. So then we'll just go to the remote testimony. You must be connected to the call-in system, 415-655-0001. When you hear the prompt, enter the meeting ID, 2499-162-0695. And then press pound twice. You'll have joined the meeting. You will hear the discussion. You'll be muted and in the listening queue. Once you're connected, press *3. The system will indicate you've raised your hand. Mr. Atkins from the clerk's office. Do we have any callers in the queue? I should also state while we're waiting for Mr. Atkins, we're joined by interpreters from our partner agencies, the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, and Lando and Associates. Mr. Atkins, hang on one second. I'd love it if the interpreters could introduce themselves and the instruction in language to let individuals know how to connect to the remote system. Raymond Bordas for Filipino, Agnes Lee for Chinese, and Marty Dickinson for Spanish. Welcome.
Magandang hapon po. Ito po si Raymond mula sa Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, ang inyong katulong sa wikang Pilipino hanggang ikapitong ngayong gabi. Para magbigay ng komento, tumawag po 415-655-0001. Gamitin po ang meeting ID na 2499-162-0695 at pinitin simbolan pound dalawang ulit para makatama at madinig ang pagpupulong. Kapag nais magbigay ng pahayag, pinutin po ang *3 at maghintay pa ng hudyat na maaaring magsalita o marinig ang you have been unmuted. Maaari pong bigay komento sa loob ng 2 minuto. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
大家好，我係三藩市民政及移民辦事處嘅中文口譯員 Annis。現在是第38聽證議項嘅公眾評論環節，最主要有關執法做法嘅建議同埋研究結果嘅最新情況。如遠程參與會議嘅公眾人士要表達意見，請撥打415-655-0001之後輸入會議 ID 號碼2499-162-0695，然後再按兩次井號鍵。加入收聽會議之後，請再按先號加3號鍵排隊輪候發言。當你聽到提示音 You have been unmuted 已取消靜音，即表示你隨時可以開始發言。公眾人士嘅發言時間不得超過2分鐘，現場參與會議公眾人士將會優先發言。多謝 ，Thank you。
Buenas tardes, soy Marty Dickerson y estaré prestando servicios de interpretación al español. Para dar su comentario público, marque el 415-655-0001, seguido por el código de acceso 2499-162-0695, más la tecla del numeral 2 veces. Luego presione asterisco 3 y antes de empezar a hablar, espere a que el sistema le diga que su línea ha sido activada o en inglés, you have been muted. Usted tendrá 2 minutos para dar su comentario. Gracias. Thank you.
Thanks to all three of you for being with us this afternoon. All right, so let's go to our remote callers. Mr. Atkins, do we have a caller in the queue, please? We are setting the timer for 2 minutes. Hello, caller, are you with us? All right, perhaps that's an unattended line. Yes, let's go to our next caller, please.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have been trying to join the Police Commission virtually for quite a while, but the last agenda item for the Police Commission is dated May 25th of this year. So I'd really like the Police Commission to invite more people from the community by having the hours be after work hours and by posting virtual connections online. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please. Welcome, caller. All right, caller, if you haven't already, you should press *3. Are you with us,
Madam
caller?
Clerk, there are no further callers in the
Okay,
queue.
great. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Seeing no more public comment is now closed. And this hearing has been heard and is now filed. Colleagues, any more questions or anything for the department? If not, I would ask that we, why did I say filed? My apologies. This hearing is not filed. Forgive me for that. I actually want to continue this hearing to our meeting on February 14th, Valentine's Day. Do I have a second? Seconded by Supervisor Peskin. Madam Clerk, on a motion to continue the hearing till February.
Continuing item 38 to February, the date, Mr. President?
14th.
February 14th, 2023. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman absent. There are 10 ayes.
Thank you. Motion to continue item to our February 14th, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting carries. Madam Clerk, let's go to our 3 p.m., our next special order, 3 p.m. order, item number 39.
Item 39 is a public hearing of the Board of Supervisors who will convene a committee of the whole to host a public hearing on the Kaiser Permanente mental health care workers strike entering its 5th week and its effects on the city workers. the majority of whom are Kaiser patients and other San Franciscans, and requesting the Health Service Department, the Department of Public Health, the Chief Executive Officer of Kaiser Foundation Health Plan, Inc., and the Chief Executive Officer of the Permanente Medical Group to report.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank all the workers that are here from Kaiser and who work at SFO Airport. There's nothing more comforting to me than looking in the crowd and seeing amazing righteous workers in the legislative halls. So thank you, and thanks for your patience. Last month, on August 15th, over 2,000 Kaiser mental health care workers went on strike, protesting high caseloads and long wait times, often weeks or months, for patients to get treatment. For the past 7 weeks, these workers have been advocating for their patients' right to timely and clinically appropriate care. Workers often go on strike for their own working conditions, wages, and benefits. That is almost always completely and utterly righteous. But these workers are not continuing to strike for 7 weeks because of their own pay or their own benefits. They are striking because their patients are not receiving quality care. If that isn't heroism, I don't know what is. A majority of city workers are Kaiser patients. Kaiser is the largest provider of health care for the city and county of San Francisco. As of this year, Kaiser provides coverage for nearly 70,000 current and retired city workers. Despite being a giant in the private healthcare sphere, Kaiser has failed to provide adequate, timely behavioral health care for more than a decade. Kaiser has been found in violation of state laws multiple times, resulting in citations and complaints, a $4 million fine, and now a strike, which is entering its 7th week. Last October, Supervisor Chan called for a hearing regarding Kaiser's behavioral health services and wait times, in which clinicians and patients spoke of the detrimental effects of delays between the initial intake and assessment, as well as follow-up appointments. During the hearing, Kaiser blamed a workforce shortage for the delay and indicated that not only did they invest $30 million to help increase the number of mental health clinicians, but they intended to hire double the number of clinicians it has in the last 3 years. Yet following this hearing, little to nothing has changed in terms of how Kaiser handles behavioral health care. And if mental health care workers were unclear about whether or not it was worth it to work for Kaiser, watching their peers strike for 7 weeks because of inadequate care surely made hiring that much more difficult. Kaiser, it is time to settle this contract, to treat your workers and your patients with the respect and the care that they deserve.
Just a reminder, and as excited as I am, of course, to fight for our workers, let's make sure that if we want to express our positive response, just wave our hands. Thank you so much.
I want to emphasize that Kaiser is a private insurance provider, meaning that our city workers pay for this service and are entitled to it. Yet a lot of Kaiser patients, including my own friends and family members, often have to receive behavioral health care outside of Kaiser, despite the high amount of fees that we all pay to this insurance provider. Active city workers, when I found this out, I almost fell on the floor. Active city workers, as well as retired workers, pay nearly $40 million a month. $40 million a month And yet, if we suffer from anxiety or depression, we cannot see a therapist for months at a time. What are we paying for? This is completely unacceptable, and we need some accountability. Before I present the presenters that we have here today, I would like to mention that Kaiser refused to attend today's hearing. After meeting with the Kaiser representative on Friday to discuss the scope of the hearing, I was informed, or my legislative aide, Nikki Saini, and thank you so much for your tremendous work to prepare for this hearing, was informed that they will not appear. I am beyond disappointed and honestly frustrated to know that a provider that this city and county spends nearly $500 million a year to get care cannot attend a hearing to answer our questions about that care. That is unacceptable. I could go on all day, but and I know that my colleagues could as well, but we have some tremendous people to hear from today. Not only representatives from the city, like our director of San Francisco Health Service System, Abby Yant, who made time in her busy schedule to be here today. But also, we're going to hear from Ian Lewis, the Research and Political Director for the National Union of Healthcare Workers, Ilana Martucci-Morris and Alicia Cruz, two Kaiser mental health workers that have been on strike for 7 weeks and are leaving briefly the picket line, and who had the decency to show up today. Greta, Christina, and Michaela Selly, two Kaiser patients who, despite not receiving adequate care, made time in their busy schedules to be here today. And then finally, Director Hillary Cunnins, the Director of Behavioral Health, who is here to answer any questions. Thank you to all of you when the city and county holds an important hearing about a timely project for showing up today, unlike representatives from Kaiser. So first, I'd like to call up Director Abby Yant from the Health Services System, and wanted to ask if you have a presentation or if you're just available to answer questions.
And just real quick, I'm sorry, we do have a couple of colleagues that want to say a few words before we kick this off.
Sorry, Director Yant. We're going to hear from a couple colleagues first.
Two you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Mandelman.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just want to thank Supervisor Ronan for calling for this hearing. I think, you know, you speak for me. I think you speak for the entirety of the board. I know a lot of us have been out to march with the Kaiser workers. I happened to go out yesterday, and 7 weeks into this strike, I'm not sure what Kaiser management thinks a win looks like for them at this point, but turning your workforce against you, turning your partners like the City and County of San Francisco against you, that is not a win. And so, I have just, tremendous admiration, I think we all do, for these workers who have so bravely been out there fighting for themselves, but really fighting for their patients and fighting for, the actual delivery of mental health care through our private health care providers in California, which is such an important thing. So, my frustration with Kaiser grows. The state legislature has had to legislate specifically in response to Kaiser not stepping up and providing the mental health care that Californians deserve. There is a bill on the governor's desk, which I'm sure we would all agree he needs to sign before Friday to give the state some leverage in these conversations about actually just following the law. So, I am every bit as frustrated and worried, frankly, for Kaiser and for their patients, including the city employees who are Kaiser members. So, thank you for calling the hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton. Thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for bringing this to the board. I've unfortunately been to a few of these. Today we have two, but a few of these, not that many over the last couple of decades. And I think in each and every one of those, and indeed in the upcoming hearing on the airport, the employer has been represented because they wanted to tell their side of the story. And I was actually shocked when I saw Kaiser's letter, I guess it was yesterday or the day before, that they wouldn't even attend and tell us their side of the story, which makes me instantly understand what I kind of figured out a couple months ago, which is the workers' cause is absolutely righteous, and Kaiser needs to get their act together, and this is unconscionable. I do have questions at the appropriate time for Ms. Yant, because I've been around long enough that I remember conversations with her predecessor, Ms. Dodd, around this particular issue, and it's been a few years, and I'd love to know what our health service system is doing relative to our enrollees and whether or not they're getting the health care treatment that they need, and whether there has been any audits of behavioral health treatment records as it relates to our HSS Kaiser enrollees, but I can do that at the appropriate time as Supervisor Ronan sees fit.
Thank you. Or maybe that can get answered in the presentation.
Yeah.
Supervisor Melgar?
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for calling for this hearing. I just wanted to add my voice to say how profoundly disappointed I am in all of this. On a very personal level. So I've been a Kaiser member since I was 18 years old. All three of my girls were born at Kaiser hospitals, and I believe in Kaiser. You know, it's a nonprofit integrated healthcare system. So until we have universal healthcare that's owned by the government, nonprofit healthcare is, you know, a good model. When I was a city employee, to a member of the Board of Supervisors earlier, my career supervisor, Eric Marr, actually, one of those daughters who was born at Kaiser had a profound mental health crisis, and her life was at risk. She had group therapy at Kaiser, and then after that, it was just a hole. There was nothing there, and her life was at risk. And this system that I had so profoundly believed in and defended, you know, to all the haters, you know, who would talk about Kaiser badly, really showed how, you know, those mental health services were the weak link. And this was 18 years ago already, 15 years ago already. It was a long time that we've been talking about it. As we said, the state has intervened, but I'm just profoundly disappointed that they're not here, and that these very serious issues that could actually make the system better for all of those of us who believe in the model, you know, it's disappointing. Be better, do better by your employees. And, you know, thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for calling for this hearing, and I'm really happy to be a part of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar, and I too just want to say thank you for calling this hearing, Supervisor Ronan, and thank you to other workers for allowing me and accepting me on the picket line. It's a shame that in 2022 we still have to be at this state with our workforce. It's very unfortunate, and I just want to say to Kaiser that just because you're a giant does not mean you cannot be knocked down, and it's time for them to do the right thing. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. Director Yant.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Abby Yant, Director of the Health Service System. My presentation is rather brief. I just wanted to respond to some of the questions that Supervisor Ronan put before us, and then, of course, can take any questions that you may have. But I just wanted to sort of remind the board, Holly Lopez is running my slides. Madam Clerk, if you could allow her in, please.
They're up.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to remind the board, especially with Supervisor Chan sitting here, that she has the dual role of being on our Health Service Board as well as here, and knows that we've had these discussions at that board level. And so I just wanted to remind ourselves of the role of the Health Service Board. The chair was very interested in knowing that this hearing was occurring, and I believe is probably watching it here today. And so they do have an interest and we do report to them. So the next slide just really kind of gives the numbers. That we do have quite a number of our health service system members that are members of Kaiser as well. And if you see on the pie chart there, about 55% of our members choose Kaiser. And we are on the eve of open enrollment. And our trend has been over the last number of years is an incremental improvement or increase in the number of people choosing Kaiser. So in order to keep those numbers at a reasonable rate, we did an RFP a couple of years ago, and I'll speak to the differences in rates that we now enjoy. But so the total premium amount to Supervisor Ronan's point is quite healthy for our Kaiser members, but on a per member per month basis, you can see that they are the lowest priced product that we offer our members. So I just wanted to put in context here of what the Kaiser rates are, and while they're quite significant when they're rolled up together, that is because of the significant number of people that choose to enroll in Kaiser. Next slide, please. We were asked if we'd heard any direct complaints against Kaiser, and we don't. And this is sort of my advertisement moment. We do have a very robust member services division within the San Francisco Health Service System. We do a lot more than take your enrollment in October. That is primarily what we do in October, but the rest of the year we're here solving problems for some of our members, or for many of our members that call in. And so I want to encourage people to do that when there's something that they're frustrated with. The other question was asked, what have we communicated to the Kaiser patients? And this is we treat all members the same. We do all member communications. We don't segment the communications according to your health plan. And so it has not been our practice to, Kaiser puts out a lot of communications to their members, and they would certainly appreciate it if we doubled up and sent their messages out again. We choose not to do that. Our resources are really directed to all members. We don't segment by plan. So that's why we didn't ourselves do any direct communications with our members regarding the strike. And that's been past practice when there's been other strikes against other institutions. We just kind of let those communications go directly through the health plans and the health providers. And the next slide does describe again how our member services is here for all of our members. And again, the negative impact stories that I'm sure I'll hear more of today, and that you have heard from individual members, are not being recorded at HSS. We do, as I said, continue to provide the member service support, and particularly when it comes to mental health issues. I think most of you know that we have a very robust employee assistance program that we have external help with to have 24/7 employee assistance. And one of the things our in-house counselors do is that when there's a problem with a mental health issue, they get involved and bridge the care when necessary. And so they have a very they have a regular meeting with all of our health plans, mental health experts, and they go over some of these cases where things haven't gone the way they would prefer. And so they not only review them in the moment and help make the connections as they need to be, but they also review all of these cases retrospectively to look for trends and make corrections. So there is a great relationship that has been built just over the last few years. It started before the pandemic, and was really nice to have that in place because, as we all know, the demand for mental health services throughout the pandemic has been quite extraordinary. So that concludes my presentation, if there's questions.
So I'm a Kaiser patient, and I don't recall receiving any information about the strike. And I'm just wondering, there's a history here, right? We're not talking about, all of a sudden Kaiser's mental health services that are available have become insufficient. And I'm just going to briefly review an outline, right? 2013, the Department of Managed Healthcare fines Kaiser $4 million for poor tracking of mental health care. 2015, citations for violation of state law. 2017, citations in the appointment of an outside monitor. January 2020, the American Psychological Association sends a letter to the California Department of Managed Care saying that they have never been involved in such a serious incident of lack of access to psychological care in 2 decades. In February 2021, the Department of Managed Healthcare's routine survey cited Kaiser for 7 violations of state law and that they lacked required systems to monitor whether it was providing enrollees with appropriate levels of behavioral health care. October 2021, the hearing at GAO that Supervisor Chan held that revealed all the deficiencies. May 2022, other complaints, et cetera, et cetera. So there's been a long history that we have known that Kaiser has been providing this insufficient care. What notice have HSS given to Kaiser patients about the fact that this is a known problem within this healthcare choice when open enrollment comes out? My issue is that if we're paying close to $500 million a year for this service, and most people, check it off because it's the cheapest option, then we should be actively notifying our employees that this is a problem with this choice. And I'm just wondering what we're doing. And have you contacted Kaiser during this time to say, our 70,000 employees, are they getting appointments at the appropriate time when they request them?
Yeah, I think what you're describing is an area that has been under discussion at HSS, which is the role of HSS versus some of the regulatory agencies that you've named. And we, in the last year or two, have begun to sort of track, because if DMHC has a finding, we're not notified. So we have to find ways to be a part of that notification system, because otherwise we just have to try to figure it out. That's not the way the system is currently designed or functioning. So, I can't say that we've taken an action path on this information that regulatory agencies have the purview of, because we don't act as a regulatory agency.
But I'm just saying, you have 70,000 current and retired employees who receive care at this institution. We know mental health needs are, more urgent today than they perhaps have ever been in this country. You know that Kaiser workers have been on a 7-week strike. Have you called Kaiser and said, all our members, what if they need this health care? What is your plan? I mean, I'm just saying, looking out for the city enrollees who, already we're not being served well, let alone during a 7-week strike.
Yeah, we routinely get reports from the plans, but we haven't asked for a plan about this specific time period. Their data is often retrospective, because as a large institution, they have to go through and really, make sure their data is correct before they provide it to an external agency. And so even if we asked for it today, we wouldn't see it for several months. And that's typical. That's typical of all of our plans.
But I'm just saying, a call or a letter to Kaiser saying, I'm worried about our 70,000 enrollees who might need an appointment. What happens? What are they told? Can they get an appointment? Where are they sent? I think that this is of sufficient caliber, a 7-week strike with this history that Kaiser has of lack of providing timely care, that would warrant an inquiry from you.
Now, it's my understanding their communication has been to continue to call them. They have an 800 number when you can't get through to them. So those are the mechanisms that they have in place today.
Here's my problem. I'm a Kaiser patient. I'm not getting any information from Kaiser. I'm not getting any information from you. And if I'm suffering from depression, how am I going to find the will to advocate for myself with this institution that has historically left me to suffer alone? I would expect that our HSS department is advocating for our city employees, especially when we're spending close to $500 million a year on this service. So that's something that I would expect from you as our director. And, I'll just tell a brief story before I turn it over to Supervisor Peskin, who has some questions. This was years ago. I'm thinking like 5-6 years ago. My legislative aide's daughter called her from the BART station saying, "I'm feeling suicidal. I'm about to jump into the tracks." And, thank goodness she didn't do that. My legislative aide ran to pick up her daughter, immediately called Kaiser for an appointment, told the story, she's a teenage girl, and they said, well, we think we can get you in about a month. This was 6 years ago, and clearly things haven't improved. Of course, I have connections to the liaison to Kaiser. I called up that said, I said, you get her in tomorrow because I have that kind of access. How many of our workers do not work for an elected official that has the cell phone of a government relations person to call and demand access to care? The vast majority of patients. And that's what I'm worried about. And I'll turn it over now. I won't belabor this point so we can get to some of our other speakers. But I wrote a law called Mental Health SF, and in that law, it demands the creation of an Office of Private Health Insurance Accountability. And we came up with this idea precisely because of my legislative aide and the fact that I was able to call a cell phone and get her daughter an appointment the next day after she was told, despite her suicidal ideation, that she couldn't be seen for a month. And I said, we need a city agency that's helping San Franciscans do that kind of advocacy when they don't have that cell phone number. And because of COVID, that institution has not yet been put into place. I think we're going to need it, and we're going to need it now. And if this strike didn't indicate the need, then I don't know what else will. Colleagues, I think we've got to mount that office immediately because our own employees, let alone the general public, are not getting the care they need. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think your line of questioning and Ms. Yant's responses may, I don't know that there's more for me to ask, but Abby, I asked kind of, or spoke to what I was going to ask, which is going back to the days of Ms. Dodd, where, there were some conversations about more closely looking into the behavioral health data for our HSS enrollees at Kaiser. I was just wondering whether that data has been interrogated and whether you've attempted to audit the behavioral health treatment records of our Kaiser enrollees to get an accurate assessment of how frequently, these are really the questions that Supervisor Ronan were asking, how frequently individuals are being seen, how long the wait times are, how many of them are completing full courses of treatment. But it sounds like you might not have that data, and that data interrogation has not happened.
It's improved over the years. I think it's no secret that the mental health system in this country has been totally fractured, and organizations, all of the organizations, I'm involved in the Purchasers Business Group on Health, and this is just a very, very serious issue everywhere, and for a whole lot of reasons that I know you know. And rebuilding the workforce to take care of all of us with mental health and illness is really really important. And so I think we need to continue to, I mean, we're nowhere near done on repairing and rebuilding, not even rebuilding, building a private insured, well paid for services. Many therapists left the business because they were squeezed out over the years. So I think that we are very much on track for doing that, and increased scrutiny is part of how we go about doing that. But there's many ways, and I just don't want the public to to hear the message that they're not going to get care. I mean, I think that's the concern that I have. And if our member services can continue to be part of that solution, then that's where I think we have the most control.
Just going back to Supervisor Ronan's question, I'm just looking for data, a thermometer, a graph, and it will tell whatever story it tells. I just want to know if that information is there from our side, because what I heard earlier was, well, there's a number that people can call, or does Kaiser present information to you about these are our wait times and this is how many people we're seeing within this percentage of time? Does that data?
Yeah, they do have standards for urgent and emergent visit times, and they do report those to us, as do our other plans. They do have the utilization statistics for outpatient and inpatient care and various other categories. And those reporting mechanisms are just getting better all the time, but we do have data available, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will be hearing from Ian Lewis, the director of, sorry, let me get it. Sorry, Ian, I can't believe I don't know your title. The director of research and the research and political director for National Union of Healthcare Workers.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Ronan, for calling this, and for all of you for giving consideration to this. I am sorry, I'm deeply sorry that we have to be here after so many years of bringing this issue forward. You have brought up, Supervisor Ronan, you talked a lot about the context behind this, and you're going to hear shortly from a couple of clinicians who can speak a lot more eloquently than I to what it means to attempt to provide care under these conditions. But there's some more context I think it's important for you to know, both as leaders of public policy in San Francisco and by extension the state, and also as one of the state's biggest purchasers of healthcare. Just to correct the record, clinicians did not start organizing to change these conditions recently. This fight goes back a dozen years. Clinicians organized a union to try and change, finally, Kaiser's approach to delivering behavioral health care. In doing so, they joined a movement that has been working hard to transform mental health care delivery and perception of mental health care services in this country. Thanks to this movement, thanks to these clinicians, in California today, if you have commercial health insurance, you're entitled to receive a therapeutic appointment within 10 business days of requesting one, and every 10 days after that, unless your clinician says that a longer wait won't hurt you. That's your right under the law. For urgent cases, it's 2 business days. If an insurer cannot arrange that appointment for you, there's an out. They can arrange out-of-network care for no added cost to you. That is the law of the land in this state. Kaiser patients simply don't get what they're entitled to under the law. Now, for too long, as Director Jans indicated, mental health care delivered by profit-minded insurers has not worked well, but Kaiser is the worst, and you don't have to take this from me. The California Psychological Association said, end quote, "We have never seen such an egregious case of delayed access for follow-up appointments as at Kaiser." So, despite these laws, before this strike, The typical wait between appointments once you get into the Kaiser system was 4 to 12 weeks, depending on where you lived. In some places, including in San Mateo County, there were no appointments available for return visits. This was before our members walked off the job. Our members have done absolutely everything they could, short of withholding their labor, to try and correct these problems. You recounted the history, Supervisor Ronan, as far back as 2013. The Department of Managed Healthcare fined Kaiser, and again in 2015 found them in violation, in 2017 and 21. This year they launched a non-routine investigation of Kaiser because the director of the Department of Managed Healthcare said she has seen enough evidence to know there are systemic problems in this company. But Kaiser writes these fines, these violations off as simply a cost of doing business. Out of that $743 that you pay for every enrollee in the county health plan, or in the city and county employee health plan, roughly $14 to $15 goes to pay for mental health care. It would not cost a lot for this company, mind you, that made $8 billion in profit last year, to staff up the services that they should be providing, that they're obligated to provide. So, Kaiser's response to all of this. By turns, they have denied there's a problem. They have made excuses for the problem, and frankly, there's no other word for it. They just brazenly lie. In 2013, after DMHC fined them, they said to the public, we're well on the way to resolving these problems. That was 9 years ago. You heard the same thing over and over from them year after year. In April of this year, they sat in front of the Assembly Health Committee in Sacramento and told that committee they expected to be in full compliance with the law by July 1st. In the letter that they sent all of you when they refused to attend this hearing, they said, quote, we have a clinical quality review process in place to ensure that patients receive the care they need. When we know for a fact that scores, if not hundreds, of communications from patients in crisis over the last few weeks have gone unmonitored and unresponded to. And of course, they claim that there's a shortage of mental health providers. I could go on at length about the scant evidence at best there is for that, particularly in the Bay Area, where there are between 50 and 70% more clinicians per capita than anywhere else in the state, one of the highest ratios in the country. What is certainly true is there is a shortage of clinicians who are willing to work under these conditions at Kaiser Permanente. It is well known how abysmal those conditions are, how hard it is to deliver for your patients at this company. So here's what I can tell you about the impacts of this strike. Kaiser was obliged under the law to provide for a continuity of care plan, ensuring that patients could get the care they're entitled to, whether or not workers reported to work. In fact, they had no such plan, and they grossly misrepresented to the Department of Managed Healthcare what they were actually doing. What they were actually doing was cancelling en masse tens of thousands of appointments. Their call script directed clerical staff to ask patient, quote, do you feel you can wait for your provider to call you back to reschedule the appointment? That's illegally soliciting consent from the patients. The patients don't apply clinical judgment. Licensed clinicians apply clinical judgment. Again, the law of the land is that Kaiser must arrange for appointments within 10 business days. These cancellations resulted in a deluge of crisis calls. At one point, the mental health director of one Bay Area facility asked staff, quote, can we just turn off the phones? In at least one emergency room, Kaiser suspended nighttime psychiatric care and drastically cut it back during much of the rest of the day. that facility started detaining numerous individuals involuntarily. Mind you, Californian law does not provide that a healthcare facility can detain someone simply because that facility has staffing problems. And most recently, we've learned that Kaiser has been contacting patients to schedule appointments with clinicians who they know very well are on strike with no anticipated date of return. Their practice appears to be to cancel those appointments on a rolling, last-minute basis, and in fact to blame clinicians for the delays in patient care, thereby undermining the relationship of trust that is so important to providing mental health care. So that's what's been happening during the strike, but let me underscore, we're on strike because it has not been possible for many Kaiser patients to get the care they need for years before clinicians walked off the job. Clinicians walked off the job because conditions were already unsafe at Kaiser, and they are fighting to correct that. If a corporation were approaching cardiac care, maternal care, what have you, just about any other kind of care in this way, there would be a hue and a cry to intercede urgently and decisively. We've asked the state and the federal government to do so, and we ask you likewise. You referred to the office that was provided for under Mental Health SF, and also as a purchaser, a $500 million purchaser. I sit on a union-sponsored purchasing fund. We're small potatoes compared to the 70,000 enrollees that you have at Kaiser. Director Yant referred to data that might be improving over time. I can tell you, and clinicians can tell you even better, the lengths that Kaiser goes to within their own data systems to conceal the reality of delays of care. That data is not available right now, but I can assure you that as a $500 million purchaser, you can get them to fix that problem. You can ask them to provide when were appointments offered, when were they requested, when were they offered, when were they realized. Data like that is only going to come forward when purchasers such as yourselves demand it. So with that, I'll take my leave from you. I'd love to hand it over to clinicians from Kaiser or take your questions as you say.
Supervisor, through the chair, Supervisor Preston. Is that okay, President Walton?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Thank you. And I want to echo the thanks, Supervisor Ronan, for calling for this hearing and for your leadership. I also want to note and thank Supervisor Chan for bringing the previous hearing that we had in our GAO committee. And I was thinking a lot about that in studying up on where things are and then going out a couple times to the picket line and just thinking about that hearing in which part of the presentation from Kaiser was about this very impressive superficial statistic that they claimed, and I forget the exact word, and they claimed they saw 95% of patients had an appointment within 10 days, you know, so it looks great, looks fantastic, right? And then it took us, I don't know, Supervisor Chan, whether it was your questions or mine, I think it must have taken us together about a half hour of active questioning to realize what they were talking about was a triage phone call. That was what they were doing within 10 days. That was not part of the presentation. And it's really problematic. I mean, that was an oversight hearing at the Board of Supervisors, and they're going to come in and present the data in a very misleading way. But the reason I want to jump in while Mr. Lewis, while you're here is, you know, if Kaiser were here, I'd be asking them what the hell's going on, and specifically would want to know the following, and I'm wondering if you can opine on this in their absence. And that is do you suspect that the goal here is to drive people to go outside the Kaiser system for their mental health care? I mean, that what strikes me, this is not a new issue. This is an ongoing issue. We know that people are going to do one of two things. When they need an appointment, they can't get one for 3 months, right? if they don't have the resource, they're going to suffer without the care. And if they have the financial resources, they're going to go outside and hunt down the private practitioner or some other system and pay the money to do that, right? And I think we all know people in both of those camps, right? And so I just, as this has gone on and on, these are not new issues. And if they, like I said, if they were here, I would ask them that question. But are we concerned that that is the business model? There is a price tag of what it costs to do this right. They save that money by basically unloading that onto the patients who can afford to go elsewhere.
Thank you, Supervisor Pressman. Obviously, I can't speak to the mindset of the executives at Kaiser. I will say that this is clearly a very profit-minded set of corporations. I mentioned the $8 billion in profit that Kaiser made last year. That doesn't include the untold profits that the for-profit Permanente medical groups make. But you raise a really excellent point. By denying mental health services, they displace people, many of whom have complicating conditions, medical conditions in addition. They displace those to public services, to cash paying for those who can afford to do so, and or to other health plans. That is certainly a dynamic. I know that firsthand from talking to patients who've made those choices, all three of those choices. And ultimately, it's our communities and, candidly, taxpayers who pay the price.
Thank you. And one other question, and if you don't mind, for Director Yant, I'm just curious on this issue of what are the members pay. Do we? I know we do quite a number of surveys. Do we actually document what the Kaiser members pay to get mental health care services outside of Kaiser? Is that something that we track or can track in any way?
I don't know that we could. That's not our contract with their outside services. It would be their outside services contract.
Okay. I'd be curious. I don't know if anyone has ideas on how we might be able to track that, but my guess is that these members are paying a ton, those who can afford to.
I don't think the members are paying it. Unless you're talking about the cumulative effect.
Well, I'm not talking about any membership dues. I'm talking about the city worker who's got a kid who needs to see a clinician, goes into Kaiser, is told that it's going to be 3 months before they can see someone, and their kid can't wait 3 months, and so they go out on the market and they find a therapist and they pay them.
Will they go out of network?
Yeah. And again, we know there's a lot of people who are not going to be able to afford that, and their kid, that kid or family member, whoever's going to suffer. But I suspect there's a lot of people who do pay that. And I don't suspect it. I know it. I know lots of people who do that. I'm seeing Supervisor Melga nod, right? So it's like that's a real concern and a huge financial burden, right? In addition to the mental health impacts of not getting the prompt care. Yeah. And I'm just wondering if there's any way. HSS does surveys and other of satisfaction and has ways of asking questions of members. I'm just curious if it sounds like that's not tracked, but I just want to.
No, it's not tracked because under the state managed care regulations, an HMO doesn't refer out of network, right? They may have a contracted service to help them provide the care. So if Kaiser uses Beacon here locally, and so if I went to Kaiser and needed care and their staff didn't have the capacity, they would you'd link up with one of their providers that are provided through Beacon, versus a preferred provider organization like the Blue Shield product. Where if you go out of network, you can go anywhere you want, but there's a limitation on how much is paid by the plan.
Got it. And I don't want to belabor this. I think we may be talking about two different things. I think there are a lot of folks who it's not a referral from Kaiser. Right. They're literally just going on the web and desperately trying to find service for their family member, their friend, whoever is in crisis, and shelling out the money or going into debt or foregoing other things they need to pay for that appointment, all because Kaiser isn't providing it. And I think, and again, it's hard to, we're speculating a bit because we don't have Kaiser here to answer questions, but I think that with it going on so long, I think that is what it seems like what Kaiser's just banking on. I mean, they're just assuming people are going to find a way to get that care. Now, we all know with the shortage of clinicians out there that that's increasingly hard. What you may have been able to do 10 years ago in going outside completely without a referral and just hiring your own person, like now that's even harder because those folks have a year wait list, a lot of them privately. But so I put it out there as a suggestion. I think to the extent to which we can from members get a handle on how common that practice is that we all hear about anecdotally and how much financial impact it is having by people having to go outside of Kaiser to get that services. I think we would benefit from that. And one other thing while I have you, or while you're up, just Kaiser's absence here, which we've talked about. I am curious, like, it's such a contrast. I sat on the Health Services Board before Supervisor Chan, and and we regularly, right? The providers regularly came in and spoke, even when there were allegations by people that of failure to cover them or whatever it was. No matter, I mean, some of it was very controversial, and yet they were there regularly to present their side. Are you aware? Like, are they under any kind of obligation when they contract with us to appear before either the Health Services Board or the Board of Supervisors when there are disputes or questions about whether they're fulfilling their obligations?
I'm not. I'd have to confer with City Attorney.
Deputy City Attorney Pearson, are you aware of...
Any requirement? I mean, there's a pretty massive contract, and they, as I say, they regularly come to the Health Services Board. Are they under any contractual obligation either to be at Health Services Board or be here when there are issues on whether they're providing what they're contracted to provide?
Deputy City Attorney Ann Pearson, I would have to look at the terms of the contract to be able to answer that.
Okay, thank you. I have a million more questions, but I know colleagues will ask them, and I know we got other presentations. But I just want to I want to thank you for your work, and also just thank all of us who've been out there have seen what a 7-week strike and how determined folks are. I want to thank them all for all the workers for fighting for patients, and also note, as I did last time I was on the line with folks, that one thing we don't talk about a lot, but I think also we need to bring in is the mental health of our workers and clinicians who have been through an unspeakable last couple of years with such acute need, and who never will talk about their own stresses because they're always here fighting for patients. But we see you and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you. Ms. Yan, I'd like to ask a couple questions. Director Yan, I'm sorry. So through the chair, one of the things that has struck me is, we've gone through a process of requiring through ordinance and resolution work with Supervisor Marr about tracking data, how the city sends patients that need subacute care out of county. So we're constantly thinking about and tracking data. I'm actually a little bit taken aback that we're not asking for and inquiring about more data as it comes to when we're signing contracts of this size, that we're not requiring the folks that we sign these contracts with to provide data to us, because a lot of the information is anecdotal, and I really want to recognize the clinicians and others that are out there on the front lines doing this work. It's obvious. I think we all have our own stories of individuals that have required, because of COVID, because of the tremendous stress that has been thrust upon so many families, so many individuals, so many children, that the need for mental health care has just gone up dramatically. But not knowing how often people are not being provided a service when they're one of the largest providers of health care in our city and county that we contract with directly. What can you do better? We can certainly work with you. We can require through ordinance that you collect data, but it seems to me like the commission should be doing that, and you should be thinking about that in terms of what is actually being provided. So I want to give you the opportunity to talk about that and see how we can do better of collecting that data so that when individual groups and clinicians and others are talking about this, we can say with certainty, These are how many patients that we have that are part of this health plan that we fund, that are city workers, that are not able to get this service in a timely manner. I mean, I think that's an important piece of data that we should be collecting.
I'm fortunate to have several of you here that have been on the Health Service Board over the last few years that I've been in my role. And one of the things that we are in the process of developing is that standard measurement plan that will be for all our health plans. Heretofore, some of the standard measurements in health plan contracting were performance guarantees around, call answering time and other things that were administrative. The whole field of health plan purchasing, I mentioned earlier the Purchasers Business Group on Health. I just joined a public purchaser committee of that organization with Cover California and CalPERS to address this very question where we need to standardize, align, and be very demanding of our health plans and health providers to improve quality and sustain, if not lower, the cost of health care. So we are very much in the process of developing those measurement tools and are putting baseline requirements, reporting requirements into all of our plans, and we'll continue to build that out. I think it is a challenge to know where to focus. Clearly, mental health is one of those areas. But if you look at the National Forum on Healthcare Measurement, they have 706 measures. We certainly don't have the capacity, nor should we need to measure that much, but we need to be very clear about where our focus is with the risk of our population.
I'll just end with saying I know that this has been a big source of conversation for this body. I mean, this body drove through Supervisor Ronan's leadership and others, Mental Health SF, trying to create a delivery system within our city. So mental health, has to be one of the top pieces of data that we need to collect. And if we have a large provider of healthcare in our city that so many people are you're hearing about, I know that this is not the first time, and I know your health, it just would make sense to me that we come up with at least some temporary data that we need to collect, and then we can always add to it. But this seems to be an urgent matter. We have a body of individuals that are out on strike. This is one of the largest healthcare providers in the city and county, and I think we need to move expeditiously on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Mr. Lewis, if you could introduce
Supervisor Ronan, we do have Supervisor Madeline on the roster. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I just have one more question for Mr. Lewis, because he alluded to something that I have been interested in about Kaiser, and you may not be prepared to talk about it today, but it kind of goes to the point that Supervisor Melgar was making earlier about kind of the notion we have of Kaiser as this almost governmental nonprofit model, really, that is dedicated to the well-being, thriving well-being of its members. And you made the point that this nonprofit has for-profit arms, and that there is $8 billion, last year was $8 billion of profit in this nonprofit. And I'm just curious, and again, you may not be prepared to talk to this, how that profit gets experienced by some folks within the Kaiser family, that is executives, and then the Permanente groups that actually take money out as profit.
I'll try and answer your question concisely. Kaiser Permanente are twinned organizations. There's the Kaiser Foundation Health Plan, which is a non-profit under California and federal tax law, and the Permanente Medical Group is a for-profit organization of physicians. The clinicians who are on strike receive their paycheck from the Permanente Medical Group. The reality is that they are deeply entangled with each other. Kaiser routinely makes decisions that affect labor negotiations and conditions, sets policies. The Permanente Medical Group writes the paychecks. The nonprofit status is a tax status and nothing more. The idea that a nonprofit healthcare system exists to do some public good is a quaint throwback to the 1950s and 60s. As we've seen with other so-called nonprofits in this state that have lost their nonprofit status, that status is precarious at best. And I just point out, for instance, that the Kaiser Foundation Health Plan carries on its books over $10 billion in liability for the benefit. This is tax-free organization, encumbered its assets for the benefit of physicians who, many or most of whom own some of the Permanente medical groups. So there's no straightforward answer to your question. I wish your subcontractor were here to explain it.
Do you want to introduce the clinicians?
Yeah, gladly. I'm going to ask two clinicians, Ilana Marcucci-Morris and Alicia Cruz, to come up. I think Ilana is going to speak first, followed by Alicia.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, supervisors and citizens of San Francisco. And thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for ensuring that this crisis is on your agenda today. My name is Ilana Marcucci-Morris, and I am a licensed clinical social worker for Oakland Psychiatry. However, I have a recent transfer from the Telepsychiatry Center that serves all of Northern California Kaiser patients, including many San Franciscans. And the truth of my work in that role is that anytime I see a San Francisco patient coming up on my schedule, I cringe, because there really is not enough for your citizens in our system. So, because of the role that I've had to serve all of Northern California, I can speak to the dangerous delays in care for San Francisco patients and throughout the entire Northern California region. And yes, to answer your earlier question, Supervisor Preston, your patients are paying out of pocket for life-saving care. The system is set up for the advantage to go out and pay for necessary care elsewhere while already paying their high premiums. And those who cannot afford to pay out of pocket stay sick. And I am one of their triage providers that speaks with them routinely. I sometimes joke that I'm more of a patient shuffler than a therapist. I am also on the bargaining committee, so I can speak to the ways in which Kaiser continues to delay our contract negotiations while your patients and your city employees continue to suffer. When I testified before this board in October of 2021, I spoke to both the extremely long wait times that San Franciscans are experiencing within Kaiser Behavioral Health System, and I spoke to the illegal and coercive documentation tactics that Kaiser uses to manipulate access data and thereby dodge meaningful accountability. I'm happy to repeat any of that because the problems are still here today. I think Kaiser's absence is shameful, but it's no surprise to us as we continue to witness their lies, mistreatment, and illegal conduct. The short answer is that they lied to you last year in this hearing. They lied to you when they told you they meet return access mandates by 84%, which is a clear result of those data manipulation tactics that I'd be happy to explain further. That was part of my testimony last year. So I'm here again, around a year later, and the problems are growing, even worse every day, as evidenced by our last resort labor stoppage. The week before our strike began, so around the week of August 8th, I conducted an initial assessment for a patient with clinically severe psychiatric symptoms, and the earliest appointment within our system with a treating therapist that I could book for them was well into the month of November. So while everyone is disgusted and maybe surprised that our employer has allowed us to continue, that we're entering week 7 of our open-ended strike, that time is still shorter than most Kaiser patients wait to receive life-saving care that they pay, that you pay for them to receive. So this is standard business for Kaiser. We are not surprised. But we are suffering, our patients are suffering, and Kaiser executives continue to profit. In addition to the dangerous negligence of our patients, clinician turnover throughout Northern California has doubled in the last year. Kaiser is forcing us to see more and more patients while it can't hire or retain the clinicians it has due to infinite caseloads and no mechanism to address those huge caseloads, so our workers are leaving. I use the analogy of a full house with a front open door with no windows or back door. That is what a general therapist at Kaiser experiences. We are mandated and required to keep seeing new patients every week while the patients we have stay sick and are waiting months and months. That means that the return access problem worsens every week that we have to see more patients. As you can imagine, everyone in that house is not well. So I implore this board, on behalf of both Kaiser's mental health therapists and the San Franciscans who are our patients, who is going to hold Kaiser accountable? Who is going to hold them accountable to deliver the care that this city and its working taxpayers are paying for? I have family members who work for this fine city, whose work stress and vicarious trauma has worsened throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And due to many other factors, they have called Kaiser repeatedly throughout the last few years, only to be told, and I quote, "You need this care, but Kaiser can't give it to you." Your workers enter a black hole while they and the city continue to pay for care. At what point will you decide to stop paying for care that your city workers aren't getting? How many more suicides, overdoses by our members who are trying to get help from Kaiser will compel our public officials to act? Who is going to punish Kaiser for disobeying the law, padding their pockets while our people continue to suffer? I'd be happy to say more, and I thank you for your time, and I hope you have questions for me.
Let's hear from your coworker, and then we'll ask you both questions, if that's okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
I hope you guys can hear me here. Thank you so much. My name is Alicia Cruz. Some of you guys might recognize me. I was living outside of City Hall for a full week with the farm workers. I just want to spend a little bit of a moment just to acknowledge the farm workers, that without them we do not eat. So please keep them in your mind and heart. In the next few days, I'm urging the governor to sign the bill, allowing them to have the rights for safe voting. So thank you. I've been living in this Ohlone land for the last over 20 years, and 16 years of that I've been working at Kaiser. I've devoted my career to working with Kaiser. And I'll tell you what I do at my job. I work for the intensive outpatient program. And so mostly I don't want to see any of your children or youth come to me, because if they are coming to me, it's because they are suicidal, right? And so we are sort of the emergency room. I work in the sort of like emergency room of our clinic. And earlier you guys were mentioning what you personally go through with, trying to get your youth to see someone at Kaiser. And I was about to stand up and apologize because I spend a lot of time at my job apologizing to our members when I should be providing treatment, because I'm trying to do reparative work. I'm trying to repair the trust and build relationship with them, because they don't trust that they're going to get the services that they deserve and that they're paying into. So I have been enabling this broken system for a long time, and I want that to end. So I'm going to stop apologizing for Kaiser. But I think Kaiser does rely on us to do that. They know that we're caregivers, we love our job, we love providing care, and that we're going to skip our lunch, get to work early, stay late to provide the services for them. They rely on us to do that. And we do it because we care about our members. So we provide in my little program 10 weeks, which is not enough, but 10 weeks of family and individual weekly treatment. It's amazing that we can do that. It's not enough, but these are very, very ill youth that come through our program. I wish that we could do that at the beginning and preventing them to come to us. Imagine if you're a patient with diabetes or cancer and the bulk of your treatment happens in the ER. That doesn't make any sense. And that's what we're relying on. Kaiser is relying on us to do a bulk of treatment. And I have to tell you a story that is very hard for me to say, but a few years ago, this is pre-pandemic. This is a problem that's been happening for way too long. A few years ago, this mother came to us in our program with her youth being very suicidal, had been to the hospital, and she said, you caused my kid to be sick. You are responsible for this. She was talking about me as a Kaiser employee. It was awful to hear, and I didn't know what to say because I agreed with her. Her child had mild anxiety that could have been easily treated months before. And this child had to wait months and months of treatment. They ended up in the emergency room, and that's how they came to my program. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I appreciate you guys giving us this space to talk, but where's Kaiser? Why won't they afford us the same respect? I don't understand. 11 of our 15 clinicians in our team over the last few years have left. 11 out of 15. So when our colleagues leave, we ask the generalists to absorb those patients, carry their own panel, and continue to see new patients. How are they supposed to do that? It doesn't make any sense. I know you know this because you have family members that belong to Kaiser. We're all, members of Kaiser. We all get treatment at Kaiser. So I know that you already know this. I wish our employer would know it too and do something about it. Lastly, I think I want to just add that our program has been expanding over the past few years. It used to be a program that was for teenagers. We are seeing 7, 8-year-olds in our program. That is not okay. I have a 10-year-old. I don't want my kid to end up in this place. They are not getting more sick. They're just not being seen. So I want that to be very clear. Our youth are not getting more sick. They are not being seen and being treated for mild anxiety, adjustment, mild depression, social skills, things like that. And so they end up getting worse and worse, and then they come to my program for 10 weeks, which is not enough. So thank you for giving me this space. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If I could ask just a couple questions, and then we're going to hear from two patients to close up. If you want to come up together, and whoever it makes sense for. Have you all had any communication with Governor Newsom about this strike and about the way Kaiser is treating his patients?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
But I mean, as a group or as a union, do you know if Governor Newsom has been asked to intervene?
Yes. Yes, he has been asked to intervene. He has not directly intervened. Dr. Mark Galley, as part of the Health and Human Services, I believe is trying. But, you know, every day this strike continues, more and more lives are at stake. So I think we wish that the state would move much faster than it's currently moving.
Well, you know, hearing this hearing today, which is just, you know, gutting, it is time for the governor of the state of California to step up and to intervene with Kaiser. They are, yes, you can, well, sorry, I won't say that. I won't break the rules. This is so tremendously serious, and our governor cannot rely on anyone else. He needs to intervene on his own, end this strike, and get this monster corporation to start serving people that pay for those services. Second question, do social workers take a Hippocratic oath like physicians? Or is there anything like that?
Yes, we're all licensed clinicians. Mm-hmm.
So, because I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes for a minute. And you have a client, you know, a patient before you. You have an obligation by, you know, under your license, under your, you know, your training, under the way that our moral code works. And you're looking at this patient who needs to be seen by you weekly in order to get better. And you're looking in your computer for open appointments, and you don't have something for 3 months. I mean, you're violating the terms of your own license. I mean, could you, like, that's putting not only your conscience and your morality at risk, but potentially your license.
That's right, and Kaiser's relying on us to do that. In fact, they find ways to spin it and help us spin it to a patient. To tell them whether they need to be seen or not. It's awful. It's an awful place to put a clinician and a family member that needs support.
And if I may add, Supervisor Ronan, you have hit the crux of our contract negotiations in about 10 minutes, which has taken Kaiser years to show any good faith effort towards. That is essentially what our proposals in bargaining are about. As our contract is currently written, our therapists are being coerced to disobey the law. And that is why you see the showing of our workers here today and on the picket lines throughout Northern California. We will not disobey the law, and our employer requires us to stay employed. So our contract negotiations, we have come up with some pretty creative and meaningful resolutions that would free labor to help Kaiser fix this problem. And they continue to say, quote, "We are uninterested in any of those proposals." And these proposals are about managing that full house so that it has the appropriate number of patients within it so that those patients can get well. But they are uninterested. We have generalists who are serving hundreds and hundreds. The highest I've heard was 800 patients in a panel. They're seeing patients maybe 3 to 4 times a year. As you can imagine, those patients stay sick. So our negotiations are exactly about following the law, and they just don't want to budge. And to speak to what you said about the governor, I imagine you all have more contacts than I do. So I beg you to leverage them and please send that message up the pipe. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, we don't want to be out here. Right. We love our patients. We love our work. I love my job. I want to get back to work.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your courage and for your righteous fight. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to call up last 2 Kaiser patients, Greta Christina and Michaela Selly. to share their stories.
Hi, thank you. Here, thank you so much, and good afternoon. My name is Greta Christina. I live in San Francisco, and I've been a Kaiser member for over 20 years. And I have serious, chronic, disabling depression. Because of Kaiser's refusal to provide adequate mental health care, my depression has lasted much longer than it should have, and it's been much more severe. A brief history, I worked with a therapist outside Kaiser from 2012 to 2016. I got a lot better and we concluded the therapy, but like a lot of people, the November 2016 election made my mental health suddenly spiral. By then, my old therapist was actually in the Kaiser system, so I thought, perfect. I can get my therapy covered by my insurance, as it should be, and I don't have to start from scratch with a new therapist. At first, this worked okay. I saw my therapist about every 2 weeks, which isn't ideal, but was adequate. But over time, every 2 weeks turned into every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks, every 5, every 6. If my therapist got sick or went on vacation, I would sometimes go for 3 months without seeing him. This is not real therapy. I cannot emphasize that enough. This is not the standard of care. If I had a broken leg and my doctor said I needed physical therapy once a week, Kaiser would provide it. There is no excuse for treating mental health differently. I've had therapy several times in my life. It's always been effective, at least somewhat. My mental health has always been significantly better at the end of it. But therapy every 5 or 6 weeks is not real therapy. From 2017 to 2021, my depression did not let up. And here's one of the really crappy things about depression. Having it for longer makes it harder to recover and makes it more likely that you'll relapse. It's a little like cancer. Early detection and early intervention is vital. Speaking of cancer, in 2021, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm okay now, it was caught early, and a year later, after 3 surgeries plus radiation, I'm now okay. But this was a serious emotional crisis, and I needed real therapy to help me through. So I finally gave up. I started seeing a therapist outside the Kaiser system who I'm paying out of pocket. And my mental health is improving. But I've had serious, chronic, disabling depression for over 5 years now, and it's taken a toll. Long-term depression can cause mental, emotional, and cognitive damage that's permanent. I don't know if I'm ever going to be mentally healthy again. And the really scary part, I'm one of the lucky ones. I can afford to pay out of pocket for therapy. Lots of people can't, and we shouldn't have to. Kaiser claims that they're in compliance with the law and with the standard of care because they outsource. But the organizations they outsource to are understaffed at best and broken at worst. I did try to use their outsourcing system once. I called several times just to start the process, just to get some names of therapists, and never got a call back. Lots of people report the same thing. And this is especially troubling because of the nature of depression and other mental illness. Depression in particular damages motivation, energy, focus, and executive function. It makes it hard just to leave the house, just to get dressed, just to get out of bed. Asking someone with depression to jump through the hoops of a complicated mental health bureaucracy is like asking someone with a broken leg to jump through literal physical hoops to get their care. Outsourcing isn't an actual solution to understaffing. It is a cover story. It's a way Kaiser can pretend to treat mental illness without actually doing so. And here's the irony. I I actually like Kaiser. This issue aside, I've had very good experience with Kaiser. I know people have very mixed experiences with them, but mine have mostly been great, and I am still with them. With my physical health, they've shown a real focus on prevention, early detection, standard of care treatment, and follow-up. My breast cancer was an excellent example. They made it easy to get regular mammograms, and when my cancer was caught, they leaped into action. They need to treat mental health the same. Thank you again, and I will pass the baton and or take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak with you guys today. My name is Mika, or Michaela, and I'm a crisis clinician, so I work with 911 mental health calls. I'd like to share a few of the difficult experiences that I've had to face through the Kaiser's mental health system. And I was a Kaiser kid, is what I call it. I grew up with Kaiser my whole life. And like others, I've had great success with their physical medicine. And let me tell you, I've needed it over the years. I was quite the kid. But with mental health, it's lacking. It's lacking a lot. And it has hit me in so many more than one ways. For example, I've struggled with mental illness most of my life, with severe depression. And somewhere about 6 years ago, I was seeking treatment from my provider, and it wasn't helping. It wasn't enough. And she decided that I needed to be hospitalized, that I needed 24-hour care. I couldn't pull that off with my work schedule. The stigma around mental health, I'm a therapist myself, that blew my mind. It shouldn't have, because I shouldn't have that stigma as myself, but it did. It's really difficult to process that. And so I spent the session convincing her I didn't need to be in the hospital. And it worked. Then she scheduled me for 3 weeks later for my next appointment, after suggesting 24-hour care. And that was the best she could do. And I know from the bottom of her heart she wanted more. She told me she wanted more. I knew she wanted more. I'm a clinician. I know you need more, but she couldn't do it. So I met with her again in 3 weeks. I was lucky. Not everyone makes it to that appointment after a crisis time. I thankfully had support elsewhere, through my coworkers, through my friends, my family, and I made it to that appointment. But I know others that didn't make it to that appointment. There's someone who suffered from major depression his whole life as well, but he didn't get enough support from Kaiser, and like many, had to pay for outside therapy, which was helpful for some of the time, but it also got to a point where he couldn't manage it on his own or with weekly therapy. He went to Kaiser and he did not trust himself and the depression that held on him. He did not trust his safety. He asked to be hospitalized. Kaiser said no. They placed him in the intensive outpatient program, which unfortunately our local Kaiser sounds much less than the service provided by the previous mentioned intensive outpatient, because this program provided him 2 weeks of outpatient services, generally 3 days a week, for about half a day, and mostly psychoeducation and informing them how to manage mental health, but little to none actual individual therapy from someone who said themselves that they needed to be hospitalized. They couldn't keep themselves safe. But because of his unstable condition, Kaiser said, well, we'll let your outside provider and your outside support, we'll let them know if you don't show up. He didn't show up the next day, like literally the next day. And they didn't tell anyone. So it wasn't until his work called saying, where is he, later that afternoon, that we knew he was missing. So we immediately knew, with the depression going on and his own expression of suicidality, that something was wrong. He was filed as a missing person in multiple cities, and we spent the rest of the day looking for him. Eventually, we found his car parked at a beach, where he looked frequented a lot with his wife. And in his car, we found about half bottle of tequila, some empty pill bottles, some partially full pill bottles, but not him. So we then spent the rest of the evening searching the beach. My people on the sand, people on the paths, people up on the trails, all over the place. And with the help of police department, fire department, and the Coast Guard, we eventually found him at the bottom of a cliff, alone and dead. That man was my father. And if he were still here, today would be his 55th birthday. Instead, I'm here celebrating him myself. He left myself, my mom, and 2 younger siblings who were in early ages. I was an adult when he passed, but they were very young, and he missed the majority of their life, and it'll always be that way. So, like I said, there's some people just can't make it, and they can't afford the outside services, or even the outside services aren't enough. We couldn't pay for an inpatient hospitalization stay outside of insurance. We could only pay for outpatient therapy, and that's what he received until it wasn't enough. More recently, I've had an appointment canceled for myself because of during this strike, and it was scheduled for early September and was rescheduled for October 5th because I was told that was the soonest appointment, the soonest availability my therapist had. That puts me 8 weeks since my last therapy appointment. That will have been 8 weeks, which is way too long, even for a therapist. Clinicians are clients too, and we need that support. So lastly, given that I'm a therapist, I can speak a little bit to my experience in that area. And I mentioned I was a crisis counselor. So I'm a first responder, and I respond to calls in the community related to mental health that come into 911. I can't tell you how many of the clients I've had to work with were Kaiser clients who had gone into crisis, or their therapist called and said, hey, we're worried, but we can't really do anything. Can you go check on them? So I go out and manage and de-escalate the crisis or hospitalize them if need be. And the second part of my job is the community support. Crisis and connect is what I call it. So I manage the crisis, we work through the crisis, and then I connect them with someone who can work with them long term. Kaiser parents always hate talking to me because I do not have suggestions outside of their insurance that they can afford to help their kids. And I hear all the time, or their loved ones of any age, I hear all the time, but we did that. They've only seen us once every month, once every 2 weeks. And they're coming from a crisis in which I may or may not have just hospitalized them for 24-hour care because of their mental health. And they come out of that, and I still work to support them and connect them to something long-term. And it's almost never Kaiser, because Kaiser will then say, we have an appointment in 2 weeks. We have an appointment in a month. We can see you then. Or here's a group. And the groups are great. They're also primarily, at least in my area, psychoeducation groups where they provide information about mental health and some coping skills, but no individual therapy, no psychotherapy, no talk therapy. It's simply education. So I've had my fair share and then some of Kaiser experiences, and I really appreciate you guys allowing me the time to speak. And so I stand here as a therapist for other therapists who deserve and need and can better work with their clients with smaller caseloads. I stand here as a therapist working for my clients, Kaiser clients and otherwise, and I stand here myself as a client, a clinician as a client, and I'm very grateful for the support you guys can offer or any noise you can make with a phone number that you might have to make a difference in getting Kaiser care more frequent, in getting more clinicians, in getting smaller caseloads, in getting more appropriate response to care time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to your both to you both for your courage, really, in sharing your story. Do you want to open up for public?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ronan, and thank you for everyone who presented, of course, for everyone who gave their personal testimony. Madam Clerk, can we please open this up for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Public testimony is now welcome, specific to the Kaiser Permanente mental health care workers' strike and its effects on city workers. We'll first hear testimony from those present in the chamber, so please line up on your right. Afterwards, we'll hear from those who have joined us remotely. To provide remote testimony, you must be connected to the call-in system by dialing the telephone number streaming on your television or computer screen. It's 415-655-0001. And when you hear the prompt, enter the meeting ID 2499-162-0695. Press the pound symbol twice. You'll have joined the meeting, you'll hear the discussion, and you'll be muted in the listening queue. But when you're ready to make your comment, that's when you should press star 3. Please continue to wait. The system will indicate you have been unmuted. That's your cue to begin speaking. We are joined by our partner agencies from the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs and Lando and Associates. Will each interpreter please introduce themselves in language for the instruction on how to connect the remote system? Raymond Borges for Filipino, Agnes Lee for Chinese, and Marty Dickinson for Spanish. Welcome.
Magandang hapon po. Ito po si Raymond. Ang inyong katulong sa wikang Pilipino hanggang ika-8 ngayong gabi. Para pang bigay komento, tumawag po 415-655-0001. Sundan po ng meeting ID na 2499-162-0695. Pilitin pong 2 ulit ang simbolong pound para makasama at madinig ang pagpupulong. Kapag nais magpahayag, pindutin po ang star 3 at hintayin po ang hudyat na maaaring magsalita o marinig ang "You have been unmuted." Maaaring pagbigay ng pahayag sa loob ng 2 minuto. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
大家好，我係三藩市民政及移民辦事處嘅中文口譯員 Annis， 現在是第39聽證議項嘅公眾評論環節，最主要有關開撒心理健康醫護人員罷工及其影響。如遠程參與會議嘅公眾人士要表達意見，請撥打415-655-0001之後輸入會議 ID 號碼2499-162-0695，然後再按2次井號鍵。 今日收聽會議之後，請再按星號加3號鍵排隊輪候發言。當你聽到提示音 "You have been unmuted" 已取消靜音，即表示你隨時可以開始發言。公眾人士嘅發言時間不得超過2分鐘。現場參與會議嘅公眾人士將會優先發言。多謝 ，Thank you。
Buenas tardes, soy Marty Dickinson y estaré prestando servicios de interpretación al español. Para dar su comentario público, marque el 415-655-0001, seguido por el código de acceso 2499162-0695, más la tecla del numeral 2 veces. Luego presione el asterisco 3 y antes de empezar a hablar, espere a que el sistema le diga que su línea ha sido activada o en inglés, "You have been unmuted". Usted tendrá 2 minutos para dar su comentario. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you all three for being with us this evening. I understand you have to sign off at 8 p.m., but thank you for sticking it out as long as you can. Let's hear from our first speaker, but please come to the podium. Before you do, I just want to point out that there is a timer on the podium. It'll help you structure your comments. The first bell, as you know, I've seen you before here, you have 30 seconds left. It helps you structure your comments to wrap it up. The louder bell is the end of your 2 minutes. I do apologize in advance if I interrupt anyone. We are setting the timer for 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be brief but dense, and so I sincerely appreciate your attention and listening to me today. My name is Marissa Lido. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I have worked at Kaiser Permanente for nearly 19 years, providing mental health services to our high-risk pregnant patients. First, it is important to emphasize that our work stoppage action items have been pervasive, systemic problems at Kaiser for the duration of my nearly 2 decades of employment with Kaiser Permanente. They are not exclusive to the sequelae of the pandemic's exponential rise in depression, anxiety, grief, loss, and trauma. And they are not exclusive to a dearth of mental health providers. The problems contributing to our patients' worsening suffering have existed for the entire duration of my tenure with Kaiser. Second, I do not know what Kaiser representatives tell your purchaser of employer group health plans about mental health services, but I do know the truth of the applied provision of those services and their deficient model of care. I can tell you truthfully that the model is a pervasive, negligent failure. It does not come close to addressing best professional practice. Kaiser's mental health practitioners are driven, intelligent, empathic, passionate, hard workers. But the best of our efforts are defeated by the failures, negligence, unethical, and unlawful deficiencies in Kaiser's mental health model of care. Their inhumane shortcuts to comply with state law obscure the human suffering at their hands. Our patients, your constituents, and your employees are oftentimes too unwell to advocate for themselves. We are their voice. Please, please listen. I implore you to do everything within your power to make this right and persuade Kaiser management to return to the bargaining table and negotiate good faith solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ben Lim. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I have worked at Kaiser for 21 years. I thank you for letting me speak, and I would like to share this fact with you, which I'll be happy to reiterate under oath at risk of perjury, and I would invite the Kaiser executive to take on that same challenge. This is the fact. Kaiser periodically sent out a report letting us know how many active patients that we're seeing. At one point, early this year, the number of active patients that I, myself alone, am responsible for is over 180. That's 180 active patients. And I have about little less than 30 return appointments a week. So if you do that math, you can see that the best that I can do is to see each patient every 5 to 6 weeks. Kaiser response to that would be, if your patient needs to be seen sooner, please escalate that to your local manager, and we'll try to see to it that that patient will be seen sooner. So exactly how I was supposed to escalate around 180 cases, that's the dilemma that I was facing. And I have, in my 21 years, for a long time, I have always thought that the solution would be, what is commonly known as a closed panel. But that proposal has always been rejected by Kaiser. It's just not something that they will entertain. And that's about all I want to share. And again, thank you for your audience.
Thank you for your comments. All right, welcome.
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Sorry, is the timer is
Yes, please
frozen.
begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Julia Rogers. I'm a clinical psychologist at Kaiser Richmond in the Department of Psychiatry, and I have worked there for 18 and a half years. I was hired largely because I speak Spanish, and as you know, Richmond has a high Spanish-speaking population, as I believe San Francisco does also. I've stayed with Kaiser largely because I'm able to see people that I would not be able to see in private practice. A lot of Spanish speakers cannot afford private practice, as we know, and it's true of a lot of other clients that I love to work with as well. Many services that are available in English are not available in Spanish. We try our best, and Richmond actually has probably the most robust Spanish-speaking program in the Kaiser system in Northern California. But a couple of examples of services that don't work as well for English speakers are the referrals out to outside therapists. Every time my colleagues and I ask for a referral for a client for weekly therapy with a private practice therapist, we're told time and time again that it is not likely. It's very unlikely that they will find somebody because the outside networks don't have Spanish speakers who have been willing to accept Kaiser's terms. Another example is higher levels of care, hospitalization, and crisis residential services are rarely available in Spanish, so people get hospitalized or are in a crisis residential home without anybody that they can even speak to. So we do the best that we can in our department, and again, Richmond has a much more robust program in Spanish than other clinics within the Kaiser system. Thank you for everything you do, and yet you can do. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Julia Rogers. Let's hear from our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Walter Villavicencio. I am a retired San Francisco firefighter after a 30-year career. I continue to be part of the peer support team and critical incident response team for the San Francisco Fire Department. Saving lives can be rewarding and exciting, but the emotional burden of working as a San Francisco Fire Department firefighter or paramedic can also become overwhelming as we expose to the traumatic situation every day at work. It is true that it takes a certain amount of toughness and grit to do what we do at work. But over time, for some, the weight of witnessing tragedy becomes immense. To cope, some turn to alcohol or drugs to self-medicate and escape symptoms, while others develop behavioral health conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, anxiety, or depression. The San Francisco Fire Department is composed of 1,700 uniformed personnel. The Behavioral Health Unit, the Stress Unit, has 2 members who is dedicated to serving our brothers and sisters who are in a crisis. I would like to highlight the importance of having access to proper behavioral health care. In 2021, there was a member of the San Francisco Fire Department who wanted to get healthy and was a Kaiser subscriber. There is no Kaiser Permanente mental health care worker strike at that time. The member went through many Kaiser behavioral health programs, detox, residential alcohol treatment program, seeing Kaiser counselors, enrolling in the IOP intensive outpatient program, enrolling in counseling. All these programs occurred over several months, and the Kaiser healthcare professionals were not available because they were on strike. If it would have been detrimental for this member. Currently, as a San Francisco Fire Department Kaiser subscriber, would not receive the needed access to any mental health care because of the current strike. We would like to prioritize the health and wellness of our San Francisco Fire Department members and city workers by providing access to all and any behavioral health care, which includes Kaiser Permanente when they are in a behavioral health crisis.
Thank you for your comments.
Time and attention.
Before the next speaker, please come up to the podium, but before you speak, we see all of you in the committee room in room 263 and invite you, if you'd like to provide comments to the board, please come on through the chamber doors and line up under the windows here. Otherwise, we'll take these last 2 individuals and then switch over to the remote callers. Please, welcome.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. My name is Jax Rains. I'm a transgender Latinx clinical psychologist who currently is providing gender specialty care for patients spanning across our NorCal region, which honestly includes folks in Hanford to folks in Wairika, so it's quite a stretch. I've been working for Kaiser for over a decade. I used to be a generalist and actually changed positions because I couldn't see my patients often enough for them to get better. And as a colleague described already, I was spending much of my work apologizing for Kaiser and processing the trauma of Kaiser's inadequate care on my patients. In my new role, I refer to local psychiatry clinics, and my patients can't find therapists with the requisite experience, skills, or availability to be seen for their mental health needs. They're often referred out, which, as has been spoken to, is often a black hole where those same patients will end up reaching out to me in crisis or to help them find therapists, etc. Kaiser is losing staff, in particular folks of color, folks of transgender experience, part of the queer community. We're really hemorrhaging staff at this point because the working conditions, not being able to care for our patients, is demoralizing. Kaiser also has been painfully silent in the face of threats towards providers of trans experience who offer gender-affirming care. We've recently received physical threats, and Kaiser has been silent. just our patients of color and of queer experience are disproportionately impacted, also folks that can't afford private pay. We're just asking that Kaiser not only treat patients when they're in crisis, that they apply their preventative care model to allow folks to heal before they've been traumatized. It's demoralizing to be on day 44 without any meaningful response from Kaiser to improve quality of care for our patients, to establish caps in the number of patients.
Thank you for your comments. All right, come on up to the podium. After this speaker, are there any other speakers in the room who'd like to address the board on the Kaiser worker strike? Please line up under the window, otherwise we will switch pretty quickly to the remote callers. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Natalie Collins. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I work in Richmond, California. I've worked for Kaiser for 8 years, and I've been on strike for the last 7 weeks, the longest mental health care strike in U.S. history. And I proudly do that because of my patients who are not getting the care that they are entitled to. Across Northern California, there is one therapist for 2,600 patients. That's the statistic that I wanted to share with you. And I also am striking for my colleagues, many of whom have left, especially Black, Indigenous people of color who've left, who've been unsupported in this system, and more people who are on their way out. I also strike because it's a moral injury for me, because this is a violation of the code of ethics that I have upheld in the National Association of Social Workers, NASW. So I am on the line with my colleagues for the last 7 weeks. Kaiser has oversold its health plan and violated mental health parity laws, which you've all heard about. They're refusing to treat mental health care as the same as physical health care, and they have so many resources to fix this. So I just can't idly stand by. It's been a huge sacrifice, and I've been really buoyed by my colleagues, by people on the line, by patients and the general public who come up in their cars, roll down their windows and say, "You've got this, don't give up. We know your struggle, it's our struggle." So I really appreciate your time today listening to us and urge you to please intervene and call whoever needs to be called to help resolve the strike. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Natalie Collins. All right, let's hear from our next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Leslie Farrell. I'm a psychologist and I've worked for Kaiser for 13 years in the intensive outpatient program. I don't want to just reiterate everything that you've already heard. My story is very similar. I've managed to carve a niche for myself where I've kind of flown under the radar and seen my patients more frequently, but often at the cost and actually at the criticism of management that I don't have good boundaries. But so I am relatively happy with my work. What keeps me out on the line is the intense fear I have that if we go back without a better contract, at least half of the staff that are currently here are not going to be here, and the situation is going to go from very, very, very bad to absolutely intolerable and major crisis. We need something to happen, and we need it to happen now. We need it to happen like 2 weeks ago, because I personally don't know how much longer I can stay out knowing that my patients who are used to seeing me bi-weekly or weekly haven't been seen in 8 weeks. I love them, I care about them, I want to get back to them, and I need this to make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Leslie Farrell, for your comments to the board. Is there anyone in the room who would like, please come forward to the podium. Thank you.
Last minute. Hi, my name is Eliza Schifrin, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I've worked at Kaiser for about 7 years. My parents both worked in local government when I was growing up, and so I've gotten to see firsthand just what can be done at the local level. And I got inspired to come up here because, you know, the case has been made for a change needing to come today, and Kaiser prides itself on being an innovator in healthcare and prioritizing preventative care. And simply is turning away from mental health care. The 7-week strike, it's what we've been feeling is ignored, and like they're, because they have power and money, they're willing to starve us out and wait us out as long as it takes for us to not be able to continue to strike. So I just wanted to come and say, we need your help. We need the help of local government and local stakeholders. I really appreciate you making the space for us here today. And I just want to say, please take action now and do everything that you can to connect with other local stakeholders and state stakeholders to bring some action from this corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliza Schifrin, for your comments to the board. Before our next speaker, if there are any other speakers who are in the room and they'd like to address the board on this issue, please come on over to the window side of the chamber, and we'll hear from our next speaker. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Aisha Sullivan, and I was compelled to come up here and talk because a lot of my other brothers and sisters have been working for Kaiser for much longer than I have. I've only been with Kaiser for a year and a half. I do enjoy my work. I love my work. I am one of the clinicians, licensed clinical social worker. I meet with the patients, do the assessment, and connect them to services. In the beginning, it went really well. I found some success connecting a lot of the patients with a therapist. But as time has gone on, booking patients into appointments is definitely, as you've heard, 2 to 3 months out. On a couple occasions, I had a couple of patients that were in crisis and escalated it to managers to have the patient to be seen within 3 days. I had both patients reaching back out to me, telling me that they have not been contacted, and 2 of them were for intensive outpatient programs. One of the recommendations that I made for the patient was changed, and the patient was, I guess you could say, coerced to engage in a different type of treatment than what I actually recommended. So I just wanted to come up and share because I think it's important to know that this is a real issue. I've noticed it just being there for a year and a half. And yes, I am with my other members and ask for your support and help to get Kaiser on the bargaining table. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha Sullivan. All right, we have now completed the in-person speakers queue. Let's switch to hearing from those on the remote system. Mr. Joe Atkins, we'd love to know if there are any callers in the queue. I see that we have 18 who are listening, and there are 6 who are ready to make their comment. Let's hear from our first caller. Welcome, caller.
Hello. My name is Dr. Melinda Ginn, and I was a behavioral medicine specialist at Kaiser for over 20 years. I retired 8 years ago, but I was part of the group of people that were active and responding to the official white paper that the union submitted to the Department of Health Care in 2011. And during that time period, I was also sending my management emails on a regular basis. I probably sent them dozens of emails telling them that I could not possibly treat all the patients that were on my caseload, and I was asking for help and assistance with that because as a behavioral medicine specialist, I was treating people for the psychological aspects of major medical illnesses. And I was writing emails to my management saying things like, you can't tell me to talk to a patient who has 6 months to live that I'll see them. You can't tell me to tell them I'll see them in 4 months. And what was happening was exactly what you're hearing from everybody today. All of the providers that have been presenting you with testimony or with their perspectives, it's the same. It's care delayed is care denied. And that is what is happening here. People's lives are at stake. I don't understand Kaiser either. We've been in this fight with them for over a decade. And it really does require outside agencies, people outside of Kaiser, to try to give some leverage. That's why you're such an important entity. That's why the Department of Managed Healthcare is so important. And the Department of Managed Healthcare needs to sanction Kaiser more. I was an official whistleblower for the Department of Managed Healthcare, and I was prepared to testify at the $4 million hearing. And when that hearing occurred, all Kaiser wanted was to not have publicity for the hearing. And when they weren't granted that, they sat down and wrote a check right away.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Mr. Atkins, do we have another caller in the queue, please? Welcome, caller.
Yes, thank you, supervisors, for having us available to give public comment. My name's Christine Pelosi. I'm a women's rights attorney in San Francisco, and I've been working with clients for years, and I know the toll that COVID has taken on the mental health of our community. As someone who's working with mostly women who are in crisis, I know how important it is to refer people to counseling and have that occur right away, particularly in the realm where I work in sexual assault and sexual violence. Therefore, I'm calling in to support the mental health workers at Kaiser to urge all to come to the table to try to end the strike and to give people the benefits of what we pay for into the Kaiser system. And finally, just a big thanks to everybody who's been out on the picket lines. We know you'd rather be in seeing patients, seeing some of my clients, and seeing all of our community members. So thank you for the sacrifice that you're making of your own mental wellness in order to advocate for ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine Pelosi, for your comments this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Cheryl Thornton, and I'm calling on behalf of a worker in DPH who is a Kaiser member. 2 weeks ago, he buried his cousin who died of breast cancer, when at the repast, there was a shooting, and his other cousin was shot in the head and killed. So I want to read this. It says, "Hi, Maurice. First of all, I'm sorry for all the things you're going through. I myself have no less than 6 funerals in 2 weeks. My cousins, my 5 close friends. I've also had 2 more deaths in the family, 3 days, including my nephew who was shot in the head, so I can identify what you're going through. However, when you report to work, you are reporting to work. We expect all employees to meet all expectations and complete all assignments. We do not have any exceptions or otherwise to excuse anyone that is at work and not being able to meet their work expectations." Well, it goes on and on in this letter. This employee has tried to get mental health at Kaiser, and he's had 2 appointments canceled. Today, he's at EAP trying to get help. So not only does he not get the mental health, now he's under threat of losing his job in DPH. And so, yes, there needs to be something done about Kaiser, but there also needs to be something done about DPH and how they treat their workers. So thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl Thornton, for your comments this evening. We have 18 listeners, and there are 7 callers in the queue. Let's hear from our next caller, please. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Brenda Barrows, and I'm a worker at San Francisco General Hospital and an SEIU 1021 member. And the reason I'm calling is because this all brought me to mind of one of my coworkers. Her name was Cleo Moore. She had a son, and I remember we used to sit down and drink coffee every morning. She was a Kaiser member, and she had a mentally ill son, and she would talk every morning about how she was struggling trying to get her son help. Now, her son, who was a D11 resident, was killed by the police. And if he had been able to get the right help that he needed, then that was just a total crazy mess that he ended up dead because he couldn't get the help he needed, and he was a Kaiser person. So, yes, I totally support these Kaiser workers. And I know that they were doing the best they can because he had people trying to do the best they can, but the services just weren't there. So, yes, please support these Kaiser workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda Barrows, for your comments. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Leah McGeever, and I'm calling to support Kaiser employees
and their strike, and I would just like to thank them for striking on behalf of the community. It just sounds horrific, and I'm just so grateful that they're taking a stand, and I really, really hope that you support them too and get this resolved. And I just want to thank Alicia. She's the one who spoke, and I met her in front of City Hall for the farm workers, and she's the one who first got me cued in that this was happening, and it's just horrific. So I really, really hope that you help them out, and thank you again, for people who are striking. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah McGeever, for your comments this evening. Let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. My name is Gary Schaller. I'm a clinical psychologist. I work at Kaiser Richmond. I've been there since 2006. I'm also on strike. I see a lot of my coworkers and heroes up there telling the truth up there and making me very proud and excited. I want to say, having sat in on some of the bargaining meetings that happened weeks ago, it reminded me a lot of hearing what abuse sounds like when I speak to my patients who've been mistreated and abused and invalidated by parents and others. That's how we're being treated by Kaiser, kind of gaslighted. And I'll tell you, from 16 years of working at Kaiser, I've fallen asleep with my face on the keyboard doing notes because that's how many patients we have. It's an unmanageable workload. The keyboard is not a good pillow. And the last thing I'll say is if there's anybody listening or present in this meeting who might be thinking, well, there's lots of different ways to do therapy. No therapy works once a month. That's not a real thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Gary Schaller. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hi there, my name is Maggie Mullen. I'm an LCSW, and I've worked at Kaiser for the last 10 years. I have been on strike for the last 7 weeks with my union. In my 10 years that I've worked at Kaiser, I've been on strike at least 6 times. And I mention this because the problem with Kaiser's mental health care system is not new. It's been going on for as long as I've been at Kaiser and long before that. For example, when the Affordable Care Act was passed in California and in the country, we had a huge influx of new members, many of whom were seeking mental health treatment. And Kaiser did not do any hiring ahead, even though we knew this was coming. I personally work on a team that serves adults with the highest needs, people with psychotic spectrum disorders such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, who are significantly impacted by their symptoms. And I still have the same number of clinicians on my team as I did when I started 10 years ago, even though our caseload of patients has increased dramatically during the time I've been at Kaiser. And right now, they are getting no care from Kaiser, even though they are legally obligated to be provided it. So I urge the Board of Supervisors to push on the state level to make a change so Kaiser will finally obey the law and do what's right for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie Mullen, for your comments this evening. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Yes, my name is Steve Zeltzer. I'm a trade unionist, a member of Kaiser, and also with the United Front Committee for a Labor Party. And I think it's really not only sickening of what's going on at Kaiser, but it's criminal. They have committed to provide mental health care to their clients, their members. They're not doing it. And frankly, the reason they have treated this Board of Supervisors with contempt is because they're not being held accountable. What I think it means is this Board of Supervisors, if you're serious, should call on the San Francisco District Attorney to investigate the prosecution of Kaiser for fraud. They're committing fraud on the people of San Francisco, on the patients. They've made promises, they don't carry them out. Also, you should request that Ron Bonner institute an investigation and criminal charges against the executives of Kaiser for committing these acts of fraud, which have led to the death, suicides of patients who didn't get care. And it's required under federal law, it's required under state law, they're just ignoring it. And if the executives aren't held accountable, then they will continue doing what they're doing and ignoring you and other bodies. And the governor has been silent about it because he gets money from Kaiser. The HMOs control the state of California. That's why there's no real regulation and enforcement of the laws. And also, this union busing at Kaiser is harming the services. The nurses are without a contract. The engineers union went on strike for 3 months. This is union busing. It's harming all the patients of the Kaiser. So I wanted to say that, I would suggest you do that. There's going to be a rally this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. at Laguna Honda, because the same attack on Kaiser workers and patients is going on at Laguna Honda, where they were being discharged, leading to the death of 9 patients. And I think that they want to privatize Laguna Honda. So we're going to be meeting on Saturday, October the 11th at 11 a.m. and having a press conference. We urge the NUHW workers to come, because we have to unite all health.
Thank you, Steve Seltzer, for your comments this evening. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please. I think we've got about 4 more in the queue.
The nurses are without a contract. The engineers union went on strike for 3 months. This is union busting. It's harming all the patients of the Kaiser. So I wanted to say that there's going to be a rally this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. at Laguna Honda, because the same.
Hi, my name is David Pinsky. I am a Kaiser Oakland patient, and my spouse, Maggie Mullen, who is a licensed clinical social worker at Kaiser Richmond, just spoke. I have struggled with depression for nearly 3 decades. If it was properly treated when I was younger, I would not have gone through the sheer hell that my life has been at many moments since then. I am grateful to have health care. I'm grateful to have a spouse that is out on the picket lines fighting for others. This is not just about Kaiser here in California. This is about mental health parity in the entire U.S. and the world. We need to have adequate and timely care, and we need to ensure that Kaiser is held accountable. So I fully support the strike. I encourage folks to donate to NUHW. And to Kaiser employees that are not on the picket lines, please get out there. We need your support. And I urge the Board of Supervisors to do everything in its power to hold Kaiser Permanente accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, David Pinsky, for your comments. Before we go to the next caller, just want to say that if you are listening to this on your computer or on your television, before you speak, please just turn down your television, because then we will hear back in this chamber what the previous caller was indicating due to the delay. So, all right, Mr. Atkins, can you please send through our next caller? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I'm a 4th-year doctoral student working to become a clinical psychologist in the area. And I just want to draw attention briefly to a concern that I have and a trend that I see in my academic community as the mental health care crisis accelerates. A lot of the therapists at local community mental health agencies who are providing low-cost and low-fee therapy are trainees, are student clinicians or interns. And Kaiser also has a pretty broad training and internship program. Oftentimes these positions are unpaid or paid a very small stipend. And, we take that on when we enter graduate school, but we conduct therapy assessments, we lead groups, and we learn under the supervision of licensed clinicians like the ones who have been speaking. And I'm concerned that Kaiser might try and use trainees and interns as a way to manage the overburdened system without having to invest more money into this problem. So I really hope that someone can, or that we can keep an eye on this and make sure that they don't offload so much of this burden onto the shoulders of honestly, people who are still learning. We're inexperienced, and it's dangerous and unethical to have the most vulnerable and at-risk clients be dependent on the people with the least amount of experience, who might be at risk of accidentally, unintentionally doing the most harm. We need support too, so that we can learn and grow to become the best clinicians possible. And I fully support those on strike, and I wish that as graduate trainees that we had the same organizing rights and ability to speak up as well. But we often don't, and we want to get into this field so that we can have some of the same ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for your comments. All right, before we hear from our next caller, I'll just indicate if you're one of the 18 and you're listening and you'd like to get into the speaker's queue, you should press *3 if you haven't already. And so now we'll go to our next caller. Welcome, caller.
Hi, my name is Dr. Bisha Gutkin, and I'm a licensed psychologist. I've been working with Kaiser for about 12 years, and I want to remind the San Francisco supervisors about SB 221. That's a state law requiring Kaiser to provide return appointments within 10 days. For the last 7 weeks of the strike, Kaiser has been canceling thousands and thousands of appointments every day, violating the SB 221 law. And unfortunately, our Governor Newsom, has not been holding Kaiser accountable for breaking the law. And I want to urge San Francisco Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution today urging Gavin Newsom to get involved and resolve the crisis that's happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishka Guchkin, for your comments. Can we hear from our next caller, please? Welcome, caller. All right, Mr. Atkins, perhaps that's an unattended line.
Madam Clerk, there are no further callers in the queue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no more speakers, public comment is now closed. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, President Walton. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Ronan for calling this hearing and for reminding us that it was 5 years ago what happened to your legislative aide, who I know, and her daughter. And I just think 5 years later, we're still discussing the same thing like Groundhog Day. It's so infuriating. And I want to thank you so much for staying true to this issue and pushing on it. And I'm literally sitting here trying to contain my rage after everything I just heard, knowing what people's mental health challenges were before the pandemic, especially those of our youth and adolescents, the helplessness and depression and thoughts of suicide that they had before, and the devastating impacts of the pandemic on that. I'm sure all of us have a personal story or know people who have suffered. And someone said it here that, it is way past time that mental health care must be treated the same as physical health care. It is way past time. And to see this over and over again, in not just Kaiser, we see it in other areas as well. And I want to thank the clinicians, too, who came up and spoke of their experience. And I think it's Alicia, I just wanted to hug you and tell you it's not your fault. And thank you for staying and trying to change the system from within. And to the woman who talked about losing her father, it was a jolt when you said that. And I just want to say I'm sorry for your loss. We don't have to do that to people. We have to find a way to make people deliver on the promises they make when they say we're going to take care of you. Bottom line. And I just want to thank you, Supervisor Ronan. I actually did want to thank, I wanted to ask Abby Yant a few questions. And I'm going to turn that into one question because we've been here a long time. And I don't even know if you're the appropriate person to answer this. It might be a Department of Public Health question. But the fact that we have people going outside of Kaiser to get help, I'm just wondering if we track or if we know how many of those are going to our county behavioral health system in terms of our San Francisco Health Plan and Healthy San Francisco, if we track that. And what is that spillover effect? And are we billing Kaiser? Are they paying us for that? You don't have to answer that now, but if you have any idea about that, because I think we really need to get some type of monetary idea about how this might be affecting our San Francisco Health Plan.
We discussed this when Supervisor Ronan sponsored Mental Health SF, and to their knowledge, that is not happening. That was the answer then, and I haven't revisited it for some time, but I would assume it's the same.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Supervisor Stephanie. Supervisor Marr?
Thank you to President Walton. Yeah, I just had a few reactions to this very important and powerful hearing that we just heard, and thank you so much, Supervisor Ronan, for calling it. Maybe just starting off, I really want to thank the folks that shared personal stories, including my colleagues and some speakers from the audience. And my own personal story is, like so many, my teenage daughter sought mental health care at Kaiser for the first time during the pandemic. And, it took her 2 months to get her appointment, and then it took her another 2 months to get a follow-up. Then it was so difficult. She still wanted to continue, but it was so difficult to get a follow-up appointment that she gave up. And, fortunately, she's doing okay, but I know this issue is so important and so urgent, and even more so, coming out of the pandemic experience and trauma that especially young people have faced. And also, I've been a Kaiser member most of my life, as a kid growing up in Sacramento, a Kaiser kid, I guess that's a new term, and then now here in San Francisco with my family. And I've always been satisfied or even pretty impressed by Kaiser, as a provider, and pretty innovative and forward-thinking healthcare provider. But this situation, that's been happening, and Kaiser's stubbornness to really respond, to this crisis in mental health care in their system has really changed my perspective of Kaiser as a lifetime member and also now as a public official. And I think it's also harming Kaiser's public image here in the city and beyond, which I know they take a lot of pride in. So I just wanted to send that message. And just thank you to all of the Kaiser mental health workers that spoke today, that showed up to this hearing, and who've been on the picket line on strike for the longest mental health worker strike in history. I know how, as a former labor organizer myself, I know how challenging strikes are, and to sustain it for 7 months and be so strong and powerful. Yeah, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. So look forward to, I think there are some good ideas that surfaced from this hearing. We need to focus on Governor Newsom and get him to really step up, to use his political capital to get Kaiser to do the right thing. And then we need to look at how we can use our healthcare system or health service system, given that we're spending nearly $500 million a year, or paying that to Kaiser for healthcare, and see how we can use that to hold Kaiser more accountable and the other healthcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Chan?
Thank you, President Walton. And I first just really want to thank everyone that came out here to share your personal stories. As District 1 Supervisor, I live in Outer Richmond, and going through Kaiser on Gary Boulevard has been my routine of going to work to City Hall, and it's been months that I have stood, actually not just with HUW, not just with our health service, mental health service workers, but also our nurses, our station engineer 39, and just for months, and standing with you, all of you, in front of Kaiser, but also driving by and honking and trying to encourage the workers. And so I just think that as an employer, there's an issue with Kaiser as an employer. It's a problem that the way that they're treating their workers, all workers. And I think that is something that to be said for all the workers to come together, because there was even a sympathy strike not too long ago, and yet still here we are. So I think that there's one critical element that was very different when we held our hearing at GAO at the Government Audit Oversight Committee, and now that we actually have the passage of SB 221, which is a state law that is really requiring to actually have a mental health appointment within 2 weeks of the initial contact. And that has been effective since July of this year. So I think this question is more for Director Yent. And I also just want to commend her work. And I have seen her work as a member of House Services board, that I know that her and her team's been working hard for our city workers to make sure that, our coverage beyond not just with Kaiser, but all health service providers for our workers. So the questions that I have though is that have we been able to, since the fact that the SB 221 has been effective, have we sent out to notice to also like city workers, letting them know their rights? Meaning, we know about SB 221.
Yes, no, we have not done that.
And so I think that perhaps it's helpful that we send out notice citywide, letting our workers know of their rights, that that they can complain, and to us as a city, that if they in need of appointment and they are not getting it within 2 weeks.
Yeah, we can consider that.
And I think that we already have a hotline for complaints already, so I think that we can send out a notification.
Yeah, it's late and I'm not thinking real clearly of exactly how we could execute this that wouldn't cause more questions than, getting in the middle between the plan and the member is not generally a good thing to do. So that's what I want to be, the caution light is. So how do we ensure that message is delivered? Rather than it may not be us, but we can ensure that the message is delivered.
I think that's the important part, that our city workers know their rights for the very least. That this is a new law. It's been effective since July 1st of this year. So I think that for the very least, our workers who really work hard and pay for their care should really at least be notified of their rights. Thank you so much. And so I think that's like the first thing that I would love to see if we could follow up. And I think the second part of it, and this is really for Deputy City Attorney Pearson, because I just did that. I know that I did that a couple of weeks ago at GAO, and I think I'm just constantly amazed at people disrespecting this body and when I say people, I just mean that those like Kaiser or people that just wouldn't want to answer questions, tough questions, and answer to their calls and for responsibilities. When this board trying to make the process very transparent through a public hearing. And I know that we have the power of subpoena. I think that she knows where I'm heading, because I just asked to subpoena the Navy last time. And now, of course, now I'm asking, and thanks to Supervisor Peskin that we could do that at GAO committee. But here we are as a committee of the whole, as a body. So just kind of curious, in the events that Kaiser is in violation of SB 221 because they're not providing the service within 2 weeks' time of the mandate of the service, and that, especially in the case that we do find any violation, what can we do to really make sure that Kaiser do show up? And in the events that we decide to continue this hearing so that we can have another opportunity, will there be a possibility that we can subpoena Kaiser for them to show up? Or if there is a need?
Deputy City Attorney Ann Pearson. So the board rules address the board and board's authority to issue a subpoena, as well as the GAO committees. Under the board rules, the full board may by motion direct the clerk to issue a subpoena. The language in the rules is a little bit different for GAO, where it specifically authorizes that motion to be made orally, so that can be made at a noticed hearing. In the past, when this board has issued a subpoena, it has been done by a written motion so that it was agendized and the public could comment on it. So I can advise you on the procedure, and we would have to look into what issues might present themselves if we were to try and enforce it.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions. And again, I think that I just want to make my final comments that thank you for all the workers. It is it is shameful that I know that we say Kaiser is a nonprofit, but it's not. It make profits. It's not. It's a model that actually not working for patients. It's not working for our workers. It's certainly working for the pockets of the executives who've been profiting quite a bit, for quite some time now on the backs of the patients and on the backs of our workers at their expenses. As we can see today, that from these just heartbreaking stories, but they're not just stories, they're real human lives, and I think that is very unfortunate that Kaiser, it's cliche to say this, but it's true that they are putting profits before people, and I think that's shameful. And I think that if we could, as a city, we should most definitely exercise our right. First, inform our workers their right that to report their service provider could be in violation. And I think that if we could, and especially when I do identify violation, that we ought to subpoena Kaiser Permanente to come before this body to answer why they're violating the state law and at the expense of our workers' mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Ronan?
Thank you. And I'm going to close this hearing by sending a message to those Kaiser executives who failed to show up tonight. Because if you would have showed up, you would have heard your own workers, your own employees spend a significant amount of time apologizing to their patients for your negligence. If you were here, you would have heard your workers, your employees, telling you how they are forced to violate their own ethical and license guidelines because of your negligence. If you were here, you would have heard from your own workers that they have been forced to strike for 7 weeks without pay, terrified for the well-being of their patients, because you have ignored their pleas for decades. You blame the fact that there isn't enough therapists out there, that there isn't a big enough workforce to provide the needed care of your patients. But it would appear to this body that it's your own actions, it's the way that you treat your employees that make it impossible for you to hire. That only the most dedicated of dedicated workers, many of you who are here tonight, would put their own mental health and well-being on the line and work for you because of the love for the patients. Now, I want you to understand, and you heard from many of our colleagues tonight, that we're not done. We're not giving up. We're going to continue to join your workers on the picket line, on the strike line. We are going to do everything in our power, including I'll bring a resolution next week to this board, demanding that Governor Newsom get out from behind his desk and get involved in resolving the strike and making sure that patients in California, the biggest healthcare provider in the state, get their right to mental health, timely mental health services. We are going to figure out if we have to legislate it or what we need to do, that when our 70,000 plus employees and retirees choose the cheapest healthcare option when open enrollment happens shortly, that they understand that it might not be the cheapest option when they pay out of pocket for mental health services, and that perhaps they should go with one of your competitors who provides better care. We're going to make sure we find out, like Supervisor Preston, I thought it was a brilliant idea, because we all know, including my own family too, it looks like every member of this Board of Supervisors that a Kaiser patient pays out of pocket for themselves or their family members to get mental health services because we're lucky enough to be able to afford it. But let's find out how much our employees are paying out of pocket for mental health care
services when this city is paying $500 million a year to your corporation to provide those services. And then finally, it is time for the city to enact the Office of Private Healthcare Insurance Accountability, a law that was passed in December 2019 unanimously by this Board of Supervisors and Mental Health SF that would do exactly what Supervisor Chan was suggesting. This office was meant to be an advocate for the general public when you are not getting the services you deserve from your private healthcare insurers. We have just begun. You might have escaped coming to this hearing and listening to the elected representatives of the City and County of San Francisco today. You might have escaped listening to your workers and your patients. But like Supervisor Chan says, we have the subpoena power, and we're not even close to done with this fight. With that, Supervisor or President Walton, I'd like to make a motion to file this hearing.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to file it, or we can just file it, correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Thank you. This hearing has been heard and is now filed. And the one thing I do just want to say, too, this board will also direct the clerk to issue a memo to Kaiser expressing our displeasure with them ducking their responsibility and not showing up to this hearing today. Thank you to everyone who came out. And we will continue to support our workers. I do want to thank everyone for their patience. We do have a long meeting tonight. Madam Clerk, we're going to come back to item 40 because we have to address item 47 before we can actually take care of item 40. So would you please take us back to item 32?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 32 is a motion to appoint Peter Cohen, residency requirement waived, Fernando Marti, Whitney Jones, and Shannon Way, residency requirement waived, to the Inclusionary Housing Technical Advisory Committee for terms expiring 3 months after the date the City Controller produces the economic feasibility analysis of the inclusionary affordable housing obligations.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. Colleagues, I would like to split this file. I am not ready to vote on one of these nominees. I must apologize to the Rules Committee that I did not notice this before they voted on it and reached out after the vote was taken. I would like to split the file and continue the vote on Fernando Marti, Whitney Jones, and Shannon Way. And I would like to make a motion that we send the duplicated file or the split file with Mr. Peter Cohen's name back to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Do we have a second? Seconded by Supervisor Safai.
I think that she can split the file without any...
That's correct.
Correct.
Personal privilege to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Peskin?
I don't oppose the splitting of the file, and I'm happy to vote on the recommendation of the Rules Committee for Mr. Marti, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Way, and then address the balance of what remains in the second vote.
Thank you. So unless there's any other statements, Madam Clerk, let's vote on item 32 in terms of Fernando Marti, Whitney Jones, and Shannon Way.
On the original file without Peter Cohen, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The original item minus splitting the file and removing Peter Cohen passes unanimously. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton, and I appreciate the words of Supervisor Melgar relative to her apologies to the Rules Committee. I just wanted to put this in a little bit of context and history, as I am wont to do. In or about 2001, then Supervisor Mark Leno passed and authored San Francisco's first inclusionary housing law at 10% for residential structures of 10 or more units, and that evolved over time to a higher percentage and it was always a dynamic number depending on markets, cost of construction, what have you. In 2012, unfortunately, that number at 12% was ensconced in the city charter and became frozen. And if markets skyrocketed and there were opportunities to obtain more inclusionary housing, it was fixed at 12%. If markets plummeted and the cost of construction went through the roof, there was no way to bring that number down. It remained a static number. And in 2015, Supervisor Jane Kim and I authored a charter amendment to take that out of the charter and return it to the province of the legislative and executive branches. And in 2016, we authored a addition to that charter amendment by ordinance, which created this technical advisory committee staffed by the controller of San Francisco, and the mayor appointed 4 individuals. That was then Mayor Ed Lee, and the Board of Supervisors appointed 4 individuals. And they did really a very good job on a very controversial issue. Mind you, their work product is entirely advisory to this Board of Supervisors, but we stuck with their numbers in the framework of what they brought to us. Supervisor Safai participated in that. London Breed, in her role as a member of the Board of Supervisors, participated in that. And the process worked. Then came COVID, and the world kind of shut down for a couple of years. And I think we all are in agreement that it is time to revisit these numbers that should not remain static. And to that end, at the beginning of June of this year, the mayor, albeit she did not actually in any way convey that to the Board of Supervisors, appointed 4 individuals to the Technical Advisory Committee. That actually, I learned about that through the press. Supervisor Safai asked me why we hadn't gotten around to it, and I said I didn't even realize there was a movement afoot to reinvigorate the TAC, but I was all for it. And then we did what the Board of Supervisors is required to do. We put it out to the public, and anybody could apply. We got 4 applications for 4 seats. Thankfully, 3 of those applicants were original participants in the 2016 TAC. And they went through that, and they, I think, discharged their duties as professionals who know about pro formas and affordable housing quite well. The Rules Committee recommended those 4 individuals, including the 3 original members that consisted of Mr. Cohen, Ms. Way, and Mr. Jones. And it was not until after that respectfully, Supervisor Melgar expressed her concerns. I would like the Inclusionary Housing Technical Advisory Committee to get to work. There are, as of the last time I checked, which was yesterday, no other applicants that have applied. It is quite likely that the Rules Committee will do exactly what it did based on the qualifications and experience of this individual, Mr. Cohen, which is to forward him again. So I respectfully would suggest that we uphold the unanimous recommendation of the Rules Committee to move this individual forward and get the Inclusionary Housing Technical Advisory Committee to work.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Just real quick, the file is split. Do need a motion to
A motion
send
would be
to committee,
required to send it to committee.
So it could be
Therefore,
seconded.
second.
I'm sorry, you were both talking at the same time, so I didn't understand what you just
The
said.
file is split, and we would need a motion to send that split file to committee and needs to be seconded.
Okay, I thought that I did make that motion. And it was seconded by Supervisor Sophie.
Sorry, we needed to separate the
I just want
two
to, right.
requests. You can divide. It is your single pleasure to do so, but
I
then
see.
we would need that. So I didn't capture the second. Supervisor Sophie, you're the second? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. So I just wanted to, give a little bit more of, why I wanted to do this. I understand, Supervisor Peskin, the need for continuity, history, expertise that comes with history, and that is valuable. We are, giving this applicant a waiver from the residency requirement, and thus we're saying, for our most pressing issue, which is housing in San Francisco, we can't find someone who meets that requirement in San Francisco who can do this. And I'm a firm believer in diversity and recruitment, and that it takes a little bit more effort to recruit people who have been historically not included in these conversations. I do think that we can make a little bit more effort to get someone who has been involved in the housing movement. My preference, of course, would be a woman and a woman of color. I think we have many people like that. And perhaps you're right, Supervisor Peskin, that opening it up and will not yield any other candidates. But, I don't believe that that is the case. Let me say, there is another applicant that we just voted on who also received that waiver, and that's Shannon Way. I think that that's a little bit different because her expertise is in home ownership. In particular, she works for Home Ownership SF. It was an organization that, I was one of the founders of. And we founded that organization specifically because there was a lack of capacity in low-income homeownership in San Francisco 15 years ago when we founded it. And actually, it was 5 organizations. Now we're only down to 4. So I stand by my request. I think that, you as chair of the Rules Committee can schedule this quickly and expeditiously so that we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Ronan?
Yeah, I just wanted to state that I was prepared to vote to send it back to committee if that means that we're not going to have a full discussion today on it. But if we're going to have the full discussion here anyway, I'm also prepared to vote on the applicant.
Thank you. Supervisor Preston?
Thank you, President Walton. Yeah, I won't be supporting a motion to send it back committee. I frankly don't really understand the basis for it, and just want to say that this is, I think I've been critical often of appointments, not from this body, but of appointments that lack the expertise for the seats that they are taking. And we have many commissions and task forces and others that are filled with those. And this is the polar opposite. I mean, I'm a bit as very strange to me that we would need more time to consider. Peter Cohen, who's well known to the board, has provided tremendous amount of expertise over the years as one of the top city experts around these very issues. And I think we are lucky that someone of his caliber wants to serve on this technical committee, and am not really understanding the basis of more time when it's already been vetted and recommended by the committee.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Preston. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to send the split file back to committee?
On the motion to send the divided file back to committee, Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Melgar? Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Preston?
No.
Preston, no. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, no. Supervisor Safai? Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton?
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan? Chan, no. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman?
No.
Mandelman, no. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes, with Supervisors Marr, Peskin, Preston, Ronan, Walton, Chan, and Mandelman in the dissent.
Thank you. By a vote of 7-4, motion fails. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. So I had hoped that we weren't going to, get to this point. I had hoped that we could send this back to committee. My intention was not to actually air this out. I have had a long history, like some of you have, and I will tell you that we all experience things differently based on who we are, what we look like, how we present. I have found this applicant to have really problematic interactions with women, and with me specifically, when it comes to dealing with, just the interactions that we have, bullying, talking over people. I don't, want to give a leadership position to someone who will not be welcoming of the voices of others. This is a very contentious issue right now for our city. The issue of inclusionary goes to the heart of development and how we're going to do development. And, while I trust the other three applicants and that they will serve us well in negotiating something, I want to make sure that we create bodies where, there is progress that is done, where voices who have been underrepresented are heard and respected, and I cannot vote for this applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Seeing no one else on the roster, Madam Clerk, we'll call the roll on the original item with Peter Cohen.
Right. The vote is, shall Peter Cohen be a member of this committee? Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, no. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston.
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, no. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, no. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, no. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes, with Supervisors Melgar, Safai, Stephanie, and Dorsey in the dissent.
Thank you. By a vote of 7-4, this motion is approved. Madam Clerk, please call item number 33 and 34 together.
Items 33 and 34 comprise 2 motions that approve 2 mayoral nominations. The first is Rachel Tanner. That's item 33. And for item 34, that's Derek Braun to the Planning Commission, both terms ending June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Mr. President, this is an odd request, but I would respectfully request that, given the revelations of the last couple of days, that you also call items 35, 36, and 37.
Thank you. That works for me. Madam Clerk, can you also include items 35, 36, and 37?
Items 35 through 37 comprise 3 motions approving the mayor's nominations of Sophie Maxwell, term ending August 1st, 2026, and Dr. Newsha Ajami and Tony Rivera, terms ending August 1st, 2024, all to the Public Utilities Commission.
Did we get? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, President Walton, colleagues. I'm not exactly sure where to begin. And by the way, this might take a while. Do we want to do our airport special order?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I have a lot of different thoughts about what we have come to learn over the last couple of days, and appreciate the fact that earlier today we received an email from the mayor's office setting forth all of the letters of resignation undated that they have gotten from individuals appointed by the mayor to various commissions. And we are also in receipt of legal advice that I believe is public legal advice from the city attorney's office as to this practice. And all of this said, acknowledging that the mayor has ended this practice and has returned all of the aforementioned resignation letters. And I hear claims that this is a long-standing practice that has been done under many mayors. I don't know that to be true. I actually had lunch today with former Mayor Brown, who said that that was not true under his administration, but who knows? But that was his representation. But the practice is troubling, but it's not as simple as it seems. I think in a city like San Francisco, we vote for a mayor and we invest our, hopes and dreams in the mayor's ability to deliver on those things. And in this city for a century, we have had a diffuse, and we're not unique in this, commission system of government where we endeavor to get a broad sector of the population, in some cases subject matter experts, in some cases people who are not necessarily required to be subject matter experts, but bring a diverse set of opinions and oversight over different departments. And so these are dealt with in different ways under the Charter. Section 3.100 of the Charter, subsection 18, clearly says that there are a swath of commissions where the mayor can appoint. They do not come to the Board of Supervisors for approval. The board does have, and it is rarely used, I've seen it used a handful of times in 22 years, the ability to reject one of those appointments within 30 days by a supermajority of the Board of Supervisors. They are not normally scheduled for hearings, and that is the vast majority of the mayor's appointments to commissions. As set forth in the city attorney's letter, there are also other commissions where the board plays a role under the charter that the voters have voted for. And as a matter of fact, the voters, particularly when Willie Brown was mayor, voted a number of times to amend the charter to give the board that check and balance authority. They did so in the case of the Police Commission, the Planning Commission, the Board of Appeals, the Entertainment Commission, actually back in the 1960s for the Port Commission pursuant to the Burton Act under state law. And in those cases, as one of San Francisco's best election attorneys said today, that really is an end run around the legislative check and balance authority of the Board of Supervisors, and those are troubling. When you're a member of the public and you're going to the Planning Commission and you think you're getting a fair hearing, but it turns out that maybe if a commissioner votes the wrong way, not that they even need to be told how to vote, but because they have that sort of Damocles hanging over their head, people are left with less trust in government, and that is a problem. And then there are the even more troubling ones, and those are the quasi-judicial bodies where they are really tantamount to a court. And first and foremost amongst those, and as a matter of fact, when I was board president, I appointed Raphael Mandelman to the Board of Appeals. But the Board of Appeals is supposed to be an unbiased body. As a matter of fact, when I met with the gentleman that President Walton recommended to this Board of Supervisors that we voted for unanimously earlier in today's meeting, he spoke of his ability to be fair and unbiased. He is a member of the bar. He understood the role of a quasi-judicial, and he went out of his way to emphasize that he would be independent of his appointing authority, independent of the Board of Supervisors, and would discharge the duties upon which he was about to enter. And so it's very troubling to me in the case of quasi-judicial appointments. I think that I'm not sure what I am recommending to you, colleagues. I am glad that the practice has been exposed. I am glad that the practice has stopped. I also want to note that there is no rhyme or reason to the practice, which is kind of mind-boggling. For instance, and thank you for reading the three members of, or the three nominees to the Public Utilities Commission, by the way, all of whom the Rules Committee recommended to this full board for approval. These three, and I called all three of them yesterday, were not asked, nor did they sign a resignation letter. But it's revealed today that the other member of the body did. How does that work? We have in items 32 and 33 two appointments to the Planning Commission. One of them was asked to sign, one of them was not. But we just found out that two of the remaining members of the commission have. So I just don't, I don't understand the rhyme or reason to this. And the whole episode, as a longstanding member of the legislative body who absolutely believes in and celebrates the tripartite separations that we inherited from the Iroquois Nation that make our federal, state, and local governments great, I am troubled. So I was hoping we could have a little bit of a conversation about that, although I'm feeling bad about our airport workers, but I will not feel bad because I've been told not to feel bad.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, and definitely did not tell you to feel bad. I mean, to not feel bad. I think we all feel bad. This was a long hearing. We made a point to make sure that we supported our airport workers and added them to this very long agenda, and so definitely apologize for the long night, but most certainly did not tell you not to feel bad. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you for the comments, Supervisor Peskin. So I will be addressing in roll call and more substance the resignation letter practice and some of the response to it. I will say that part of that will be, I think, hopefully shedding more light on this in the upcoming days, though we are learning a lot from media and from some of the Public Records Act requests that have come out. But I do share the concern. I'm not exactly sure what the path forward is, but I will say with these 5 agenda items, feel very uncomfortable with moving nominees forward and appointments forward with this cloud and really with a lot of questions unanswered. So I would just say that, I think that, and Supervisor Peskin, you've touched on this. I mean, the use of these undated resignation letters, I think is a huge problem. I don't think there's much disagreement on that when we've read the public city attorney memo on that. I think it calls into question the independence of appointees. I think it certainly undermines public trust in our commissions right now. And again, we can hopefully restore that public trust, but we got to get a lot of questions answered. I think we have, as a body, we're tasked with oversight and the power of inquiry, and we need to exercise that here. We need to learn the facts of this, and as Supervisor Peskin says, why certain commissioners are required to sign these, others are not. We need clarity on the extent of the practice and different treatment of different appointees before we can confidently approve mayoral appointees. I did reach out as well to the 2 planning commissioners and was just very surprised to hear back from one that, yes, they'd been requested to sign one of these undated resignation forms and in fact returned it, and then the other one was not. And here we have 2 nominees coming before the board, same appointing authority, the mayor, same time, same commission they're being appointed to, and yet one's asked to sign an undated resignation letter and the others not. And why is that? So I think the board and the public deserve to know that before we confirm these appointments. And I just want to emphasize that is not about the merits of any of these commissioners or these nominees before us, but I think it's the fact that unfortunately for them, their nomination is coming before us just days after a major scandal has broken that uncovered a secret practice that is highly problematic and is inconsistent with the charter. So it's inconvenient, and I look forward to trying to figure out what the path forward is. It's inconvenient for the nominees, for the bodies they serve on, but I think that any such inconvenience is not created by this board. It's created by a very shady practice by the appointing authority. So I believe, and maybe the city attorney can clarify for us, but I think normally I would just suggest that we just continue all these, get more information through the letters of inquiry and hearing that I'll be announcing at roll call and the media, and hopefully be able to vote on them. But I understand that procedurally that may be problematic with some of the planning commissioners. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Chan? And real quick, Supervisor Preston, were you trying to hear a response from
I think we can discuss. I was more putting out there the questions on my mind.
Thank you. Supervisor Chan?
Thank you, President Walton. I first do want to thank the mayor's office and definitely Mr. Paulino, who's here on behalf of the mayor, to share the letters with us, the undated signed resignation letters in question, so that we understand that there's now at least, I think, about 40 or so letters that were signed and undated. I'm going to see this from a perspective of with the benefit of doubt, that, perhaps there seems to be maybe some kind of question, of the appointees. Is it their qualification? Is it their judgment that end up deciding that the selected appointees were asked for the undated resignation letter? And I don't mean to put Mr. Paulino on the spot, but since you're here, I'm just kind of questioning through President Walton, perhaps there's some explanation why the selected individuals were asked to sign these letters while others were not.
Mr. Paulino?
Tom Paulino, the mayor's office. It's my understanding, Supervisor, that between one candidate versus another, it's your question of why folks were asked to submit a letter versus not. It's my understanding that it was the mayor's discretion as to who would be submitting a letter and analyzed on a case-by-case basis.
If I may, to have a follow-up through President Walton. So I totally understand it's case-by-case, but is there sort of a reasoning or standards of why? Like how does the mayor herself judge? It sounds to me, though, first confirm, then it sounds to me that these decisions were made specifically only by the mayor herself. And then with her being the final arbitrator of these requests, what is her reasoning for these individuals? Like, what is her threshold?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. To answer the first part of the question, the spirit of the letter, I believe, was for extreme circumstances or dire circumstances where a particular commissioner either may have been incapable or a dereliction of duty with regards to their commission posting. As far as which commissioner versus another who was asked to submit a letter, as far as any standards or criterion for that, I'm not entirely familiar with, but again, just mayor discretion on a case-by-case basis with each commissioner appointee.
Sorry, I just want to clarify when you say the mayor. So you are confirming that it is all of these, the individuals that came before us or shown in these letters were decided by the mayor herself alone.
The nominees themselves?
That were
the appointees themselves.
The appointees themselves asked to sign the letters.
As far as them asked to provide a letter, Correct.
Decided by the mayor alone. Got it. But it's not clear what the criteria are.
I'm not familiar with, no.
Thank you. Thank you, President Walton.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Mandelman.
Thank you, President Walton. Well, I mean, I think this is, a troubling practice, not least because it is ineffective and embarrassing for the mayor's office and has created a problem for them. But I think that the applicants who are before us today are good, strong applicants who I'm inclined to confirm and let get on with doing the work of the people of San Francisco. And I cannot imagine what would come forward in an investigation of this practice that would lead me, having heard from each of these people at the Rules Committee, to change my opinion of them. So I would vote today, and I would vote to send them off to their commissions and have them start their work, and this body can continue to tussle with the mayor over the self-inflicted wound that is these resignation letters.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. Supervisor Melgar.
Thank you, President Walton. I agree about this very problematic practice. It is embarrassing. I will also say that, delaying these appointments would be punishing these applicants for something that they were already, sort of done some wrong to. I'm not for that. I will also say, just like on a very practical level. So I sat on the planning commission when we were down 2 people, and we couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom. And as you all know, those are very, very long meetings. And so I just, on a practical level, they need to be seated. And as Supervisor Mandelman said, I see no fault with these applicants, so I'm ready to vote on them today.
Thank you, Supervisor Melgar. Supervisor Stephanie.
Thank you, President Walton. Yes, I want to concur with Supervisor Mandelman and Supervisor Melgar. I don't think the issue of the resignation letter has anything to do with the qualifications to serve on these bodies, and we've already approved Rachel Tanner before. And as Supervisor Melgar said, the Planning Commission can't function without these 2, and we don't meet for another 2 weeks. So we're really going to hold the Planning Commission up? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's an issue that no one likes. It's a bad issue. Yes, and we can beat that resignation letter gate to death in another hearing. But to hold up these nominees it seems nonsensical to me. So I will not be voting to continue the nominees that have already gone through the Rules Committee, and I'm hoping that we can approve them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Stephanie. Supervisor.
Mr. President, just a point of information about items 33 and 34. These 2 items are subject to approval by the board. Today is the last day for the board to have jurisdiction on these 2 items. It's important for the body to know that we would lose jurisdiction if they were continued.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You just took a lot of my speech away. Supervisor Ronan.
So I came in here today very much of the mind of Supervisor Stephanie, Melgar, and Mandelman. I think these are 2 good appointees, and I wanted them to just move forward. But I have to say I'm disturbed by the answer I heard from Mr. Paulino, because, and I wasn't aware that one of the applicants was asked to sign a resignation letter and one of them was not, and that this happens at the discretion of the mayor. And so that just automatically brings up a ton of questions that I don't know, unless we can get the mayor on the line and ask, why was Ms. Tanner not asked to sign a resignation letter and Mr. Braun was? I mean, we have no idea what her sort of criteria is. Does she feel like, Mrs. Tanner will never disagree with her, even if it's not her own personal belief to vote one way or another, but that Mr. Braun has, an independent streak and that needs to be reined in? I simply don't know. And so I'm we're all being placed between a rock and a hard place here. I have a question for the city attorney, because like Supervisors Malgar, Stephanie, and Mandelman, I too think that Derek Braun and Rachel Tanner, I came in here today prepared to vote to confirm their appointment. If we voted them down because we're forced to act today, and then we can understand the criteria the mayor uses or has used in the past to request or not a resignation letter, could she then just reappoint them, and then we could, expeditiously bring them back to committee, for a vote?
Deputy City Attorney Pearson, yes, you could. As the clerk indicated, you are at the end of the deadline for acting on the appointments to the Planning Commission. If you were to vote to not approve them, there's nothing that would stop the mayor from reconsidering them, reappointing them, and sending them through the process again.
Especially she knows that this board wanted to appoint them today had this not all come up. One other question: does Ms. Tanner, if we don't act on Ms. Tanner today, can she continue serving on the commission until we act, or does she have when's her expiration date?
I don't know when her expiration date is.
I don't believe she's currently serving.
Okay, so they are down 2 commissioners. Okay, because I understand Supervisor Malgar's point about that as well. Okay, I'll think about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Safai.
I agree with the thing that's concerning me the most is the Planning Commission. Well, one of the things that's concerning me the most is Planning Commission is currently down. Although Commissioner Tanner was serving, her term expired. We haven't had the ability to reappoint her. Some of that has to do with the hearing schedule here, and now we're being confronted with that again. I think we have one other meeting here at the Board of Supervisors in the month of October due to some holidays. So 2. We have 2. Oh, sorry. In the month of October, we have 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a very short window. Personally, there was a vote at the Planning Commission that I believe if there had been the seats there and commissioners there, the vote might have gone differently. It's impacting our decisions as it relates to housing. It's impacting the decisions that we need to make to move forward. So being down 2 commissioners is not a good thing for our city or the Planning Commission in general. I guess I have a question to the city attorney. Is there anything that we have not thought about in terms of the 60-day, we need to act within 60 days or they are automatically deemed approved? Could the mayor voluntarily withdraw the names and resubmit them to be heard again in an expeditious manner? I'm just curious, is there something that emanates from the appointing body? I mean, because I too am, as a former commissioner, I can tell you I was never asked to sign a resignation letter. And I served at the pleasure of first Mayor Newsom and then under Mayor Lee. So this was shocking to me as well. And I understand there will be further discussions about it. But I also am concerned about these bodies being able to function. So is there anything that we have not thought about, City Attorney, through the board, President?
I have been giving this some thought, and I'm afraid I haven't come up with any other options for you. The 60-day deadline is in the charter, so it cannot be waived, it cannot be told, and these appointments are before you. So I don't know that even if the mayor were to withdraw them now, that they could come off the agenda for today. I would defer to the clerk on that question.
Okay. I guess I understand there will be further conversations about, in general, this practice, and it sounds like we will have a further vetting of that. I do believe that the importance of having the Planning Commission seated is extremely important for our city and not having it be vacant. So I will be supporting the appointment of the Planning Commissioners today. Are we under the same timeline for the Public Utilities Commissioners? So those we can continue. I mean, the board could at its authority. Is that right? I see
City Attorney Peskin nodding his head, but
Yes,
I wanted to see.
that's been confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Walton. Yeah, I'm obviously also extremely concerned about this revelation about, the mayor's asking some commission appointees to sign a resignation letter in advance, and we absolutely need to, have our questions answered from the mayor and really look at this situation. But I also see a lot of urgency to fill the 2 vacant planning commission seats, given the important work that the planning commission does on a weekly basis. Plus, they're considering these major updates to our general plan, not just the housing element, but this Thursday, the Planning Commission is hearing and voting on the safety and resilience element update. So I will be supporting the 2 Planning Commission appointees, especially because they were vetted by the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Supervisor Martin. Before I go to some of my colleagues who have had a chance to speak, I do just want to say, I hope we all remember this dilemma was not caused by the 11 of us. We are not the reason why we're in a dilemma right now to where the Planning Commission may not have a full. We are not the reason why the Planning Commission is in the boat that they're in right now. That is not on us. We did not cause this dilemma, and so from a standpoint of the legislative body, I don't think it's our dilemma to have to fix. I personally just want to say that out loud. One of the things is, and Supervisor Mandelman, I hear you when you're saying that this is not on the appointees. But then I did listen to Mr. Paulino, and he said that the mayor chooses to have people sign at her discretion, and we don't have a measuring stick or a rubric of what the reason or those purposes are. And so how do we know one of these nominees is not a bad nominee or one of them is a good nominee? Like, what information do we have to make a decision like that? I mean, I don't think that's arbitrary, because by the mayor's own team, it was stated her discretion, just in case someone may do something that is not appropriate. And so I just want to say it's not that arbitrary. With that said, obviously, it is very problematic that we don't have a full planning commission that is seated right now. That does cause concern, I'm pretty sure, for all of us. But I just want to be clear, it's not our fault that we're having that dilemma right now. And I don't know if it's necessarily our job to fix that and be the ones responsible for that dilemma. We do have 2 separate issues that I think the clerk made clear. One, we can vote on all of the commissioners for the PUC. 2, we can continue those commissioners until we get full conversation. We can support 33 and 34, both appointees for the planning commission, or we can do what we have no other choice but to not vote for them right now, and they could be renominated by the executive branch. But so those are the options and choices that we have, right? I mean, I think Deputy City Attorney Pearson was very clear on the options that are before us. But I just want to state for the record one last time, the dilemmas that we are faced with were not caused by this Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Chan.
Thank you, President Walton. So while I have questions about the practice, of undated, resignation letter request, I want to say, though, as a member of the Rules Committee, whenever that is a mayoral appointee or a board appointee coming through, or just, public seats that applied, I look at them, I look through their resumes, I look through their 700 forms, I look through, for some that I have conversation directly myself, and then some that I very fortunate to have my team to sort of have those conversations with these appointees. One way or another, we do our work to verify and vet these candidates that come before us at Rules Committee and to me as a member. And I think that you have seen before that for me, I spoke on candidates that I did not agree with, didn't think it's good. And I have thought, and I have supported candidates that I have reservation, but I, gonna remain open-minded. And so I would say, if I may, as a member of the Rules Committee, and have voted in support of all these appointees that are before us today, that's how I vetted them, whether knowing this practice or not. And so I'm going to still stand by my vote from Rules Committee, and I'm still in support of these appointees today. I just want you all know that, because I don't think that, vetting, I think it is our job to vet these candidates no matter how they come to us. My assumption is, sure, the mayor has her own criterias of how she view these appointees, but that's her, that's her criterias. And for the most part, to be told, I don't really know how she picked them anyways, whether with the resignation letter request or not. And so I know that it is my job as a member of the Rules Committee to vet them independently on my own and make that call to you colleagues to say, this is a recommendation, or I agree with that, or I don't. And so today I'm still going to stand by my vote from Rules Committee. I still urge for your support. I recommend them. I support their recommendation and their appointments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chan. Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, President Walton. Let me just say, this is a really not good position to be put in. And the reason we're up against this deadline is that these two individuals were submitted on July 29th. We were no longer in session. Our summer break is known when we adopt it in December. So there went the first month of our 60 days, and we scheduled it right up after the legislative recess. So, the timing was not something that we created. The timing was created because these individuals expired some time ago. The mayor waited until after their terms expired to reappoint them. So I just wanted to put that on the record. It's not, had they been, they could have been submitted early in May, but they were submitted after their terms expired, which is unfortunate. There's a lot more questions. I really feel badly for all these local 2P. I'll just say that one more time. But, here's a question, Mr. Polino. We don't know. Were there people who would have been appointed but weren't appointed because they refused to sign the loyalty oath? Did Mr. Braun get the job because he signed it and somebody before him didn't sign it? Did that happen in other instances? We have to know.
Tom Paulino, the mayor's office. Supervisor, there was never a candidate that was considered for an appointment to a commission where their declining of submitting a letter of undated letter of resignation resulted in them not getting the appointment. Nor is just to note that the using anybody who had submitted an undated resignation letter was never used in the last 4 years under this mayor either.
Right, but was it hung over people's head? And you don't have to answer that, because I believe the police commissioner, Carter Oberstone, said and actually revealed messages that said if he did not do a certain thing or vote a certain way, that there would, quote unquote, be consequences, which could only lead a rational person to think about the letter that they had signed.
Specifically with Commissioner Carter Oberstone, he also said that he was told that letter was only for extreme purposes, and as I noted earlier to Supervisor Chan's question, of instances of a dereliction of duty or an extreme circumstance.
Well, look, I think the votes are, Supervisor Mars said what he said, and we've heard from clearly a majority of the board that is ready to, the good news is uphold the unanimous recommendation, right, of the Rules Committee. I have to say, as somebody who's the chair of the Rules Committee, like Supervisor Chan, I read the Form 700s. I meet with candidates to important commissions in person. And I do have a sense of betrayal that, I mean, no candidate ever said, hey, by the way, I'm participating in an end run around the legislative authority granted in the charter by the voters to the Board of Supervisors. So, I mean, I find that to be deeply disturbing. I also just want to bring up something that did occur in committee as it relates not to the PUC commissioners, but as it relates to the planning commissioners, which Supervisors Mandelman and Chan participated in. And that is the fact that a lot of commissioners, and some know more than others, nobody goes to commission school. You get the book, the ethics book and the ethics training, but nobody tells you how to be a good commissioner or what the rules are or how to make a motion or what authority they actually have. And they, in many cases, are led to believe that they have less authority than that is granted to them under the charter. And to that end, it is very important that commissioners know that a commission secretary works for and at the pleasure of a commission. That has not been the dynamic as of late, or maybe for longer than late, at the Planning Commission, where the commission secretary, and this has been repeatedly documented, has treated the members of the Planning Commission, including accusations of bullying, as though he actually is their boss rather than the other way around. So we made that very clear to Mr. Braun and to Ms. Tanner about this behavior, about in the absence of a full commission where the vice president, who is a board appointee, became president, and it has become, and the city attorney has weighed into this and advised the commission secretary that actually it is up to the president to control the agenda, not the other way around. So I want to put that on the record, which is, this is the charter, this is the law, respect it, or go to the voters and change it, but don't run roughshod over it. And the same is true of resignation letters. And with that, I think I see where we're going, and I very much want to hear from our friends at the airport. And why don't we just, unless Supervisor Preston, you have a different view, well, go ahead, Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, President Walton. I mean, we don't know the extent of this, why all these things are used. We'll get answers. I will say respectfully that Mr. Paulino's comments raise more questions for me than they answer. Like, I just don't understand this idea on the one hand that these are for extreme circumstances, dire circumstances, unable to fulfill your duty, dereliction of duty. If that's the case, if they're for the situation where someone just like gets up and leaves their seat and disappears or something, and you want to then you use them for everyone, because there's no reason to think that Mr. Braun might be unable to fulfill his duties in some extreme circumstance, but Ms. Tanner, that will never happen with. So that makes no sense. And obviously it's discretionary, it's case by case. That's what we're hearing. We'll get more info at some point about what guides that discretion. But I appreciate Supervisor Peskin raising the situation. I feel a little bit like missing from this is we've got pretty good evidence so far that this stuff is held over people, at least with Commissioner Carter Overstone, and to pretend that's not a very real thing, that's not splashed on the front pages and going to be on the front of everyone's mind who appears in front of any of these commissioners. I think that what I would suggest to some of my colleagues who are inclined to support this is I think some of you are assuming that the Planning Commission cannot meet if we do not appoint these folks, and that's not the case. They have a quorum. I mean, they have a quorum. So I would like clarification of just one thing before we move on, which is if we were to vote no on the two planning commissioners and the mayor were to reappoint, how quickly could that be back in rules? It's not subject to a 30-day hold. If she were to reappoint them tomorrow, what is the time frame here?
we're having a meeting on October 3rd and October 10th.
Yeah. So I guess I just feel like this idea that somehow us exercising our oversight power here, making sure we have some confidence in what the heck is going on, and does not grind the Planning Commission to a halt. So I would urge folks to reconsider on that front. And I think, frankly, if these are not circumstances that would cause us to not simply rubber stamp an appointee, I don't know what those circumstances would be. Like, I just want to emphasize this. There is not a chance in hell that the Rules Committee would have forwarded this with their recommendation to us if Michael Barba's piece had broken the day before that hearing. Like, there's no chance this would even be before us. So why are we letting it go through? So I would urge folks to vote no on 33 and 34 and to continue 35, 36, and 37.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Stephanie?
Thank you, President Walton. One last thing. Listen, we did not make this mess, but we all work for the city and county of San Francisco, and there are a lot of messes that we don't make that we have to clean up. When the police mess up, we have to come in and clean up. When DPW messes up, like Mohammed Nuru, we come in, we legislate. I wrote 2 pieces of legislation that dealt with that. We clean up. When DPH makes a mess that we didn't create, we clean up. That's what we do. And this idea that the Planning Commission, they still have a quorum. The president of the Planning Commission, Myrna Melgar, who used to be the president, now supervisor, just said here, it would be hard for them to go to the bathroom. We know that we need a functioning Planning Commission. There is no reason why the resignation letters issue takes away from the qualities of these individuals that the Rules Committee unanimously approved. So in my opinion, we do have an obligation to make sure that the Planning Commission is functioning, that other commissions are functioning, and I think that this is just a little more of the political theater, and I think that we absolutely have an obligation to vote on behalf of all San Franciscans and make sure that we are delivering on a functioning Planning Commission and other commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Stephanie. Seeing no one on the roster, we either need a motion to do something different or we're going to be voting on items 32 through 37. Seeing no motion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on items 32 through 37?
33 through 37, Mr. President?
My apologies, 33 through 37.
On items 33 through 37, Supervisor Marr.
Mr. President, can you, given the fact that as to 32 and 33, we have to act today, and
But Supervisor
35 through
Peskin,
37,
just real quick, we called nobody made a motion. I mean, obviously.
Can we hear them separately? Can we hear 32 and 33 together and 37 through 35
33
through
and
37
34,
together?
we most certainly can. However, you were the person who asked for us to hear them all together. So would you like us to hear them separately?
I would like to vote on 32 and 33
33 and
separately.
33.
I'm sorry, 33 and 34 separately from 35 through 37.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on items 33 and 34?
On items 33 and 34, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar?
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Preston?
No.
Preston, no. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton?
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman? Mandelman, aye. There are 8 ayes and 3 noes, with Supervisors Peskin, Preston, and Walton in the dissent.
Thank you, and by a vote of 8-3, these motions are approved. Madam Clerk, please call items 35 through 37.
On items 35 through 37, Supervisor Marr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Supervisor Preston?
Thank you. I wanted to make a motion to continue 35, 36, and 37 for 2 weeks.
October 18th, Supervisor Preston?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second for that? Seconded by Supervisor Peskin. Madam Clerk, on the motion to continue?
On the motion to continue items 35 through 37 to October 18th, 2022, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar?
No.
Melgar, no. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston?
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Safai, no. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, no. Supervisor Walton?
No.
Walton, no. Supervisor Chan? Chan, no. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, no. And Supervisor Mandelman?
No.
Mandelman, no. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes, with Supervisors Melgar, Safai, Stephanie, Walton, Chan, Dorsey, and Mandelman in the dissent.
I was not in the dissent, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. I think it was Supervisor Marr. I was not in the dissent.
You voted to continue?
I did not vote to continue.
No, you voted not to continue.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
You said Melgar in the dissent.
Correct. We are.
You are
Correct.
voted against it, so
Yes,
you're in the dissent.
Supervisor Melgar, I have you marked as a no. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 4 to 7, the motion to continue fails. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on items 35, 36, and 37.
On items 35 through 37, Supervisor Marr.
Hold on 1 second, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Chan.
My apologies. The motion to continue has failed.
Failed.
Correct.
Because we need 8 votes to continue.
We need
Because
6.
you need 6.
Sorry, I thought that was 4 to 7.
Correct.
Four
Failed.
people.
It only received 4 votes to send to committee. Excuse me, to continue.
7 people voted against the continuance, 4 voted for.
My apologies.
It's
It's late.
No worries, everybody. So, Madam Clerk, on items 36 through 37. I'm sorry, 35 through 37.
On items 35 through 37, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar? Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston?
No.
Preston, no. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie? Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton?
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan? Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey? Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman? Mandelman, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Preston in the dissent.
Thank you, and by a vote of 10 to 1, these motions are approved. Madam Clerk, I think we have let our airport workers wait long enough. What I want to do is pull item 47 from the Fokker so we can vote on the committee of the whole, and hopefully it passes so we can host the committee of the whole. Okay. So can we pull item 47? And I know before we do that, we have to take public comment on item 47. Now, are we taking public comment just on?
On whether or not this body should sit as a committee of the whole. It is not on the merits of the item itself.
Correct. So we're going to vote on whether this body should should sit as a committee of the whole.
Item 47 is a motion to schedule the Board of Supervisors to convene a committee of the whole this afternoon, this evening, September 27th, 2022, for a public hearing on food and beverage worker wages and benefits at the San Francisco International Airport and the operational impact of an imminent strike on the traveling public, employees at SFO, and the city's revenue from concessions at the airport, and requesting the SFO airport director, the multi-employer group, SFO restaurants, and representatives from the Unite Here Local 2 to attend.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I believe we should take public comment.
Right. At this time, the Board of Supervisors will hear your public comment, and this is again specific to whether or not the body should sit as a committee of the whole to hear your hearing, which is the next item. That would be the committee of the whole, where you can then come up and talk about the merits of the subject matter. At this time, we'll hear from anyone who wants to speak on whether the body should or shouldn't sit. If you are interested in that, please line up on the right-hand side of the room. I don't see anyone getting up. Thank you. We'll go to the remote system, where we have Mr. Atkins, who is checking if there are any remote attendees. As I stated at the beginning of this meeting, the interpreters must leave at 8 p.m. So, Mr. Atkins, do we have anyone in the queue? Hello, caller.
Oh, hi. Good evening. My name is Cheryl Thornton. I just want to say that when I was a young adult in my early 20s, I worked at the airport. And from what I can tell, not much has changed. Workers are making $17 an hour. I can't say this yet. This is a long time. Hello? So workers were making, they're making currently $17 an hour.
Cheryl Thornton,
Yes?
I'm pausing your time. If you wouldn't mind, this public comment period is specific to whether or not the body should sit to hear this matter. I think this body has shown that they want to sit, and we'll have that hearing as soon as we close this public comment session. Can you wait until we reopen where you can then provide all of that information again?
Yeah, but now am I able to say that I think they should have this committee of the whole?
Thank you.
Is that what I can say?
Thank you. And when you call in, we will set the timer for 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Mr. Atkins, is there anyone else?
Madam Clerk, there are no further callers in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, on item number 47, please call the roll.
On item 47, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar. Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, absent. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mendelman. Mendelman, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Thank you. This resolution carries by a vote of 10 to 0. Madam Clerk, please call item number 40.
Item 40 is a public hearing of the Board of Supervisors to convene this committee of the whole for the board to hear your comments on the food and beverage worker wages and benefits at the San Francisco International Airport and the operational impact of an imminent strike on the traveling public, employees at SFO, and the city's revenue from concessions at the airport, and to request the SFO Airport Director, the multi-employer group SFO Restaurants, and representatives from the Unite Here Local 2 to report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just before I call on Supervisor Mandelman, I do want to apologize to all of our airport workers who are already dealing with a major ordeal for starting this late. We worked very hard. We had a packed agenda, and we wanted to make sure that we got airport workers in on tonight's Board of Supervisors meeting. So again, my apologies for the time. With that said, Supervisor Mandelman.
Thank you, President Walton. Thank you for your co-sponsorship of this hearing. Thank you for moving us up a little bit. And thank you, colleagues, for hearing this very important item. And thanks to some folks who I know got here before 3 o'clock, I think, and so have been waiting for about 4.5 hours. So thank you for sticking with it. This committee of the whole is on wages and working conditions for the food and beverage workers at SFO and potential impacts the current strike on SFO employees, the traveling public, and the city's revenues from concessions at the airport. Board President Walton and I called for this hearing because the airport and its workers are incredibly important to San Francisco. SFO is the entryway to the city for countless visitors and business travelers. The city has a strong interest in making sure the airport runs efficiently and without disruption to the traveling public and to its businesses. The city also has a strong interest in the commercial success of the airport and is invested in restoring public confidence in the safety of air travel. SFO is the workplace for many city residents, and we care about their working conditions. And workers there are fighting for a living wage after not seeing wage increases for years. Anand Singh, the president of Local 2, has noted that a single meal at SFO often costs more than what an airport fast worker makes in an hour. As you're all aware, yesterday, SFO's food and beverage workers went on strike after their negotiations with restaurants stalled 8 months in. Although the city is not a party to the current labor dispute, we are impacted by its outcome. Back in August, over 1,000 members of the union voted by 99.7% to authorize a strike. Last Friday, the union held a civil disobedience action outside of Terminal 3 at SFO. Hundreds of workers picketed, and 41 individuals were arrested and cited for blocking traffic, including 2 of our own members, Supervisors Marr and Chan. The board has a long-standing interest in the wages and working conditions for workers at the airport that bears San Francisco's name. We've previously legislated to ensure health care for airport workers and their families, and as Supervisor Peskin has noted, we routinely approve leases with various lessees for space in the terminals, and we have authorized rent relief for many of those concessionaires. As San Francisco and our airport emerge from the pandemic, I know it's important to each of us, and more important, it's important to our constituents that our airport and its tenants operate in a way that is consistent with our city's values. We're going to hear this evening from Unite Here Local 2 and workers. We're going to hear from Ivar Sotaro from the airport, and I believe we may have representatives from the multi-employer group as well. So first up, I would like to invite up Anand Singh, President of Unite Here Local 2, Lorraine Powell, the Food Service Director, and 4 strikers, Lee Cunningham, Gabriela Matos, Lucinda, and I apologize if I'm screwing up names, Lucinda Toe, and Vivian Navarte.
So thank you, Supervisor. Anand Singh, President of Unite Here Local 2. I'd actually like, if it's okay with everyone, if we actually go in a different order here and invite the strikers up first. I do have to say one thing. For a committee of the whole, the fact that it's not the whole committee, after folks have been waiting here for hours, started their picket shifts at 3 in the morning, is a little disrespectful. And what you're going to hear from these strikers is their lives and their livelihoods and their work is all about disrespect. Working at the airport is a disrespectful exercise in the lives of these men and women, and that's why they're on strike. And it's unfortunate to see that that's continued tonight in this chamber. But I do want to ask, if it pleases this group, that we go to the strikers first, as they've been waiting patiently.
Great.
Good evening, board. I hope you can hear me. I'm hoarse from yelling today. I was on the picket lines today, so bear with me. But the number one question that I've been hearing is, why? Why are you all striking? Now, I can only speak for myself, but I feel confident in saying that if not all, most of my coworkers will agree, I'm striking because the people I work for feel they are above inflation. The cost of everything is going up: gas, groceries, and yes, health care. And they want to deny us. They want to deny us our health care because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay the inflated costs, and that's unacceptable. I'm striking because I've seen the prices go up on items that I sell in my restaurant 3 times in the last 6 months, but I haven't gotten a raise since 2018. I'm striking because I shouldn't have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. The fatigue that comes along with that makes it nearly impossible to properly rest and sustain your energy. 1 job should be enough to cover expenses, allow time for self-care, and afford you the space to live life. There are a lot of people who come through SFO, and spending your downtime working and taking cat naps here and there isn't fair for any of the parties involved. We urge the board to get involved and ensure that our demands are fully heard as well as understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from our next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Gabriela Matose, and I'm a bartender at Lark Creek Grill in Terminal 2. I worked at SFO since 1993. I'm on strike for my health care. We're frontline workers at SFO, and with COVID and all the other new variants coming out, it's hitting us all like dominoes. My husband and I, we both have health issues. If I had to pay out of pocket for all the health care, I'd lose my house. I'm serious, I'd lose everything. My health might be janky, but it's mine. I've worked years. I've worked 2 jobs for 15 years out of the airport. Sometimes even 3 jobs to try to make the payments. And it's impacted my health. It's impacted my health severely. And I'm tired. We're all tired. But instead of taking care of the workers, the food service operators at SFO want to put the burden of health care on us. And it's not right. You think they'd take care of the people who take care of them. We're the face of the companies. We're the face of San Francisco, you know? We want to be happy faces, not faces that are stressed out about trying to make ends meet or scared of getting sick and not being able to make the payment for it. So we just want you to please join us in telling our employers to be fair, be kind, and just be human. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda?
This evening, all the supervisor. I'm working my name is Lucinda Cho, and I work the 2 jobs at San Francisco Airport to survive. I work in the United Cup Lounge, Terminal 3, and the other Cat Coral Bar, Terminal 2. They pay me only $16.99 per hour. I had to work 2 jobs because the wage is not enough to support my family. I work 5 a.m. to 1 p.m., then I take the rest 2 hours, and then I work 3 p.m., continue the other job 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. So when I had the double shift, and then I cannot go home because it's so far. I just sleep in my car at the airport. I'm very tired every day. I have very little time to rest or sleep. I cannot afford gas, grocery, housing is very expensive, so I cannot afford to live close by. I had to drive from South Bay to airport to work. Now the owner will not give us a raise, and they want us to pay more for the health care. That is not fair. I work very hard, and we are always short of staff. Please help us get the what's fair and right. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And I think we have Vivian.
Good afternoon. Good evening, all supervisors. My name is Vivian Narvarte. I work at SFO since 2012. I have 2 jobs. I work at 2 stores in Terminal 3. I work 2 jobs because our wages is not enough to meet our needs. 1 meal at the restaurants where I work costs around $21, and my wages is less than $18 per hour. We are so busy, we sell a lot of meals every day, but my pay for a whole hour of work is less than the price of just 1 meal. That is so unfair. We are all working. Because I work double job, I do not have time to see my kids and my grandkids. I work my first job 7 to 3 p.m., and then my other jobs from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. When I get home, I don't have energy for my family. I just clean myself and go to the bed. And I'm gonna alarm again my cell phone for tomorrow again. I'm on a strike because I want to quit my second job and have more time with my family. I want to take a rest because I'm so tired for two jobs, especially if my coworker call in sick, no replacement. I work for 2 persons. Please help us, supervisor. Tell the owners that 1 job should be enough. Thank you all.
Thank you. Lorraine Powell.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Powell. I'm the Food Service Director at Local 2. Thank you for having us here to listen to our stories. So we represent the workers at the airport in the concessions and restaurants. There's roughly over 930 workers right now. We used to be at 1,200 before the pandemic. And we've actually been bargaining this contract since last November. So it's been going on longer than 8 months. And we've spent most of that time fighting with the employers because they've been trying to strip away our seniority rights. Fortunately, we're over that, and that's not the issue now, but we're at the point where we're talking about the economics. And they're not agreeing to the wage increases that these workers need. They're not agreeing to secure their family affordable health care or to make the pension improvements that these workers need. And so that's why we're out on strike. That's why we're out on strike since yesterday morning. And like Anand said, since many of these workers in this room were out on the picket line at 4 a.m. this morning. And so they're here tonight because they want their voices heard. They want your support in doing something about this. Employers haven't been willing to give the wage increases they need. Many of these workers haven't had an increase since 2018. And so that's extremely painful at this point when we see the inflation rising to the extent it is. These guys are having a really tough time making ends meet. Working 2 jobs is not a new thing at the airport. Many workers have had to do that before the pandemic, but it's become a huge problem now at the airport, where even over a third of the workers have 2 jobs and even 3 jobs, as you were hearing from Vivian and from Lucinda. They're one of many, actually. Last night, you know, the consequences this causes the workers to have. I mean, they told you they don't get to see their children. I had a striker last night on the picket line telling me that same thing. You know, she doesn't get to see her 8- and 10-year-old children, and how painful that is. You know, for a worker to say that, that's not something she's happy to tell me. That's not something she's happy or proud of. But that's what she said. I have no choice. I have to pay my bills. Same thing, sleeping in your car. Lucinda's one of many doing that, because you're traveling far away and you're getting off late and you're starting at 4 a.m. the next morning. That's what people have to do. People have to shower in the bathroom at the airport because that's what they need to do. They have no choice. I've been around the airport for the last 3 years getting ready to negotiate this contract. Then the pandemic kind of derailed that. But so it's been 3 years. I only learned about this recently, like in the last month, because workers aren't happy to tell you, I can't be the parent I want to be, or that I have to be temporarily homeless sleeping in my car. But that's the reality, and it's common at the airport. Now I hear it over and over from people because it is the truth. And that's not right. That's not right that at the airport, one of the best airports in the country, that workers are in that situation. And so we're here today telling you about that so that you can help us do something about it, so that that's not the future for these workers. And I have to say, the non-union has been at the airport. There's been non-union, but that also has increased drastically over the last couple of years, and it's a problem. The non-union is dragging down our good standard that we had in the union concessions in restaurants. The non-union, they're not paying for family health care. They're not paying for a pension. And the union employers bring that up to us and say, already it's $6 to $8 more we're paying. Why should we be paying more? The difference will be even greater. You expect us to pay to our competition. So the non-union are making it difficult to have these workers to have a better standard. And you know, the airport now is trying to help us address that, which is good, and we're making some headway. But I have to say, it's kind of late that this has become such a problem. And we continue to struggle with the airport, where they're treating us like we're the outside, whereas the employers are the inside, and that they're the airport. These workers are the airport. They're going to be here. They're going to stay. The employers come and go. But this is the airport, and they should be treated with respect. They should be valued for it. Instead, we represent them. This morning, I'm trying to talk to a worker about the picket line and about why we're fighting. And I'm being told by a duty manager that I'm not allowed in the restaurant, that I don't have a permit to talk to this worker. So that's the kind of that's not a good relationship. That's not working with us. And meanwhile, we see management looking the airport looking the other way with management. You know, there's workers that came off the street a day ago and they've got a T badge, and there's no management in sight. These people are working alone. That's totally against the rules. But that doesn't seem to be a problem. So it's really frustrating that we're in that situation where we're being scrutinized over every detail, but management is not, and we're not being respected for what we're trying to achieve here. So I thank you for giving us this time to talk and present our situation, and I hope that we're moving forward here with a better standard at the airport that these guys deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. President Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, President Walton and esteemed supervisors. So look, I just want to pick up where Lorraine left off, because I really think that this body needs to look at the inequality at the airport, and really kind of focusing in on a couple of elements here. Lorraine talked about non-union operations. There's a handful of non-union restaurants that, again, and Lorraine said it right. The airport, I think, has been helpful in the last several weeks trying to get on the right side of this, enforce labor peace the way it should be enforced, but that kind of went by the wayside. And so as a result, you have a handful of non-union operations that can essentially, operate at a competitive advantage to the union operations. And at the same time, threaten their workers, right? Threaten their workers with termination if they talk to union organizers. That seems to me the diametric opposite of labor peace as it's codified and written into their leases and the airport. So look, there's the inequality with non-union operations and the effect that has in dragging down the union operations and the pressure that puts on our negotiations. But there's also an inequality at the airport that is being driven by this group, the multi-employer group. The multi-employer group has yet to make a commitment on health and welfare. And I got to tell you, these employers have not paid an increase in their health and welfare rate since February 1st of 2018. Now, I challenge anybody here to point to another company anywhere, or institution, or government, or organization that hasn't had healthcare increases over the last 4.5 years. So they aren't paying a single cent more in the last 4.5 years. We're fighting the hotel companies for higher contributions, and they're essentially subsidizing this group. That's unacceptable. It's untenable. It can't continue down that path. So we have to keep an eye towards the inequality. They're not there. Lorraine, I think, showed great restraint. Over 9 months, she's been at the table driving these negotiations, along with all the men and women you see behind me here and many more of their coworkers. Our frustrations, their frustrations, boiled over some time ago. And they took a strike vote, and overwhelmingly, over a month ago, 99.7% of them said, we're ready to authorize a strike. We've had enough. And yet, even after taking that strike vote, we continued to bargain. We bargained as recently as last week. And in that session, they still couldn't figure out. Our side, our members, our committee made dramatic movement trying to figure out how to get to a deal. The other side can't figure out how to get there on the issue of health care. Forget the wages. Nothing I say can be as compelling as what you just heard from the 4 strikers and their experiences and their stories and their lives, and what wage increases and the lack of wage increases at this airport means to them and their families. But on the issue of health care, for a group of companies that hasn't paid 1 single cent more in 4.5 years, the fact that they can't figure out how to get there, that told our committee everything we need to know. That's why we're out on strike. Our picket lines are strong. I got to tell you, Local 2, you all know us. We strike a lot. We know strikes. We know our way around strikes. I got to tell you something. This group of workers, this is a tough group of workers. They are going to win this fight. They are going to win what they deserve, because at the end of the day, their demand is a modest demand. They deserve a living wage so they don't have to work 2 or 3 jobs and sleep in their car. They deserve health care security. They deserve equality in standards at the airport. They deserve for one job to be enough. And we're going to win that fight, and we invite you all, our elected leaders and representatives, to join us in that fight and to help us bring this thing home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And actually, if I could get you, or maybe Lorraine Powell might also be a good person to answer some of these questions, so you might come back up. But I just want to say that for me, as an elected representative in San Francisco, it is profoundly embarrassing to me that this airport, which is our airport, it's the San Francisco International Airport, all of these employers are operating under leases that we have agreed to and entered into with them. To hear what is the reality for folks who are working at the airport under these agreements entered into with us. And I'm wondering if you can, I know you've provided some of this information, but just to reiterate, no increases, no wage or benefit increases since 2018, notwithstanding all of the sort of inflationary changes and just natural rise in cost of living during that entire time. So what does that mean for the average worker at SFO? Where are they in terms, the food and beverage workers, in terms of, how much they're taking home, how many of them are having to work second jobs? I don't know if you have this information, but if you do, kind of, what does that mean for?
Yeah, look,
for
I
them?
think some of this is anecdotal, and you should jump in, Lorraine. But the median wage, most workers make about $17.05 an hour, and we were talking earlier. We believe as many as a third of workers work a second or third job. And a lot of them within the airport ecosystem, right? They pick up other jobs. Do you have anything to add to that? That's really what it means. Having to pick up more work in order to qualify for health benefits, in order to actually have enough money to pay rent and make ends meet.
Well, the majority of the workers at the airport are snack bar attendants. They're the ones who work at the concessions, coffee, they get the sandwiches. That's most of the workers at the airport. We also have cooks and servers and bartenders, dishwashers, but the majority of them are snack bar attendants, and they're making $17.05 for the most part. There's some one-offs on that, but that's the majority of what they're making, and they've been making that since 2018.
Now,
and they're the majority of the people that work 2 jobs. The bartenders and the servers, because of the tips, they're in a better financial situation. But even they have to work 2 jobs. But the snack bar attendants are the ones that really struggle the most.
And you talked about the toughness of these workers. I was out there yesterday, and I think Mike Casey was saying that pretty amazing numbers of workers have gone out. That it's an extraordinary number. I was just wondering if you could talk about how many
look,
folks.
It's overwhelming, and all you got to do is look at our social media. And see kind of the picket lines, and they're loud, they're boisterous, people are animated. They got so much energy, they're still here after 4. Sorry, I want to go back to, folks they really have. They've been out since, on the lines at 4 a.m. today. They're here because they're fighting. They're going to keep this thing going. That tells everything you need to know.
And so I don't want to get delve too far into this union non-union issue, because it's not the core of where you are right now. But I think it's important while you're here to make sure that everyone on the Board of Supervisors understands. We're going to have Ivar. Some of my colleagues, I think this is new information for, that we have an increasing number of non-union food providers at the airport, and that's a change. So can you explain from your perspective, we'll ask Director Sotero about this in a moment, but from your perspective, how could this have happened? I think some folks are sort of shaking their heads like, what? There's non-union operators at the airport? What's going on with that?
Well, and you should speak to this too, Lorraine. We're supposed to have labor peace at the airport, and that's supposed to be a condition, I think, in a lot of the lease agreements that you all vote on and sign off on. The reality is, what's been happening, at least up until now, what's been happening has been that seems to be kind of a pro forma thing. It's in the language is there. There's an expectation potentially that there would be labor peace.
So lessees are signing an agreement.
The lessees are signing an agreement.
I will respect card check.
Labor peace in that manifests in the form of a card check. And so they're signing an agreement, but they're given the lease, right? There's no card check that's actually executed before they're awarded the lease. Once they're awarded the lease, they're in the space. We approach them, and this is something that you've done, right? We've gone and we've asked them to sign our card check agreements, and they refuse, or they go and they retain outside counsel that shows them how to avoid the union and how to refuse, and they start running a concerted intimidation campaign with their workers. They chase union organizers away. It's anything but labor peace, but you've been living this, so why don't you?
Yeah, and so that's been made, then the workers are very scared to be talking to the union after it's been made clear by the bosses that it's not acceptable to be for the union. So there's that scenario, but it's also not been made clear to the prospective people getting a lease that they workers choose to be part of the union, the workers choose the union, that is a condition of the lease. They need to be part of the multi-employer group. And so employer after employer, we find, has no knowledge of that. They have no knowledge about the standard that exists at the airport, that family health care that's affordable is a standard we've had at the airport, and they don't know it. And so even the nicest employers are like, oh, wait, what? You want me to pay what? It's not like these employers who are non-union in all their other locations that they have any idea about family health care. They never pay it. And so to them, it's now we're in a conflict with them right off the bat because they didn't know what they were walking into and they're not prepared to do it. And so it's a problem. It really creates a bad dynamic for us to be able to resolve things and have them move forward. And like this one employer, Bacon, those workers chose a year ago to be union. They signed union cards. Those cards, they refused to let them be counted until January. And then, so this day, those workers don't have family health care. I mean, these workers have worked through the pandemic. Frontline workers who take care of people from around the world, and when the mask mandates stopped, a lot of the workers were getting COVID, right? And they're bringing it home to their families. And they're infecting their families. And not to have family health care to help you take care of yourself and your family, it's really outrageous. But that's the case for these Bacon workers. Some of them have been out on the picket line. I mean, they're part of the strike. They're union, and they're being told by their employer, "You're not union. You can't do this." But they're out on the picket line. The ones that have had the courage to do that in the face of that.
And there are there is an increasing number of operators who are acting in this way, and either through ignorance or willfulness, not meeting their obligations under the leases. But there's also folks who've been out at the airport for a while, right? Who are similarly resistant and not not recognizing card check and not allowing for organizing. Is my understanding of that correct?
True, like Uncorked. Finally, they've been there like 20 years at the airport. But still, I've signed the MOU and it's not come back. Those workers, they haven't signed the MOU after all this time.
How long has that been with them?
20
years, but
20. But yeah, the workers signed cards over a month ago, and they're dragging it out every step. It seems as well.
Okay. It looks like some of my colleagues are interested in weighing in. So through the president, you want to call, or should I call? Or
go ahead, Supervisor Melman.
Then Supervisor Ronan.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if Ivar Satiro could come up. I feel somewhat delinquent as the chair of the Budget Committee. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for continuing the lease that we recommended approval on the other day. But I'm going to start scrutinizing these leases like you've never seen before, and nothing's getting past that committee until these workers are treated fairly. So can you tell us, how you enter into leases with these companies that then play these games and don't abide by worker neutrality, or whatever it's called? What is it called? Labor peace. Sure. Labor peace.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor, and good evening, President Walton, members of the board. Good to be with you, the workers at SFO. Thank you for being here as well. We've always enjoyed such strong relationships with the unions and have worked together for decades, and I feel like we've really got caught off guard by this whole issue. We're not used to not having labor peace. When you look at how the leases are structured, and I'll just walk through the process, there is the labor peace card check obligation that is put upon the outlets, the new businesses. And part of the problem too is we have a whole host of new businesses at SFO. And I think that's caused a lot of the unfamiliarity of what the expectation is. But in the lease, it talks about the card check process. And the first obligation after the award of the lease is for them to come to a card check agreement. What the lease provides for is that the union requests a card check agreement with the operators. If the operators fail to agree to a card check with the union, within 30 days, the rule card check, the one that's attached to the lease, goes into effect. So there is a card check agreement in effect after 30 days of when the date is that the union requests to write a card check agreement. Okay, so then the next step with that is once there's a card check agreement, the operators have to provide the employees' names to the unions, and then it's up to the unions to actually conduct a ballot with the employees around their desire to be represented by the union. So we've had such stability for so long, and now we have 12 operators that most are new. But there, 3 of them, for instance, now, as we've worked over the past, I think it's been at least a month and a half, we've tried to resolve the issue, have then now become and agreed to sign up for the unions, the MOU with the union. The collective bargaining agreement had lapsed, and now there's an MOU. So we're going through this process with these 12 that started out as non-union to try to get them to allow for the card check and let the employees vote what they want, what their representation is. So that's the process that we go through. But it starts with a request by the union to have a card check agreement. And there has been currently no lessees that are in violation of the card check agreement. One is getting close. Illy Cafe is getting close. And if they're non-responsive to the request for the employees to provide the names of the employees, then the airport will take action against that one outlet. But right now, and I feel like part of the problem is we're not used to enforcing the requirements of this because we've worked together for so long and people know what's expected at the airport. And so, to be honest, when this came up about 6 weeks ago, maybe a little longer, this went from 0 to 100. And it wasn't even on my radar, the level of issues we had, because it's something that had worked primarily between the unions and the employer group. So is it an expectation, like you said, there's this expectation of the community of employers at the airport. Is it an expectation that the workers should be provided health care for themselves and their family? It's an expectation that they honor the obligations, that the workers have that right to first select representation, and then they honor the obligations of the collective bargaining agreement. And that does provide for the health and welfare, those obligations in the collective bargaining agreement. So we definitely want to see them have their coverages similar to the Healthy Airport Worker Ordinance and what that's provided for those workers that are QSP workers. That's been really important. I guess and I'll just
I'll just end here because I know it's late and many people want to talk. But here's the situation. You're hearing the stories. This is not an exaggeration. These workers are working several jobs. They're sleeping in their car between shifts. They're showering in the bathrooms at the airport. They're getting sick and bringing home COVID to their family. They haven't gotten a raise or their health care coverage, the employer portion of the health care coverage increased in ages. What are you doing to end this injustice? Because that's what it is. And it brings down the esteem of the airport. It's, as Supervisor Mandelman said, an embarrassment that the airport of the city and county of San Francisco treats workers like dirt, quite frankly, because that is not humane, it's not dignified, and it's wrong. So what are we doing? And when I say you, I mean you and all of us, to make sure that people that are the face of San Francisco Airport in this city are treated with the respect that they deserve.
Yeah. Agree with your comments. They deserve that. And in the absence of a collective bargaining agreement, it falls back to the ordinances of the city and county of San Francisco, the healthcare accountability ordinance. And so that's the rub. It's a city issue. The airport isn't an island with our own rules and regs. We are subject to the ordinances of the city and county of San Francisco. I think that's the right question. What can we all do together to ensure that these coverage exist?
Well, I'm wondering if I could just then, and then I swear to my colleagues I'll stop, if I could bring up Anand and Lorraine. What more can we be doing?
Well, look, I mean, I think I'd ask you to kind of look into the apparatus, right? I mean, there's no question the non-union issue is a critical issue. It's an important issue. I think we both said, and we meant what we said. The airport in the last several weeks, everything Ivar said is accurate. I mean, I think that there's been a real market shift and change, and I think there's a real path forward there. There's still a problem because you have these non-union places that have, it's essentially, they poisoned the well. It's scorched earth. They've frightened people and they've poisoned the well. So that's an issue that needs to be dealt with. But as far as the contract goes, and the strike and the key issues of this strike, that's on this multi-employer group. They're not where they need to be. It's unacceptable for these companies to come in, seek these leases, and then nickel and dime, or not even nickel and dime, frankly, not spend a cent, and be all too happy to let the hotels subsidize, their health care costs. That needs to end. And whatever authority and power this body has, we ask that you really examine that. And I think you do. They're, at the end of the day, they're tenants. We're working for tenants at the airport. You all are the landlords. And so we're coming to you and asking you for your support on that.
So, Mr. Sataro, can I have a list of all the leases and their expiration dates, and for you to send them? Oh,
Supervisor Preskin has it.
Yes, glad to forward that to all the members of the board, certainly.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sataro. Supervisor Sophie.
Yes, thank you. First and foremost, I want to say to all the workers that came out today that we stand with you. We know that what you're experiencing is trauma. It's trauma right now to be dealing with trying to ask for basic services while you're coming to work every day. And in many cases, as was referenced by some of the leadership, you've been putting your lives on the line for the last 4 years. I mean, literally, people have died because of COVID, and our airport has remained open. It is one of the economic engines of our entire economy here in San Francisco, and you all have put your lives on the line. You've served with dignity, with respect, and all you're asking for is some basic human dignity. and getting the health care and getting the raises that you deserve. So I want to recognize you first and foremost for all of the tremendous work that you did, and let you know that we see you, we recognize you, and we stand with you first and foremost. Secondly, as Supervisor Ronan said, we have authority and we have power, and I take Ivar at his word, Director Satiro, that this is something that is brought to his attention at the last moment. We receive a lot of these leases, and I will tell you, it sounds like to me, we had a problem for a few years at the SFMTA in a very similar manner, where car check neutrality and labor peace was not being respected. And we do have the ability to write in stronger provisions into our leases, termination provisions, if that is not being respected. It's very disingenuous to have that portion of labor peace up front. And I'm not pointing fingers, but to say that that's there, and then once a lease is signed, that it's totally ignored and not respected. And then you still have people that have been trying to organize and trying to get basic rights afforded to them, and they're still waiting on the sidelines for those. I mean, I can tell you, I'm very proud. I know that many of these folks I represent so many of these individuals, and thank God for the fact that years ago, these good union-paying jobs afforded them the ability to buy homes and live in close proximity to the airport. I know many of the other folks that did not have that opportunity are the ones sleeping in cars, commuting from long distances. And I'll just say this, I know for a fact that a good job with good health care, with good welfare, with good pension provides for a stable workforce. And we want that stable workforce at our airport. We don't want high turnover. We want individuals that are providing tremendous customer service and being the face of San Francisco at the airport. So I think that's also another thing to consider when we're thinking about these things. But I would just end with, there's been tremendous inflation over the last 9 months. I can't imagine not having any increase in wages over a 4.5-year period that even predates COVID. This, from the benchmark that you're saying, predates COVID, predates our economy going into somewhat of a tailspin locally. So, and then not to mention, and I'm just going to put this out there, there's also another dichotomy at the airport. We have worked really hard at the Budget and Finance Committee, at the Board of Supervisors, to ensure that our public employees were given wages over a wage increase over a 2-year period. It's also not fair for the private sector employees to not have that same benefit afforded to them in a public serving entity. So we need to do better. You have my commitment that we are going to work harder for you. We will provide more scrutiny. We will work with the director of the airport to look at these leases to ensure that labor peace is respected. And we definitely need to bring this strike to a close, and we need to ensure that the multi-employer working group sits down at the table and understands that this is one of the highest priorities for the city and county of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. And I just wanted to thank all the workers, the SFO workers and Local 2 members that came out today for this long hearing, this long day after being on the picket line and on strike all day as well. So just really your dedication and how powerfully organized you are is really inspiring. And I know I've been hearing about these problems for a while now, for the entire year, from workers at the airport, from Local 2, and this struggle, this contract campaign has been building for so many months, and then Supervisor Chan and I, had the privilege of joining a major action a couple Fridays ago, where that included civil disobedience, where we were arrested along with many of you here and other political and labor leaders. And that action was really to try to prevent where we're at today, right? It was try to really send a strong message to the multi-employer group and SFO that this contract needs to be settled, and the workers really need to be made whole for all the difficulty and challenges that they had to struggle through over the past 2.5 years, or really 4 years, going back to when the last raise was. But unfortunately, we are here today where there's a strike, and really, again, I'm going to be there, and I know all my colleagues are going to be there to support you and your actions. But we really need, the multi-employer group and SFO to really step up here because this is bad. It's bad for business, for SFO. It's bad for our city, when this is happening. And actually, Director Cetero, I guess I have a question for you. Is again because this has been building for months, right? Since I think at least November of last year. And how could you let this happen, right? Why hasn't this been resolved sooner? And why wasn't the strike prevented?
And there's two issues, Supervisor, and thanks. The two issues, the first is the expiration of the collective bargaining agreement, and that expired in 2019. There is an MOU that's in place that the original signatories of the collective bargaining agreement are adhering to. And the process we're going through now is to try to get all of the rest that elect for union representation to also abide by the requirements of the MOU. The other issue is around the non-union outlets. And really, earlier this year, I was aware of one that was a problem. I think it was Bacon. And we heard about this, and we sent a letter, and we thought the issue was closed. And then up until, again, 6 weeks ago, the issue of the number of non-union outlets was not really well understood. We don't have a mechanism. We don't get a report. We don't generate a report. This is a relationship between the employers and the union. And we really we weren't getting any kind of feedback that there is a big problem brewing until we had a meeting, and they laid out a huge sheet with 12 different outlets, or it may have even been more than 20, I think, because it also included the clubs, the airline lounges. And that's when really the issue for me, I really understood there's a much bigger issue. Ever since that point, we've been doggedly determined to get through the process with all of these vendors and trying to even facilitate meetings to try to take the animosity out of the atmosphere and try to cool and not have the atmosphere be poisoned. So when the vote is taken by the union, there is a reasonable expectation that they're voting how they feel. So that's been how we've been involved. And really, I think part of the problem is just we don't have the right structure to the lease agreement, and we don't have the right controls that we should have to monitor and engage. We meet with the unions all the time. I mean, we've got lots of unions, and that's why, for me, it was surprising to go from 0 to 100 overnight. And I described that to Mike as well. I just felt like, how did we get here? So we have work to do to make sure that never happens again. And what I said before was we've enjoyed such stability and partnership and relationship. And I think that there was we kind of sat back and maybe got a little too comfortable with that.
Thank you. Can I ask one follow-up question? So for the growth of the non-union food service operators, it sounds like there's allegedly widespread violations of the card check neutrality or labor peace policy, and what enforcement capacity does SFO have, to enforce the labor peace or card check neutrality policy on these non-union employers? And is the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement playing a role in this at all?
And I'll say first, in our review and our city attorney's review, there is not widespread violations of the labor peace. And in fact, we don't believe there's been one violation. The one that I spoke about was Illy Cafe, and there is time blocking that they may be in violation. So from how we read the lease agreement, there is no violations as of yet.
Great. And do you have an enforcement staff or team?
Probably part of the problem is I lost one of my key people that was very close to the unions about a month and a half ago. She went to work for another agency. So we have someone that's trying to keep all the pieces together and recruit the right talent to have that level of representation and coordination with the unions. So the enforcement piece, I think, is a new element that we need to think about in the leases, is what does that look like? Because this is not a relationship that the airport is in. This is a relationship between the employer group, who is they are the bargaining body for the restaurants, and the union. And so I think this is something we need to work on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman and President Walton, for this hearing. Thank you to the members of Local 2 for being up since 4 o'clock this morning. To all of you, to Ivar Satero, the director of SFO and his staff, to Mr. Kevin Wesley, who I remember from long ago in the multi-employer group. We are the landlord. We are the landlord, and the charter has very, very specific language, and we have the unlimited power of inquiry. And to that end, I asked the question that Supervisor Ronan asked of Mr. Satero: show me the leases. 66 leases. I will read some of the names in a minute, but before I do that, let's talk about Section 9.118 of the Charter. That is the provision of the Charter that's been around for a quarter of a century, from even before my time, that says that any contract with anticipated revenue of $1 million or more is subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors. Any modification or amendment or termination, even termination, of such a contract is subject to approval by the Board of Supervisors. Any modification, any amendment is subject to approval by this Board of Supervisors. Any lease of 10 years or longer in duration, including options, subject to approval by this Board of Supervisors. We've had a couple of split votes today, but one thing I know and appreciate about you, my existing 10 colleagues on this board, is I can guarantee you that this board will vote unanimously, and I see my colleagues nodding, that we will, as a matter of policy, as the landlords over SFO, as the board of directors, if you will, we will, as a matter of policy, deny lease after lease, lease extension, lease modification after lease modification until this matter has been favorably resolved. That is how it's going to be. That's what happened as a warning shot a little earlier in today's meeting. That is what is going to happen. 30 of these 66 leases expire in the next 2 years. Some of them have already expired. Let me tell you about the $1 million of anticipated rent. The minimum annual guarantee on many of these leases is $300,000 and $400,000 a year. That means if you want a 2 or 3 year lease extension, it is subject to approval by this Board of Supervisors. If you don't get labor, peace, and a contract, nobody's going to be renting nothing at SFO. That's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Oh, wait, I do have one other thing to say. Here are the 30 that are expiring in the next 24 months. Andale Management Group, Bayport Concessions LLC, BJ Annex LLC, Bun Me LLC, Burger Joint Inc., Cafe X Technologies, Delu Enterprises, Gate 74 Inc., Gotham Enterprises, Guava and Java, HBF Soto JV, Host International, Marina's Cafe, Sankaku Inc., SF Foodways LLC, SF Uncorked LLC, Taste on the Fly of San Francisco LLC, Sticks SFO LLC, SSP America, and Urban Tortilla Inc. All of those expire in the next 24 months.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Dorsey.
Thank you, Supervisor. You know, I do want to just echo what my colleague, Supervisor Peskin, just said, just to assure everyone who needs to hear it, including the employer groups, about the unanimity of this Board of Supervisors. I'm the newest member of the Board of Supervisors, but I represent a district that is also a destination for convention businesses, sports venues, numerous hotels. I want to do everything I can as a supervisor to make sure that we are bringing business and tourism back, conventions back to San Francisco, but I am determined that that's not going to be something we're going to accomplish on the backs of working people, and I'm going to be in absolute lockstep with my colleagues here. I want to thank Supervisor Mandelman and President Walton for hosting this. This has been an enlightening hearing for me, and I really want to say thank you to everybody, to Local 2, and to everybody for being here and for your patience. I want to say it because I think it needs to be heard by the employer groups especially, that this board is going to be with you. I want to make sure we get back to those days like we had in 2019 when it was 26 million visitors and $10 billion plus of revenue that was coming here. But if we're going to be able to do that, we have to make sure that the people who are doing the work of SFO, who are serving the travelers, are paid fairly. And if you're not getting a raise in 4.5 years, it's clearly unfair. So I'm with you in this, and thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dorsey. Supervisor Preston.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman, and thank you for your leadership on this, and President Walton as well. And I'll keep it short because colleagues really have said the many things I've been thinking as well. I just want to also add my voice to, I think it's one thing for a supervisor to say all colleagues feel a certain way. It's another thing to hear them from all colleagues. And that's the case. There's no place for the kind of conduct we're hearing about for not complying with the labor peace provisions of these agreements. All of these, as Supervisor Peskin has explained in detail, come back through this board and this body for approval. And I think that especially after these last couple years, it just breaks my heart that we're here on, we had so many workers in here earlier on strike at Kaiser. We got so many workers here fighting for the most basic things and respect and in a workplace, just after what we as a society have been through for the last 2 years, that we're forcing folks to strike just for these this basic respect is just, I'm sorry you all have to be here. So I thank you for going out on strike, for being here, for waiting the hours to speak with us, and we stand with you, and we'll be with you, and we'll be making sure at minimum that where the city holds these leases, that they comply with them and that they're not coming back through this body to get approval of these leases without doing right by the workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. I may have some additional questions for Director Satero later. We probably should let folks speak in public comment. Before we do that, I did want to thank Kevin Wesley and the multi-employer group for being here and listening and hearing this. You did better than Kaiser in that regard. And I did want to afford, you don't have to take it, but if anyone wants to say anything, I wanted to afford you that opportunity.
Thank you, President Walton and Supervisors. My name is Kevin Wesley. I'll speak for the multi-employer group. The first gentleman that spoke about inflation, and that's the core issue for us. We have no issue with giving the employees more money. We have no issue with the union, and we have no issue with the airport. Our problem is, if you look at history, and Supervisor Peskin will remember when this happened, more than a decade ago, the street pricing policy at SFO went from 10%, and that 10% above normal street covers the people that have to accept the food through security and then distribute it through the airport, and our acknowledgement that we know we're going to work with union wages and union benefits. So that 10% goes to kind of cover that. And as wage inflation hit, the airport was kind enough to give us 2% as a surcharge to close the gap on the CBA negotiations that we had. At that moment in time, restaurants in San Francisco did not have surcharges on the menu, so we had basically 12% above the street. What's happened is, and you can look at the restaurants, you can look at One Market, been around 40 years, they're at a 4% surcharge. Zuni Cafe on Market Street, been there 50 years. They're at a 5% surcharge. Cafe Delfina, or Delfina Restaurant, people would argue it might be the nicest restaurant in the city. They're at 6% surcharge. Skoma's, the largest organized restaurant in San Francisco, is at 5%. So what's effectively happened at the airport is rather than restaurants on the street raising their prices, they've raised the surcharge, and we're not allowed to take the surcharge in consideration for our prices. So you've got us right now in an untenable vice grip. The original intent of this program a decade ago was 12% above street pricing. We've lost 5% of that by surcharges. So our real ability to go over street right now is 7%. And it's a really, really serious problem. We've talked openly about this with the airport. I believe we're making progress on the issue. We've talked openly with the union about this for a long time. I believe we're making progress on the issue. But I think what's happened is the intent of it costs more to operate at the airport, that's gone away for us. So if the airport was to consider what some of the other urban airports in California have done, for example, LAX is at 18% street pricing. You don't have labor unrest at LAX. San Diego's at 17%, 15% free pricing, 2% service charge. So if we could basically come back to market, I believe we could probably settle with the union in 1 2-hour session and move on from this crisis. But we're really in a vice grip here where our revenue is down. SFO is, through June when they publish the numbers, is at 60% of employments from 2019. So we haven't seen numbers for July and August, but our numbers, we did a straw poll, we're at 65% for the year. So we're down a third. There's major inflation in food, and we have raised some wages. So I think our only message to you tonight is we understand the environment that we choose to work in. There's no one over here that is here tonight that's waited a long time to be heard that is breaking rules, and we've got some new members of our group. They're clearly breaking the rules, and some of it's probably intentional and some of it's probably lack of education. And we've worked with the union so that when they do get card checked, they let us know, and we can actually work to educate them of what kind of they're walking into. And we'll be happy to work with the airport long term so that when people bid on new leases, we'll be happy to tell them these are the rules of the road. You have it in your lease, but really you should expect to get organized at SFO. So we respect the workers. Everybody's been here a long time. I thought it was just important that the one problem that we have is that we've been strangled with street pricing policy, never anticipated that restaurants would start charging surcharges on the street at the level they are. So our margin has already been shrunk by 5 points. And I thought the last session we had with the union showed major movement, and we showed major movement. So again, I think if we could just get some help in modernizing the street pricing policy, I think we could settle in one session, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley. Are you here to answer questions as well? Couple of things that don't sit well with what you said to me, and I know this is not just on you, but you made the statement that you educate folks after they sign leases. So it's not your fault, but obviously there's something we need to do as a city to make sure that people are very clear about how we operate in San Francisco before they sign a lease. Because they should not have to come to your group after signing a lease and have issues with employees. That should be upfront. They should know exactly what we demand of our employers, whether they're at the airport or whether they're operating within these city limits. And since you gave all the data around the financials, et cetera, what is your solution to continue to lose money every day while folks are outside on the street striking? Like, what is your solution to helping solve this problem?
We would prefer to have labor harmony, and we think that all parties, the airport and the revenue that we provide them, the workers and the pay they get, and us giving a fair markup against street, all that has to come together, and this can go away for years. That would be my solution.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, President Walton. Mr. Wesley, I've known you for 20 years, and I think you're an honest broker and good at what you do. I think Airport Director Satiro nicely and appropriately said that the airport, it should not have come to this, in my opinion, and whether it's staff that worked with Local 2 that is no longer with the airport. This should have been resolved. You're absolutely right. We've got street plus 10 and 2% on top of that. Other airports in the industry go higher, 3, 4. There's room for a partial airport solution. I see just what you see, which is absolutely no reason that you guys can't all get in the room, and the airport's got something to give, your employer group's got something to give. As you said, Local 2 already gave a lot, so why don't you guys go sit down and work it out, and we just want to see this strike finished. I mean, that's to all of you. But I think you got 2% room to move. You just said that. Just go wrap it up tonight.
Here. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. I don't see any more questions from colleagues, so thank you.
I actually have a quick question. I would like to give Director Satiro the opportunity. I know he said that this is something that was just brought to his attention more recently. It was caught off guard, but that was going to be my question, having been involved in a lot of negotiations here at City Hall. What is your anticipation to be involved in these negotiations now that you're aware of the situation and what was described by Mr. Wesley in terms of the room that they need on their end? What role can you play as the director of the airport, the leaseholder that will be negotiating with them and then bringing it to this body?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor. And the parties were way far apart to start with, and there was very little movement. And this started maybe about a month ago, really, getting back together post-COVID, trying to focus on getting a collective bargaining agreement. So there were iterations of just both parties, well, there was both parties, just kind of no movement by the parties. I brought them together and said, this has to change. We have to see movement. You have to get a new collective bargaining agreement. A couple days after that, they had a session, as Mr. Wesley described. There was significant movement from both sides. After that, I expressed a willingness for the airport to participate in a solution as well. We recognized that we were below other airports and below the city, and so we did express we're here to participate as well. And now we tried to get something going before the strike. I think there was so much momentum around a strike. We didn't have a meeting before a strike, and so all parties understand the airport's willingness to move in and contribute as well through that. A lot of work has been done. I still think there's more work to be done by the restaurant group as well.
Do you have a plan to host some of these sessions to try to bring this negotiation to a close in the next day or two?
I've asked both sides to be prepared for 1 o'clock tomorrow, and just as long as it takes to get to an agreement, stay in the room up at the airport 5th floor administrative offices.
And just so I'm clear for the record, I think I hear you saying that the airport now has a role to play in moving on your end, because it sounds like what I heard described by the employer group, the difference between 12 and 18% other competitive airports is significant. Sounds like the union has made some movement. Employers seem to have put something on the table. It would be great to hear that the airport is committed to making some movement to get this resolution resolved.
We are, Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Sophie.
Thank you, Director Satiro. Thank you, Kevin Wesley, and thank you, Anand Singh and Lorraine Powell. And I think we probably should open this up to public comment. So if folks who are in the chamber who would like to speak to this item could line up over on the that side of the room. And if there isn't anyone.
No, Madam Clerk, you can take it from here. Thank you, Supervisor Mendelman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public testimony is now welcome specific to the food and beverage worker wages and benefits at SFO. We will first hear testimony from those who are present in the chamber. Please line up on your right, as Supervisor Mandelman stated, and then we'll hear from those who have joined remotely. We do have interpreters still with us from the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs. We have Natalie G. as well from President Walton's office, who will assist us, and Marty Dickinson from Lando and Associates. Can I just, Natalie, if you have the script, can you begin and let speakers know how to access this meeting in language, and then Marty will hear from you.
Yes, Madam Clerk. 大家好，我叫 Natalie， 今晚係你嘅廣東話翻譯。如願請參與會議的公眾人士要表達意見，請撥打1415-655-0001，之後輸入會議 ID 號碼2499-162-0695，然後再按兩次井號鍵。加入收聽會議之後，請再按星號鍵、3號鍵排隊輪候發言。聽到提示音 You have been unmuted 而取消靜音，即表示你隨時可以發言。公眾人士的發言時間不得超過2分鐘。現場參與會議的公眾人士將會優先發言。Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Marty. Marty Dickinson, can you please provide the a Spanish interpretation for us?
Para dar su comentario en español, por favor marque el 415-655-0001, seguido por el código de acceso 2499-162-0695, más la tecla del numeral 2 veces. Luego presione el asterisco número 3 y antes de empezar a hablar, espere a que el sistema le diga que su línea ha sido activada o en inglés, you have been muted. Usted tendrá 2 minutos para dar su comentario. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you both for your assistance this evening. And so we're going to welcome our first speaker in line. If there are other speakers who do speak in language, our interpreters will jump in to assist you. Welcome.
Kim Cavalloni, San Francisco Labor Council. You know, this is all well and good. Let's assume that the workers get a strike, and the strike, get a huge raise. I want it to be a huge raise. And they get their benefits and their pension covered. That's only part of the equation. And the other part of the problem on why we're all here is because for decades in this room, the folks who are sitting in these seats and the folks who sat in these seats for the past 20 years, I just want to say shame on people. There is not an acceptable reason why these folks can't live 20 minutes from the airport. The reality is these folks live 2 hours from the airport, which makes it impossible for them to get home and then get back to work in a timely manner. And the lack of affordable family housing in this city has driven this problem to this point. That is the other half of the equation that we're not talking about. And I really want to say, these people all have a right to live in this city, but we've priced all these good, hardworking people out of the city, and people don't seem to want to care to build housing for these workers so that they can live in the city that they serve. And until we come to a point where we can address their housing needs, a lot of this is lip service. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another speaker here in the chamber who'd like to address the board at this time on this matter? All right. Then we're going to go to the remote callers. I know there are 3 who are in the queue, and there are 4 who are listening. Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our first remote caller.
Good evening, Supervisors. Mark Gleason here to speak on behalf of the Executive Board of Teamsters 665, as well as 665 sister Teamster locals throughout the state of California. Many of those sister locals, I remind everybody, have members that deliver the supplies and goods to SFO each and every day. The Teamsters also represent, through Local 665, over 1,000 women and men who work for private landside vendors at SFO. And as such, we stand completely in solidarity with Local 2 and share the frustration of all the members at Local 2. Just as Local 2 has been confronted with these problems, the Teamsters also have been confronted for years with private vendors who are awarded leases. These vendors are, more times than not, either national or international corporations who bring an economic model designed to squeeze profits while ignoring the real cost of living of workers in the neighborhood and communities around the SFO. The Teamsters will continue to support Local 2 and all workers at SFO fighting for fair wages, and we appreciate all elected officials who stand in solidarity with labor in opposing poverty pay at the San Francisco airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark Gleason, for your comments this evening. If you are one of the 4 listeners and you'd like to provide comment this evening, please press *3 if you haven't already. Otherwise, we'll take the next 2 callers to the very end. Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Brenda Barrows. I'm a chapter president out at San Francisco General Hospital, and I just wanted to let all the workers know that although some of us, because we work in the hospital, couldn't be out on your line, that we support you 100%. And I thank the board for the action that they are taking.
Thank you, Brenda Barrows, for your comments this evening. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's hear from our next caller.
Yes, this is United Prem. It's amazing after hearing that the supervisors, management, the director,
Sir, we are having trouble hearing you.
I said that it's a surprise that you're shocked about the union busing at the airport. For years, they had protested that I've covered, and so it's not a surprise. The union, the board of the airport, London Breed, you don't prove the board. And the fact that they don't enforce their own regulations and rules, workers to get. And at the class,
Sir, I have to interrupt you, sir. I have to interrupt you, sir. We just paused your time. You must be on a mobile phone. It is cutting in and out. We are not getting your entire comment. I'm afraid to say you might want to hang up and call back in. Why don't we go to our next speaker and give you an opportunity to call back in. That way we can actually hear what you're saying. All right, Mr. Atkins, let's go to our next caller.
Madam Clerk, there are no further callers in the queue.
Okay, Mr. Atkins, if you wouldn't mind holding on just for a moment in case that individual is able to call back. Okay. Sir, did you want to give it one more try?
Okay.
You have a minute left.
I'm going to be on another phone. I just called in right now.
Okay, very good.
So I'll be back.
Please continue.
Okay, I think I'm on now.
And sir, perhaps your television is you're listening to your television. Please turn down your television.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Well, okay. You can't hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
Is this?
Thank you.
Okay. So what I was saying is, I think it should be no surprise to the Board of Supervisors, the Direct Board, and the management about what has been going on here. The unions had demonstrations over the attack by these employers. This union busting has been going on for years at the airport. So why the surprise? Basically, the airport is allowing the union busting. That's what's going on at the airport. And I think it shows that the attacks on workers and union busting is not just at the airport. It's with Kaiser. It's many, many other employers. It's what's happening in capitalism in this country. And I think that the workers really need workers' power, and all the workers have to unite. I think what happened today was very important. The airline workers joined with the service workers, Local 2, in a united front. We need all the workers at the airport to join together. And it's what it is class peace is not going to happen in this country because of the nature of the system. The system for profit is what's driving things. That's why people can't get homes, because the developers control the city and they control the development, and they don't want working-class housing. So this idea that you're going to get good capitalists, good billionaires to be nice, I think is ludicrous and idealist. Workers need to unite. They have to have their own political party, and workers' candidates will really represent them. Thank you.
Thank you for trying. Thank you for your comments. All right, Ms. Ratkins, we have another caller on the line.
Madam Clerk, there are no further callers in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no other speakers, public comment is now closed. Supervisor Mandelman.
Thank you, President Walton, and thank you again, colleagues, for allowing us to have this committee of the whole. And I again want to thank all the workers for sticking with this. I know it's been a very long couple of days. You know, you should not have had this uncertainty for the last year. You should not have had to go without a raise for 5 years. And as I said earlier, I think, you know, given that this is San Francisco's airport, this is a mark against all of us, including all of us here in this chamber. And so I think, you know, as Supervisor Peskin suggested, there, you know, as we heard in that last discussion, there's a path forward on this. This could get resolved very, very quickly, and there may be a role for the airport in helping get the parties to a resolution. But we need the multi-employer group to step up and negotiate seriously and get this done. And we also need the airport. It sounds like Director Sataro is engaging, and that's important. But we've gotten to this place because the airport has not been paying attention to these problems, it sounds like, for a number of years as the pressure built and the problems and inequities grew. And that's not okay, and I think all of us on this board should be committed to making sure that those inequities get addressed, and that wages and working conditions at the airport that we run, you know, are enough so that, you know, one job is enough. Thanks everyone for coming out. And I guess I would move that we file this hearing.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. And I do just want to say that airport contractors have been skirting around San Francisco values, around our policies, around our laws for far too long. We knew that when we had to fight for the Healthy Airport Ordinance, when Supervisor Mandelman and I worked to make sure everybody had the adequate health care, even though they were contractors. And so the airport has done a horrible job when it comes to some of our contractors, and we have to do everything we can as a city to make sure that that doesn't continue to happen. So like Supervisor Peskin said, we are not powerless, and we will most certainly use our power to support our workers. With that said, this hearing is now has been heard, and is now filed. And this concludes this hearing. Thank you. Thank you. If you can keep it down while you exit, Madam Clerk, would you please call items 41 through 43 together?
Items 41 through 43 were considered by the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee at a regular meeting on Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. These resolutions were prepared in committee.
Hold on one second, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
If you could please wait till you step outside for the conversation. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, these resolutions were prepared in committee, and specifically, item 41 and 42 were forwarded with the same title, but item 43 was amended to strike language which imposed additional conditions. So the item, I will read it with the new title. But first, item 41 determines that the transfer of a Type 20 off-sale beer and wine liquor license with the additional issuance of a Type 86 instructional tasting license to True Sake LLC, located at 556 Hay Street, will serve the public convenience and or necessity, and to request that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of the license. Same with item 42. This determines that the transfer of a Type 20 off-sale beer and wine liquor license to Mal and S Corporation and 7-Eleven Inc., doing business as 7-Eleven, located at 221 Sansom Street, will serve the public convenience, and requesting that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of the license. However, item 43 determines that the premise-to-premise, person-to-person transfer, known as to the double transfer, for a Type 57 special on-sale general beer, wine, and distilled spirits liquor license, converted from a Type 47 on-sale general for bona fide eating place liquor license to Project 1972 Inc., to do business as Chief SF, located at 735 Montgomery Street, will serve the public convenience or necessity of the city. The new title strikes the remaining language at the bottom, and striking and requesting that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of the license.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Would you please call the roll on items 41 through 43?
On items 41 through 43, Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, absent. There are 10 ayes.
Thank you. By a vote of 10-0, these resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, we're back to roll call for introductions, and if I could just take a point of presidential privilege
Sure.
and go, because we do have members of the Pacific Islander community that have been here since about 11:30 this morning. So if you don't mind,
Supervisor
if I skip.
Walton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today, along with Supervisor Chan, I'm excited to announce a resolution establishing the Pacific Islander Cultural District here in San Francisco. This will be the 10th cultural district for the city. Among the 3 Bay Area counties with the most Pacific Islanders, Alameda, San Mateo, and San Francisco has approximately 7,000 Pacific Islanders, with the majority of the populations living in Visitation Valley and the surrounding neighborhoods in the southern part of the city. Pacific Islanders have migrated to San Francisco as early as the 1900s through the need for labor, missionary sponsorship, and the militarization of the Pacific Islands. Pacific Islanders are defined as the 20 or more communities with origins in Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia, and each group carries their own distinct beliefs, practices, and languages. Many Pacific Islanders migrate to Hawaii and California. Visitation Valley has been the primary home to our Pacific Islander communities. Both Visitation Valley as well as Sunnydale hold important legacy sites that are vital to the fabric of the Pacific Islander community. Many Pacific Islander residents from the Sunnydale area started community churches, restaurants from their kitchens, created space for meeting of high chiefs, and conducted fundraising in the neighborhood. More importantly, the Visitation Valley and Sunnydale neighborhoods are where the PI community lost many loved ones. This area serves as a special memorial to honor all the PI community kids, youth, and adults that were victims of gun violence, hate crimes, and other domestic violence. The first PI businesses and restaurants in San Francisco started their roots in Visitation Valley, including South Pacific Restaurant and a Samoan, Tonga, seamstress shop on Geneva Avenue, bordering Daly City. Unfortunately, these stores were forced out to close or locate somewhere else due to high rents, and currently, the Polynesian Luau remains on Geneva Avenue as a dining hub for the Pacific Islander community. Beginning in 1975, the Leland Avenue commercial corridor was home to many of the first PI community-owned businesses, including T-shirt shop, video shop, Hugo store, furniture store, and other Pacific Islander businesses. There were also 2 Samoan restaurants on Leland and a Tongan restaurant on 28 Leland Avenue, where most of the Pacific Islander community, families, and other cultural communities in the area spent time to dine. We will also have the first Pacific Islander community-owned cannabis shop on Leland Avenue. The Samoan Community Development Center, located at 2055 Sunnydale Avenue, is a community anchor for the Pacific Islander community, providing programming for families, parents, children, youth, seniors, and much more. Many of the programs started from the first PI organizations. Samoa Mo Samoa continues its legacy through the Samoan Community Development Center. Visitation Valley neighborhood is also home to many different churches that support the spiritual needs of its diverse communities. The Samoan Congregation Church of Jesus Christ is on Sherwin Avenue along the Daly City border, and most of its Samoan community congregation members are residents of the Visitation Valley neighborhood. The boundaries of the Pacific Islander Cultural District will be defined as Visitation Valley Avenue along the south side of Campbell Avenue to San Bruno Avenue, to Bayshore Boulevard at Hester Avenue, along Hester Avenue, looping back to Bayshore Boulevard to Geneva Avenue, along the north side of Geneva Avenue to Moscow Street, to the east side of Moscow Street to Franco Avenue, to the south side of France Avenue to LeGrand Avenue, bordering the west border of McLaren Park, to Sunnydale Avenue at Persia Avenue, along Persia Avenue, which turns into Mansell Avenue to Visitation Valley Avenue through McLaren Park to Campbell Avenue. It's finally time that we have a cultural district to celebrate the rich history and existence of the Pacific Islander community in San Francisco. Thank you, colleagues. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Mr. President. And going back to regular order, Supervisor Sophie is up next. However, he has stepped outside the chamber, so we'll go to Supervisor Stephanie. Submit, thank you. Supervisor Chan, submit, thank you. Supervisor Dorsey, submit, thank you. Supervisor Mendelman.
Colleagues, today I'm introducing an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to permit the tax collector to enter into payment plans for license fees it collects for the Department of Public Health. The Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector collects license fees for various city departments on the Unified License Bill. Under current law, the tax collector cannot accept partial payments of such license fees, and if the license fees are not paid in full, the license expires. By allowing payment plans, this policy change will help over 1,100 businesses with $9.3 million in outstanding payments owed, primarily restaurants, who fell behind on their bills during COVID-19, to keep operating while making payments. I also have an in memoriam. I'm asking that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Jonathan Faustine, who died unexpectedly and entirely too soon in his Noe Valley home on July 26th at the age of 65. Jonathan was born in 1957 in Rhode Island. He and his wife, Regina, moved to Noe Valley in 1987, which they made their permanent home. Jonathan was a Noe Valley fixture. He loved the neighborhood and frequented the Noe Town Square and Martha and Brothers Coffee across 24th Street. He was one of those folks who started conversations in the line at the store or on the sidewalk with neighbors, and he was always popping into local shops to say hello to the merchants. Jonathan was a fan of Slow Sanchez, where he would walk with his 2 dogs, Cody and Selby, and enjoyed spending evenings at the Valley Tavern. But his greatest joy was spending time with his sons, Sam and Ben, who Jonathan and Regina raised in Noe. Jonathan is survived by Regina, Sam, and Ben. Our condolences go out to them and to all those who love Jonathan. Rest in peace, Jonathan Faustine. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Mendelman. Supervisor Preston, you wanted to be re-referred.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A couple of items and in memoriam. First, Colleagues, on Wednesday last week, you'll recall a representative from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development sent a mass email to the Board of Supervisors announcing that the city's local rent relief program would officially pause and stop accepting new applications 48 hours after we received that email. The purpose of the pause, we were told, is to help the city and our nonprofit partners focus on processing the backlog of applications that had already been submitted, and it would last for an estimated 2 months. The same message conveyed that in recent months, the local program continued to receive approximately 300 new applications a week. The announcement raises many concerns about the program and the city's ability to make sure that our most vulnerable residents do not face eviction or mounting debt because of COVID-related back rent. Colleagues, our city has really gone above and beyond to ensure that we have local funds available to meet the tremendous need from tenants impacted by the pandemic. We have really come together around that. We were among the first to study the issue with an October 2020 BLA report, which laid the groundwork for this body to come together and allocate $32 million of Prop I dollars in the 2021-2022 fiscal budget for rent relief, and we continued to add funds for this purpose, and by March of this year, that figure had grown to approximately $52 million to ensure San Franciscans did not lose their homes. And then when the state, on March 31st this year, stopped accepting applications to the state rent relief program, we as a city, among the leading cities in the nation, had the funds available to make sure we could continue providing assistance. And I really want to recognize the work of MoCD, HSH, and our community-based nonprofit partners for standing up a program to meet this need. But right now, knowing that there have been hundreds of new applications coming in every week, when a decision is made to pause the program, I think we need some clarity about why this decision was made and how we are going to make sure that we're not leaving tenants out in the cold. So it's my hope that a hearing at GAO will allow for the mayor's office to provide more context than the mass email we received, also allow our CBO partners to identify how the city can best support their work to ensure much needed housing funds get to them before tenants lose their homes. This is really of the utmost importance if we're to continue making good on our promise to not allow the public health crisis to become an eviction crisis. Second, and I won't go back over what we discussed extensively earlier with relation to what some are calling resignation gate. I do want to thank, I don't think we did this before, I do want to thank the courage of Commissioner Max Carter Oberstone, and also commend the reporting of journalist Michael Barba, and thanks to the two of them, we learned Friday night what we discussed earlier, that the mayor's been requiring her nominees to important commissions to sign and submit undated resignation letters that the mayor's office keeps, presumably to control sitting commissioners. And the more we learn, the more extensive it appears this practice was. I think this is a blatant abuse of power and entirely inconsistent with city law. Requiring appointees and nominees to provide an undated letter of resignation at the time of appointment completely undermines charter protections for commissioners against removal by their appointing authority, here the mayor, and the practice erodes confidence in our commissions and undermines their work on important matters across the city. We need to get to the bottom of this, find out the extent of the practice, find out whether any decisions or votes were impacted, and take action to make sure this doesn't happen again. So what are we going to do about it? Today, I've issued letters of inquiry to both the mayor's office and to commissioners. The first LOI is to the mayor's office, containing 21 specific inquiries. I think the public deserves to know the details here and the extent to which commissioners or other appointees were controlled through this practice of requiring undated resignation letters. The LOI is not limited to the police commission. It instead includes all commissions as well as all appointments to vacant elected positions. We need to know As I said, we need to know the details here of this practice, which commissioners or other appointees signed letters and what was done with these letters. I'm also issuing a second letter of inquiry. This one is directly to the commissioners, asking them directly whether they signed resignation letters, if so, why, and whether anyone has used the signed letters to influence them. In addition to the letters of inquiry, as chair of GAO, I'm calling for an emergency special session of GAO to understand the scope of the practice, the reasons for it, and the extent to which these letters may or may not have been used to exert power over the city's independent commissioners. As you know, colleague, the city attorney has now issued a public memo today finding the practice of using undated resignation letters inconsistent with the charter. But it's also clear from the city attorney's memo that this board must act legislatively to make it crystal clear expressly that it is illegal for an appointing authority to abuse their power in this way. And so I'm asking the city attorney to draft legislation expressly banning an appointing authority or anyone acting on their behalf from requesting a resignation letter from a nominee or appointee as a condition of appointment. The legislation will also declare any current or future undated letters of resignation void and unenforceable. And I look forward to working with all of you to ensure transparency and accountability regarding these practices and work to restore confidence in the important work of our commissions. And colleagues, finally, I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in honor of the late Reverend Calvin Ellison Sr., pastor emeritus of the Second Union Missionary Baptist Church on Page Street. Calvin Edwin Ellison, son of Samuel and Ethel Ellison, was born May 16, 1931 in New Orleans, Louisiana. The sixth of 8 children, Calvin graduated from L.B. Landry High School. In 1951, he joined Olive Branch Baptist Church, where his father, Reverend Samuel Ellison, baptized him. Calvin Ellison did a tour of duty with the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War, and it was during this military service that he became a licensed minister. He received an honorable discharge at the rank of sergeant in 1955 and settled in California. He married his beloved sweetheart, Lois May Swain, on July 16, 1955, in the home of his sister, Mrs. Odile Berry. After relocating from Oakland to San Francisco in 1960, Reverend Ellison and his wife became members of Second Union Missionary Baptist Church. The young couple was blessed with the arrival of their 3 children, Calvin Jr., Wanda, and Pamela. In addition to their children, they welcomed into their home and raised their nephew, Randy Swain. In 1965, the Ellisons moved from San Francisco to San Bruno, where Reverend Ellison and his wife spent many foggy Saturdays at their children's sports events. They introduced their family to theater and arts and shared family vacations across the U.S., Mexico, Canada, and Europe. As partners, Calvin and Lois worked diligently to maintain a warm, close-knit, and loving environment for their family. Education being a key emphasis in their home, they supported their children's undergraduate and graduate educational pursuits. Reverend Ellison earned an AA degree from Oakland City College and a BA degree in theology and sociology from Simpson Bible College. He worked 25 years as an insurance agent and manager for Golden State Mutual Life Insurance Company, where he received numerous company awards and accolades in recognition of his service as a top performer. Committed to civil rights, Reverend Ellison saw the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. speak at Grace Cathedral in 1964 and participated with his young family in Civil Rights March down Market Street. 45 years later, Reverend Ellison traveled to Washington, D.C. to witness the 2009 inauguration of Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States of America. Reverend Ellison assumed pastoral leadership of the Second Union Missionary Baptist Church in 2002 after serving as minister in charge since 1997. Pastor Ellison was an active member of the Ministers' Conference of San Francisco and adjacent cities and former treasurer and chairman of the Finance Committee of the First Northern Central District Association. For over 67 years, Reverend Ellison provided thousands of hours of community service by volunteering as clergy for Laguna Honda Hospital, visiting sick and homebound individuals, supporting prison ministries, officiating weddings, christenings, homegoings, and leading countless souls in spiritual worship. During Pastor Ellison's call to leadership, he provided excellent stewardship over the church's finances that led to a major building renovation of the church. In 2020, Reverend Ellison lost his dear wife and life partner of almost 65 years. Although heartbroken at the loss of Lois, Pastor Ellison's faith sustained him to continue the work of ministry during the pandemic, delivering weekly sermons remotely. Reverend Ellison retired and became pastor emeritus of Second Union Missionary Baptist Church on July 31st, 2022. To know Pastor Ellison was to witness a person who always had a kind, encouraging word to impart, and he worshiped with all his heart. He touched many along the way with his warm presence and welcoming spirit, and his family was his crowning joy. In his early years, Reverend Ellison enjoyed being a student athlete, spent many hours with his siblings mastering checkers, was a lifelong learner, and most recently, upon his retirement, began writing a book about his Christian ministry to help others in the Christian faith. Reverend Calvin Ellison Sr., 91, passed away on Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. He was preceded in death by his parents, his wife Lois, and his siblings Samuel Jr., Edgar, Lionel, and Alvin. His life of service and legacy will be forever cherished in the lives of his family, including his son, Calvin Ellison Jr., daughters Wanda Ellison Crockett, Pamela Ellison, and nephew Randy Swain, grandchildren Randy Swain Lentz, Erica Johnson, Candace Cross, Isaac Cross II, and Caleb Ellison, great-grandchildren Chase Ava Reese, and Casey Johnson, Isaac Cross III, and Gabriel Savage, his beloved sisters, Odile Berry and Rose Martz, his brother Raymond Ellison, and brothers-in-law Herbert Martz and Emmanuel Swain, and his many nieces, nephews, cousins, church members, and dear friends. I also want to thank and recognize Jeffria Morris for working with my office as we work to put together this tribute to Reverend Ellison. I offer my deepest condolences to all of Reverend Ellison's family and friends, and to all those whose lives have been touched by this amazing man and his life of leadership and service, especially at Second Union Missionary Baptist Church. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Preston. Supervisor Safai,
I'm ready.
you're up.
Thank you. I just have one thing today, colleagues. The rest I'll submit, but as one of our responsibilities of reporting on our outside roles, the thing I wanted to talk about today was something that was brought to our attention at the San Francisco Employees Retirement System. As many of you know, I serve as the president, and we've been trying to deal with a particular problem as it pertains to individuals that are surviving dependents that are disabled, that live on SSI and particular benefits. Right now, the way the rules are is if a dependent receives survivor annuities or survivor benefits, it would disqualify them for other forms of support that they were currently receiving, such as health care and SSI. And so what we're presenting today is this ordinance that will allow the annuity to be placed in a special needs trust rather than counted as income, so those individuals can continue to receive the much-needed support that they get through healthcare and SSI, and then also be a receiver of the benefits as their family intended them to be as a surviving dependent, which is extremely important. It doesn't often happen in many cases, but it happens enough that we're trying to change to help the survivor dependents maintain their categorical benefits and continue to receive their annuities. So that's it, colleagues. Also, want to thank Supervisor Walton for submitting the request for the Pacific Islander Cultural District. Have been a long friend and supporter of the Pacific Islander community. I really want to honor the fact that they had to wait such a long time today, and I don't think I've seen one frown on any face over there. They're 100% excited about this, and as am I. And so I would please add me as a co-sponsor of this today. And thank you, Supervisor Walton, for being a part of that.
Noted. Same with Supervisor Ronan, co-sponsor. Okay, noted. All right, seeing no other names on the roster, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's now go to public comment.
At this time, the Board of Supervisors welcomes general public comment. We'll first hear from those present in the chamber and then from those who have joined us remotely. During general public comment, you may speak to the items on the adoption without committee reference calendar, other general matters that are not on today's agenda. But for the 3 p.m. special orders, those items are not available for your comment. We are still joined by several partners. We have we have Marty Dickinson for Spanish, and we have Natalie G., notorious from President Walton's office, interpreting for Chinese. May we ask the first speaker to come up to the podium? Before you speak, sir, I just want to state that we're setting the timer for 2 minutes. There is a clock timer on the podium. The first bell lets you know that you've got 30 seconds to wrap up your statement, and then the large bell, that's the conclusion of 2 minutes. Now, welcome. It's your turn.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, President Walton, and everybody here. My name is Tino Felicia, one of the program managers at the Samoan Community Development Center, but also a representative for our Pacific Islander community. And we just want to say, just thank you for just having this space to voice our Pacific Islander Cultural District and our thoughts. And we know that the city and county of San Francisco is for, all indigenous people, but also, just creating another cultural district for our Pacific Islander people. Sorry, I had something written already, but kind of lost that paper. But just want to say thank you guys for the opportunity, because we know President Walton said earlier that, San Francisco doesn't let no community go unseen or ignored. So we appreciate that. And, with the Pacific Islander Cultural District, there's a lot of strategies that we have in mind, and also, equity across the board for all our folks, housing, entrepreneurship, business owners, and also the Visitation Valley has been a staple for our Pacific Islander folks to start their own lives, families. And back in the 70s and 80s, we owned a lot of businesses, also on Geneva, as well as restaurants and also cultural businesses too, to sell our cultural attire. We want to make sure that we sell it inside of our city and not always having to order out. But, that's something that we want to continue to build in. But, just thank you for the supervisors for just hearing us and making sure that our Pacific Islander voices are heard and not going unseen. And I think, with building of this or implementing this Pacific Islander Cultural District to help us really build the future for our folks and for the next generations, for our families and everybody else that's coming after us. And just all the history with Visitation Valley and our Pacific Islander culture, especially predominantly Samoan living in the Visitation Valley. It was really home for us, and it's a piece of the city that we would like to call our own, but not just everybody that's really already existing there, businesses that are existing too. Just want to let them know that we just want to partner with them and also partner with the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to the podium. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this
Sir,
time.
may I ask you to adjust that microphone so we can hear you best? Perfect.
Can
Thank
you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for giving us this space to be able to be here today. I want to just thank you guys for continuing to acknowledge our existence of Pacific Islanders here in San Francisco. When I think of the Cultural District, I think of our future generations. I think of our people who have come before us, who have been through a struggle in navigating systems and not having the right resources to be able to help them out. So when I think of the Cultural District, I think of those services that are going to come to our people to make sure that they have the right tools and access to be able to navigate systems, rather it be through the city of San Francisco or other institutions. It has come to that time. It's time. This is a time that a lot of our ancestors have been fighting for. And to see this finally come to fruition is just such of a blessing. And I hope to continue to work with the city of San Francisco, the Board of Supervisors, in making this cultural district happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gaynor Antiatanga. I really didn't have much to say. I just wanted to come up here to drag the time out since it's 9:30. Didn't want you guys to go to sleep. No, today is definitely such a big milestone in our community of Pacific Islanders, but you know what? Of all of our cultures. All of our cultures, all of our people of cultures, we struggle together. We share the same challenges, same disparities, and what differentiates us is our language and our backgrounds. But the environments we come from is what makes us be one. And today, you know, that is changing. I think all the supervisors, I think all of just everyone that has taken part, especially our ancestors, our community, you know, that have been fighting for so long. You know, we stand here today and I'm just like, I'm so proud, not just to be a Pacific Islander, but also to be a native of San Francisco, and then also for this moment, and you guys made that happen. You know, thank you, President Shamal Walton, for listening to us. We talked about when we were at a rally and we were just shooting I can't say that. We were just communicating, and as we were communicating, we just happened to talk about the disparities. And he could have took that and said, you know what, whatever. But he listened. And what I can say is every single one of you do too. And I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the leadership here, and I thank every single one of you for the support and for recognizing that this community was close to extinction, and now it wouldn't be after this. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other speakers in the chamber who'd like to address the board during general public comment? All right, seeing none, thank you. Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, did you check the line?
I failed to. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Atkins, do we have any callers on the line?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Cheryl Thornton. I just wanted to say that it's well-deserved to have the Pacific Islander Cultural District. I had an opportunity to work with the Samoan community, the Pacific Islander community, during redistricting, and I just think that that was long overdue, and I'm glad that they are getting recognition. I would also like to say that I'm a city worker, and that if we could call for some type of investigation in the Department of Public Health. I am a longtime worker advocating for the rights of many, and today was our payday. My supervisor has decided to retaliate against me and not pay me for 2 weeks of work, and this keeps happening over and over. And I have a son in college, in law school, and I have to, pay for his rent. And today I received a check for $37. During the pandemic, I never missed work, 1 day of work. I was there for the patient down in the Tenderloin, working. I worked through the redistricting, never missing a day during redistricting. And yet, this is how I'm treated in this department. I'm retaliated against for advocating for the rights of others. So and I'm not the only one that this is happening to in our department. So something needs to change in the Department of Public Health. It's not fair to take the workers who are on the front line to do all the work to oppress us, to burden us, to harass us in this manner. So I'm here to say, please do something. It's not fair. I worked for 2 weeks. I did not call in sick 1 day, and I got paid $37 today. $37 for 2 weeks of work. That is just wrong. And there's no justification for it. So thank you, and I hope you guys look into this.
Thank you, Cheryl Thornton. Thank you for your comments this evening. Mr. Atkins, do we have another caller on the line?
Yes, this is Steve Zeltzer again with the United Committee for the Labor Party. I mean, I think that the discussion about the union busting is also connected to the systemic racism in the city, county, of San Francisco, particularly the attack on black employees, black and brown employees. And this board had hearing under former Supervisor James Kim on the racist attacks and the bullying and physical attacks on black employees. And what has happened since that time? It's continuing in the city and county of San Francisco. And this systemic racism is actually part of what's going on in as far as this board, because this board has been approving settlements to pay workers who've been illegally discriminated against, their lawyers and the city lawyers, and the city lawyers currently spending millions of dollars fighting employees who've been illegally discriminated against. And you approve the settlements without any question, without demanding that there be accountability of the managers about why they've taken this illegal action. So you're complicit. You, the board, are complicit in the attack on city employees. When you agree to accept these settlements without questioning the city attorney about why this is happening over and over, why the city has spent over $100 million in settlements and spending millions of dollars on lawyers fighting city employees, you have a responsibility. This is part of the union-busting tactics in the city and county of San Francisco, and why city employees are fed up, as well as other employees in our city and in this country. And I think that that the cover-up that's going on, the corruption scandal that's now cascading in San Francisco, is because you, the board, have allowed things to escalate. You voted on things. You don't question. You don't challenge the city. I mean, when there's union busting at the airport and nobody does anything and it leads to a strike, it's a surprise by this board that this is happening. There's a pattern here, and there needs to be accountability, and we're not getting it from the city and county of San Francisco.
All right, Mr. Atkins. Do we have another caller in the queue, please?
Hello, excuse me, this is Brenda Barrels again. You know, I've been up since 4 a.m. too, so I get what everybody's saying. So I'm not going to say too much, but I will say that on accord to what Cheryl was saying, we really need your help to oversee all this discrimination and bad behavior coming in the Department of Public Health. We need your support. And I know many of you have supported us, but I got to tell you that over the last 2 months, I've had at least 20 employees who have had horrible things happening to them. And one of the problems we have is similar with the EEO before, is that they follow all the procedures, they report it, which is difficult anyway for employees to do, and yet nothing happens. So that's just a FYI. Okay. Hope you guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Brenda Barros, for your comments. All right, Mr. Atkins, we have another caller, please. Hello, caller, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello?
Welcome.
Can you hear me? I'm calling on behalf for the PI community about the Culture Center over here in Viz Valley. I think it's about time that we have something to represent the PI community. It happens to be that Gaynor is my cousin. I'm very proud of her, and I'm very proud of the PI community. And they really need something to represent them because it's family. I mean, they believe in family, and they need to have this in this district. I live in the Viz Valley area, and I would be proud to walk and know that we have this PI community in our being representative like this.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Ratkins, is there another caller in the queue?
Madam Clerk, there are no further callers in the queue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Atkins, for all of your support. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, can you open roll call for introductions back up, please?
Yes, and I will call on you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we please make the in memoriam for Pastor Ellison on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors?
So noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the for adoption without committee reference agenda items 46 through 51?
Items 46 through 51 minus
Minus
47. These items were introduced for adoption without reference to committee. A unanimous vote is required for resolutions on first reading today. Alternatively, a member may require a resolution to go to reading, may require a resolution on first reading to go to committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, would anyone like to sever any items? I don't see
We
any.
know that Supervisor Melgar needs to sever item 50.
My apologies. Yes, let's sever item, is it 50? Yes, item 50. And that is the only one. So, Madam Clerk, let's call the roll on items 46, 48, 49, and 51.
46, 48, 49, and 51. Supervisor Mar. Mar, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston.
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman.
Aye.
Mandelman, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, these resolutions are adopted and motions are approved unanimously. Colleagues, before we can vote on this, I need a motion to excuse Supervisor Melgar, made by Supervisor Ronan, seconded by Supervisor Peskin.
On the motion to excuse Supervisor Melgar from item 50, Supervisor Mar. Just to be clear, Mr. President, if I might have spoken this wrong, I'm tired. On the motion to excuse Supervisor Melgar from item 50, Supervisor Mar.
Aye.
Mar, aye. Supervisor Melgar is not voting on this item. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Without objection, Supervisor Melgar is excused from item number 50. And Madam Clerk, can you just state for the record what item 50 is?
Yes, item 50 is the motion to appoint Supervisor Myrna Melgar to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, term ending February 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll for item 50.
On item 50, Supervisor Mar.
Aye.
Mar, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Preston. Preston, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Stephanie. Stephanie, aye. Supervisor Walton.
Aye.
Walton, aye. Supervisor Chan. Chan, aye. Supervisor Dorsey. Dorsey, aye. And Supervisor Mandelman. Mandelman, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Thank you. Without objection, motion carries. Madam Clerk, do we have any imperative agenda items? Welcome back, Supervisor Melgar.
There are none to report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Would you please present the in memoriams?
Yes, today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Mar, for the late Roger Cook. On behalf of Supervisor Mandelman, for the late Jonathan Faustine. And at the suggestion and a motion made by Supervisor Preston, and on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for the late Reverend Pastor Calvin Edwin Ellison, Sr.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any more business before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
To live an ethical life is to be held accountable for history. This meeting is adjourned.